T-minus 90 seconds and counting. All systems are go. We're about 90 seconds from the launch of Space Shuttle Discovery. T-minus 60 seconds and counting. We are transferring to orbiter internal power at this time. Discovery is now running off its 3 onboard fuel cells. Coming up on a go for auto sequence start. And we have a go for auto sequence start. Discovery's onboard computers have primary control of all the vehicle's critical functions. T-minus 17 seconds and counting. 15, 12, 11, 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, start, 2, 1, booster ignition, and liftoff of the Space Shuttle Discovery, returning to the space station, paving the way for future missions beyond.
Discovery's onboard computers commanding the main engine nozzles to swivel, aiming the shuttle for its precise target in space for main engine cutoff.
Should have a good forward link now and then. Okay, you sound good. Discovery Houston, negative return. Copy, negative return.
I'm getting over it, pushing past all the bullshit, ain't getting right to the root of what the problem really is. The reasons for the misunderstandings, the emergency landings on a plane headed for home is where the heart was living till it was without feeling and started revealing itself to everyone else. By just packing up, moving out, saying it could do without a belly able, unstable, running up on the mountain. So I'm tearing this and everything else between me and what I wanna do. I'm tearing you and everything else between me and you to memory. I'm stronger now, even after everything that you did. Still alive and kicking. I'm better now, I'm awake now, I can see everything in front of me. I'm stronger now, even after everything that you did. Still alive and kicking. I'm better now, I'm awake now, I can see everything in front of me. Now if you would've waited 1 second, you wouldn't So second to second, I put you first and made the situation worse. Cause you wanna take advantage and control of the things that I manage to keep under control. Like my happiness, my family, and all of my music, my music, my music, my music, yeah. You had it all, you chose to abuse it, abuse it, abuse it, abuse it. So I'm tearing this and everything else between me and what I wanna do to pieces. I'm tearing you and everything else between me and you to memory. So good now, even after everything that you did, still alive and kicking. Better now, I'm awake now, I can see everything in front of me. I'm so good now, even after everything that you did, still alive and kicking. Better now, I'm awake now, I can see everything in front of me. What's wrong with me? You wanna know what's wrong with me? I can ask you the exact same thing. What's wrong with me? You wanna know what's wrong with me? I could ask you the exact same thing. I have my opinion and you have yours. You don't have to like mine, cause I don't like yours. I have my opinion and you have yours. You don't have to like mine, cause I don't like yours. What's wrong with you? I wanna know what's wrong with you and why this doesn't make sense to you. What's wrong with you? I wanna know what's wrong with you and why this doesn't make sense to you, to you, to you, to you. I'm stronger now, even after everything that you did, still alive and kicking. Oh, I'm better now, I'm awake now, I can see everything in front of me. I'm stronger now, even after everything that you did, still alive and kicking. Oh, I'm better now, I'm awake now, I can see everything in front of me now. Now I see everything in front of me now. Now I see everything in front of me now.
When the night's getting cold, you're needing a shoulder. Puff out your chest and be a little bolder. All we do is we buy and hold. There will be shills who wanna steal your thrills. There will be friends who hold till the end. There will be doubt, fear and cloud, but it's all in your head. Those hedgies are dead. Panic and fear really are near, but it's not ours to own. We have shown that all we do is buy and hold. Oh, there will be shills who wanna steal your thrills, and there will be friends who hold till the end, and there will be doubt, fear and cloud, but it's all in your head. Those hedgies are dead. So when the night's getting colder, you're needing that shoulder. These apes got your back. We got each other. All we do is we buy and hold. Good morning, you filthy apes. Welcome to AMC and APE, where we buy, we hold, and we screw those hedgies. Screw them! That's right. This is where we like to fling poo and eat crowns for breakfast. Rock strong. Good morning, guys. For the title today, Powell Semiannual Monetary Policy Report to Congress at 10 a.m. Eastern Standard Time, which means it's going to be at 9 a.m. my time, which means a half hour after market opens.
I will start streaming that feed, and we'll watch that for the day today. And it's a lifesaver for me. It's a lifesaver for me because um, once again, I woke up to wonderful, beautiful smells in my house. And let me just tell you guys, I've been up since like 3:30 this morning, and I was like, I think I went to bed at around 12. It might have been a little bit after 12, which is a little bit later than I like to go to bed. I usually like to go to bed at like 11:30. So I'm working on pretty low amounts of sleep right now. So in fact, I'd contemplated telling you guys I was just gonna start late and then sleeping in a little bit, and I was like, you know what? I've been on vacation. Not everybody's gonna understand. Not everybody's gonna get the message, and everybody's gonna be like, "Where's Casey at? Where's Casey? He just had vacation. Where's he at?" And so I was like, "You can't do that to you." So I'm here, and I was already up anyways, so I might as well just start it. And I'll take naps on my breaks or something like that. You only live once. Yeah, Dynamite says so. Bowels. Yeah, Powell's bowels this morning for me. Nothing but Powell's bowels this morning, and Bruno's bowels. Powell's Bruno's bowels. It's been a wonderful 3 days so far since coming back home and from vacation. Um, it's like I'm being insensitive to Bruno, who I'm sure is not feeling all that great. That's the last time I feed him a butter sauteed or butter seared T-bone steak. I think he's getting too old for that kind of stuff. he had his last one. Oh, you don't even understand Donkey Kong. I thought I had it all done, right? I thought I had it all cleaned up, and then I stepped in some, and I was like, "Are you kidding me?" I was like, I thought I was done. I really thought everything was all cleaned up. I was like, this is it. I'm done. I can go back to sleep. And no, not the case. You don't want to hear about that though. Nobody wants to hear about that. So let's just not talk about it. It didn't happen. We'll pretend like it never happened, even though it really did. It's day number 3. Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday. It was Wednesday, guys. We're halfway through this week again. Happy hump day to you. It's good to see you guys here. Don't forget today when you happen to see Jason Barham in here, one of our guitarists of the group. When you happen to see him around, wish him a happy birthday. It is his birthday today. He picked the song choice for the day. Yeah, Arthur Barefoot. Yep. I mean, do we really need to go into the details? I don't wear shoes to bed, so it was definitely a barefoot situation. No, it's not between the two. Why are we getting so specific here? We need to just move on. Like, move on from this. Like, just move past it. It didn't happen. He's got the runs, guys. It's not there's nothing solid. He doesn't have anything solid in him whatsoever. It's like taking a very loosely turned on garden hose and just flinging it around all over the place. That's probably the best way I can describe the situation. So uh, it's not pretty. But Donkey Kong says feel better, Bruno. Yeah, I sent him outside. I sent him outside and I left him out there for like an hour and a half, and I was like, while I was cleaning up everything, I was just like, I'll get him when I'm done. So he's sitting on the floor right next to me right now. If anything if he so much as flinches, I'm taking him outside. The Mandalorian is coming to town to do a documentary. Are you going to see him? This is the first I'm hearing of it. If he invites me to come and see him, I will go. But if I don't get an invite, I probably won't go. I kind of find like I don't like inviting myself to stuff. You know what I mean? Like it's so weird. It's so weird that one person that shows up and nobody invited them. Like nobody really wants that person there. You know what I'm saying? Like you didn't get invited. There's a reason for it. Don't show up unexpectedly. I had that happen in my first wedding. My ex-wife had this guy that all of her friends in high school called Waldo because he looked like Where's Waldo, and he just unexpectedly showed up to our wedding and no invitation, no nothing. He just showed up, and it was really weird because he was like best friends with my ex's ex, and everybody who was there felt like he was there to spy for the ex-boyfriend. And like what kind of guy is this kind of guy or something. I don't know. It was a really weird situation, but I don't like being that guy. I'm not gonna just show up to something and be like crash the party and be like, hey guys, I'm here, I'm gonna crash this party. Nah, I'm not doing that. Thanks, Arthur, appreciate that. I, Easter B says, who the hell just shows up at a wedding? I know, man. But I mean, his name was Waldo, and they called him Where's Waldo because he looked like Waldo. Waldo. Apparently, Waldo just shows up to a wedding. I'm just saying. When you read those Where's Waldo books, it could be that he was just there because he invited himself, and everybody's like, "Where's Waldo? He's got to be here somewhere." He always shows up to everything, and nobody ever invites him. And it's true. It really happens in real life. Dynamite says I might have had him ushered out by all my buddies. We talked about that. We talked about that, but I discussed with my ex-wife at we're no longer married or anything, but I had discussed with her. I said, "How do you feel about this? We'll get him out of here. Not a problem." She's like, everybody likes him. He's not. The only reason I didn't. She's like, the only reason I didn't send him an invitation was because I didn't think he'd want to come. But or that he would even try to come. Apparently, he had no place to stay. He she had this ex-boyfriend and went to high school in Virginia, and our wedding was in California. And so this guy literally traveled from Virginia. I don't know how. Nobody knew how he got there because apparently he didn't fly. But somehow he got from Virginia to, other than flying, he got from Virginia to California, and had no place to stay. So like people were actually, some of his old high school friends were actually offering to put him up in some of their places in the hotels, because I guess he was a very likable kind of person. He wasn't a bad guy. So I was like, all right, well, if you don't want me to kick him out, I won't kick him out. But so he attended, and and everything went fine. He didn't try to cut. That was my worry, was he was going to be up and stand up and be like, I object. Like, does anybody have any objections to this couple being married? And I was afraid he's going to be like, I object. And but that didn't happen. He was very cordial. I don't even think I might have shook his hand. That's kind of one of those things when you're getting married where you don't remember whose hands you shook and who you didn't. You just smile and shake hands the whole day. And I actually learned in life that's where you learn to fake smile, is at your wedding, your first wedding that you ever have in life. I never had a fake smile before, but I had to develop one that day because I was so tired of smiling after, I don't know, probably like the first 30 minutes. And you learn how to like have this like fake smile. It's not really, it's totally not real, but it looks good in the pictures. That's a good story. You should try to contact Waldo and get him in the back of the big tramp for an interview. Yeah, I don't I don't want to have any connections with anybody connected to my ex-wife anymore. Other other than the kids that I have, and that's about it. I'll pass. That's probably a hard pass for me. Funky Pizza Production says my wife and I are going to her friend's wedding this weekend. where we are half expecting her abusive alcoholic ex-boyfriend, who is also a sociopath, to just show up uninvited because we are going. Actually, Funky Pizza Productions, that's exactly the situation my ex-wife had. That was her boyfriend. He was an abusive, like weird, stalking kind of boyfriend, and did really. There's stuff that I won't even say that he did. That was really, really super creepy stuff. And so to have his best friend Waldo come to our wedding was one of those things where it was like, oh, what's gonna happen? Like, is he gonna just like, is his buddy just gonna show up too? Like, is the ex-boyfriend gonna show up all of a sudden? It was weird. It was kind of a little freaky, but nothing happened. So small talk like that is weird. It might be uncomfortably weird to the point to where it would be really super funny, Dino Mike. And I actually enjoy that kind of awkward funniness. To me, it's funny, not in the moment, like when you're having that small talk awkward moment. Um, I look back on it and laugh. And I like having those moments because I like to look back on them and go like, "Gosh, that was so awkward." it was it was hilarious. Those I think those make for some good humor, but especially if you can tell it's awkward. But it's time to clean my glasses and for us to take a look at the numbers for the day today. Dang it, I forgot to take my glass cleaner. I went and this cool little trick. If you guys have a Costco membership, if you buy their lens cleaner, you can take the lens cleaner back and they will refill the liquid. It's unlimited, and you just keep taking it back, and you can just keep. And I took it back, and then I left it in the glove box of my wife's Jeep, and so now I'm having to use my backup bottle here because I forgot to pull it out. So cleaning off the glasses, we'll take a look at the numbers. Yeah, Miss Tahiti, serious stalking. It was really creepy, but never saw him or heard from him again after that. And most everybody was in agreement that he was just reporting back to the ex-boyfriend what kind of guy I was. So apparently somehow, some way or another, they approved, or I was approved. I went off with only one hitch. How's that? It went off with only one hitch. Hmm. Um. All right. Glasses are clean. Let me just inspect and make sure. A little smudging, but I think it'll pass. No, I don't have to clean just a little bit more. All right, that should be good. All right, here we go. Numbers. Next to her white frame sunglasses. I feel like I'm supposed to know what that means, but I have no idea what that means. White. That's like a new thing right now. White frame sunglasses is like a new thing right now, but I'm not sure. I'm forgetting how to. I'm forgetting what it means. It means something, and I can't remember what it means. I don't know. All right, let's go on to the other page here. Interesting. That was really. I've never had that happen before. I was going to log into my brokerage account on Fidelity, and it was acting like it was going to just log me in without having to actually log in, like just a refresh. But then it didn't, so it was just kind of weird. I've never seen that happen before. All right, let's take a look at what we got going on here. I'm a little nervous though. Her ex beat up his dad while he was drunk, and he went to jail. His dad died while he was in jail. What? Wow, that's some messed up crap right there. Put together like a put together a group of guys that are willing to join together to remove the problem if need be. Have like a contingency plan set up or something. You know what I mean? Like like plan in advance that something's going to happen, and then that way you're ready for it if it does happen. And if nothing happens, then great. Nothing happens. All right. Let me take you guys over to the other page here. I'm not gonna be able to see what it is you guys are writing, so hold those personal thoughts, comments, questions, or concerns for me until you see the big tramp back up on the screen. Two-factor authentication. If you don't have it set up, you may want to get it set up for your account in case something should happen, and you need to keep somebody out of your account. Is a great second level of protection. It can also be sometimes a little bit of a stumbling block, but that you should have multiple avenues on how to get into your accounts. So you should usually be able to find a quick, easy way around any problems you might have. For example, like I've had some two-factor authentication issues where I can't log in, but I found a secondary way to try to get in. And if that doesn't work, I can still get in through a mobile device without even having two-factor authentication because that's already the authenticated, I can't say the word, authenticated device that you're using. So just have some extra levels of protection if you can. But apparently, even this two-factor authentication is not even the most secure that you can possibly be. But also, please make sure you guys are taking pictures or video footage or asking for a statement from your brokers of your portfolio so that you have a copy of what it is that you have of ownership. Even if it's an electronic statement, it doesn't matter. Just get something that shows proof of ownership of what you hold in case something should happen at some point down the road where, who knows? Who knows what may happen, and maybe one day you wake up. I know some people woke up one day not too long ago, and they were looking at their account profiles and found out that they had their profiles were saying, or their broker statement was saying that they had 0 shares of anything, and it was very quickly resolved and fixed, but still, what if it wasn't? And what if they didn't have access to the information or didn't have the information someplace and you couldn't show or verify? So don't get stuck in that situation where you don't have that. Give me one more second here while I move a couple screens around, and I will get into these numbers here. Give me just a second. While I was switching screens around, I saw Marvin say, "Welcome back." Thank you, Marvin. Appreciate it. Good to see you, and good morning to you as well. Let's see, 404. Yeah, those are just the last 4 minutes of trades. And one more screen. Oh, 2 more screens. It's hard getting back into the routine, my normal routine of what it is that I pull up every day. When I was on vacation, I just pulled up whatever I felt like pulling up when I needed to pull it up without having to worry about like doing something in a normal. Let me tally up the points here real quick. One last congratulations to Einstein for winning 2 weeks ago. Nobody was outside the price prediction range that would cause him to not get a point for the day today. I had a combined closing price of 651, so I was off by a little bit. How much was I off by? 18 cents. Not bad. It's not great either, but I was on the high side. I really felt like yesterday was going to be an up day on AMC and a down day on Ape. Didn't quite work out like that. We did get that afternoon pump that I was expecting that, but it wasn't enough to help to get the price back up to the price where I felt like we were going to close out, which is around 482, as we closed at 459. So, all right, let's take a look at what we got going on here with the rest of these numbers, starting with short exempt volume. Where is my data? There it is. Internet's definitely lagging a little bit today, so apologize in advance for any kind of lagging that you're getting on your end. 142.8 thousand shares for AMC. And for Ape, looks like Ape had 203.9. Big numbers. So we saw a lot of yesterday. Off exchange was extremely high compared to what it's been more recently, and so and the fact that the short exempt volume was extremely high yesterday kind of tells me that there was a lot of volume, unexpected volume occurring yesterday, buying volume more than likely in Ape. On AMC, the day-over-day price was a decrease of negative 2.3%, and then, like I said earlier, AMC or Ape closed even. Let's take a look at the utilization real quick here and find out what we got going on with that. Oof. Slow internet today. I might have to switch to a different channel on this. Hopefully, if it gets too much worse. I'm still showing 100% utilization. I do believe that's going to be day 107. Let me just verify the date on this real quick here. The date is showing June 20th, which is yesterday's date. So that's it looks like it's accurate information on Ape. Utilization coming in at 38.57, slightly lower than what it was yesterday. All right. Max pain was $5 yesterday. Based on price movement that we were having yesterday and some of the options that were opening up, there was a lot of $4 contracts that were being created, and we obviously didn't hit 4. And I know there was a lot of $5 contracts that were created as well. I think it's still gonna. It might drop to 450, but I think $5 is still going to be the max pain for the day. So let's refresh it and see where it's at. $5 it is. Taking a look at the off-exchange data for AMC. At the end of a normal day, I would expect to see about 64% combined between off-exchange and EDGX. Yesterday's numbers for AMC came out to, hold on one second, 54.79% through the off exchanges. EDGX was 7.73. The combined total was 62.52%. That's about 1.48% less than what I would expect to see on a normal day. There might have been some talk. I know I was sitting in the Discord talking to some guys afterwards, and Preacher mentioned that there was a 1 million volume candlestick on the after hours on AMC. 1 million shares, and price didn't move. It didn't budge a single amount. So all that, I'm sure, went through the off exchange and increased that off exchange percentage much higher. Because if you remember yesterday in the last reading of the numbers, we were running about 5% lower than what I would expect to see by the end of the day. And so seeing that jump up to only being 1.48% less than what I would expect on a normal day probably means that a lot of that volume went straight. That 1 million shares probably went straight through the off exchange. For yesterday. CHX volume in total was 136,000 shares, or 0.82% of the total daily volume, with a 30-day average of 3.29. So nothing unusually. It's a lot of shares, but it's nothing unusually large. Taking a look at Ape, Final numbers for on Ape, we had 57.93% going through off exchange. EDGX was at 3.72. The combined total on that was 61.65%, or about 2.35% less than what I would expect. CHX 0.06 with a 30-day average of 0.04, so a little bit higher than the 30-day average, but 6,000 shares going through that exchange is not a lot. 30,000 shares is a lot for Ape, but 5,500 shares, meh, not so much. GME's CHX volume was 0.08 with a 30-day average of 0.3, so nothing unusual happening there. Taking a look at what's next. Options. No, institutional ownership. This hasn't changed in like 3 weeks. 139.153 million. Let's see what it is today. Same thing. No change. And we may not see changes. I think the I always forget the timing on this, but I think it's like 90 days. No, it's less than that. It's got to be 60 days. I think it's 60 days after the end of the quarter they have to file their 13Fs on their positions held. So we're probably looking at like seeing this number changing maybe like mid-month next month, thereabouts. We'll see a lot more activity. Taking a look at what's next. Options. Highest amount of call volume in open interest yesterday was at a $5.50 strike with 34,000 contracts. It's still 5.5, and it went from 34,000 contracts to 36.2. However, very close runner-up is $5 strikes. So we may be seeing the call open interest strikes dropping a little bit unless price starts moving upwards. Highest amount of put volume yesterday was at a $4 strike, and there was 50.7 thousand contracts. Today there's 61.2 thousand contracts, so quite a big difference on that one. A lot more puts opening up there at a $4 strike, and so markets considering a closing price by the end of the week somewhere between $4 and $5.50, which is about the break-even point's about 475, which is about where we closed at the end of the week last week. So I think the market's kind of suggesting a very similar closing price by the end of the week this week as it was last week. At least that's what it's kind of pointing towards. Taking a look at sideways trading. Who'd have thunk? Let's see. What do we got next? Taking you guys over the other screen here. Let's take a look at what we got going on here. We've got combined price of AMC and Ape at $6.37. Yesterday at the end of the day, or I don't know, sometime midday, I think I kind of drew out this. We were testing this Fibonacci retracement at $6.27 with this ascending level of support here. And I drew a breakout box. I know this looks like an ascending parallel channel that I've got going on here, but it's actually two different wedges. One wedge with support points from these points here, the other wedge with other support points based off of, I think it was based off of past historicals. Let's go to a 20-minute. Come on. Maybe, maybe not. And it's frozen. There we go. Maybe not. Maybe there wasn't. Maybe I was. Yep. Nope. There wasn't. It wasn't based off of past historicals. It was based off of the two beginning points that we had in the day yesterday. So I didn't do this based off of past points, but the other one was the upper line was based off of more previous historical trends. But I drew this line right here, this support line. I think kind of somewhere in this time range in here, and we did keep continuing to find support there. We got the break above the Fibonacci retracement at 627 inside the box area where I suggested it might break out, and then it actually before market closing or after market closing of and market pre-open this morning retested that bottom side of that ascending level of support and then bounced off of it pretty nicely. So, and we're starting to come back in and we're retesting off of this level of what I would call what was support, now resistance. So we're holding support at 637 and holding resistance on this ascending level of resistance. So we need to break through that. We'll see how much this kind of trades along this way here before maybe even breaking to the top side. I'm not going to. I'm looking at this right now, and I don't see any pattern analysis that I want to at this point, other than maybe drawing something like this here. What we may see have happen is this is also going to be a level of resistance in here. So it's almost like this entire shaded, like if I were to shade this off, like this whole area right in here is all going to be trouble area. Like if we see a break below 637 at any point in this time frame in here, and this goes all the way up until about 12:29 Eastern Standard Time, because we got a rising level resistance and a lowering level resistance. We're not going to see the breakup, and we're going to see price kind of stall out in this area in here and come back down below 637. So we're going to need to see a good push through. We might be focused. Can I do a box on box? We might be focused on that point right there for a potential breakout to the top side, which would be about market open, right at market open at 9:30. So let's watch for that. I didn't realize I could do box and box. That's kind of cool. Didn't know what would happen. I don't think I do it very often. Let's see here. Moving on. Ortex. For the day is showing 23.8% short share just on the free float on AMC. I've already zoomed in on our utilization right now, day 107, 100% utilization. And let's take a look at the on loan amount day over day. Increasing yet again from 195.38 to 197.38, so 2 million shares, new shares on loan. These numbers are starting to kind of increase pretty rapidly, which is not bad. And one of our highest records ever on loan amount is about just about 3 million away from where we're at right now. So 2 more days of this, and we might be at record levels. Let's see here. I'm writing down 2 million shares. Obviously, somewhere around 600 to 700,000 of that's going to be in new short interest, but let's actually figure it out and see what Ortex is estimating. Ortex said that the short share interest of the free float went up from 23.66 to 23.8 as an estimate. So we're looking at 0.14. Ooh, so they're estimating a little bit higher than I would have thought. They're estimating 726,000 of those 2 million shares was in new short interest. It's definitely a little bit higher. And on loan average age per day with 2 million new shares, this is either going to be very close to flatlining to maybe marginally up. Yeah, okay, it's actually slightly down. It went from 108.36 to 108.08. So it did slightly move down on this because 2 million shares, new loan shares is quite a bit. Yeah, it's just a lot. It's a lot of shares. So that caused that to kind of drop a little bit there. And then security lending volume for yesterday moved back up day over day from 7.5 million to 8.43. Taking a look at Ape. Utilization dropped very little, but did drop from 38.8 down to 38.57. On loan amount yesterday, what did it do? 14.27 to 14.19, or 0.08 million shares returned yesterday, or 80,000 shares. 80,000 shares returned. Estimated short share interest of the free float would have slightly dropped, maybe 0.01. It went from 4.87 to 4.86. Yeah, 0.01. Security lending on loan average age per day rising from 126.94 to 128.65, and security lending volume day over day increasing from 164,000 shares to 384,000 shares. Where'd that screen grow? What the heck? There we go. What are the futures looking like? Let me give this a refresh real quick here because I don't know if it's refreshing on its own. Futures on the VIX are showing down 0.45. We've been seeing some really interesting stuff happening lately to where the VIX is actually going the same direction. Usually it should be the opposite direction of the market, but it's down right now 0.45, which should mean that the market should be up, but we're actually seeing most of the markets down. The S&P 500 is down 0.08 for the futures. There's two exchanges that are, indexes that are showing positive gain, but they're hardly anything. It's the Russell 2000, so mid caps at 0.02, and then the micro Russell 2000. So it's the same index, just one's more of a futures index. But yeah, this is most everything else is showing down. Nasdaq 100 is down 0.18. Let's see here. Moving that back. Orders by Fidelity customers. This is only the last 4 minutes of orders for the day yesterday. Let's see if AMC, Ape, and GME were in those last minute orders. I would imagine AMC might be on this list because we had that million shares in the aftermarket hours that traded through. But we are not. We are not in the last 4 minutes. AMC, Ape, or GME did not make this list. And that candle, we'll take a look at it very briefly here. In just a minute. SSR trigger price for the day today is at $4.13. I did not figure out Apes yet. It actually should be the same thing because there was no change in price. $1.56 is Ape. There's 150,000 shares available to borrow this morning. Those showed back up at about 6:30 this morning, conveniently. 200,000 shares showed back up, and they've already borrowed 50,000 of that, with fees driving up to 98.1%. Do note that yesterday they were about 96.4%, so fees are back up again. In total, we saw about 100,000 shares borrowed yesterday. This morning we have 121.9 thousand contracts out of the money on the calls versus 21.7 thousand contracts that are in the money. 102.4 thousand contracts are out of the money on the puts versus 40.6 thousand contracts that are in the money. I'm not going to do this. Not that one. Banks. Actually, before we look at banks, let's look at that candlestick right here. Not sure if you guys can see that or not down here, but it was just a little. It was 1,003,380 shares that went through at 1,700 exactly yesterday. It was I mean, if you pulled up the whole day, it dwarfed any other candle. The next biggest candle that we had would have been right at market open yesterday, which was in total about 550,000 shares. So almost double the amount in the aftermarket hours in that one single minute. And of course, you can see that there was zero price change. Thank you, Off Exchange, for your participation in payment for order flow. You know, the thing helps retail out. Let's see. It's beautiful. It's a beautiful thing. Not for us. Taking a look at the banks. Let's see. What do we got going on in the pre-market here? Any big movers in pre-market this morning? We've got Coinbase up 3.17. We'll talk about some of the cryptos this morning because they have been moving pretty good overnight in the positive direction. I don't see any other big movers other than the Coinbase. Oh, wait. No. Yeah, just Coinbase, and it's up 3.17%. We've got things like Ethereum up 3.9. We have here. Let's just take a look at that. Actually, it's showing 4.08 now. So it got a pretty big jump up overnight there. It was kind of averaging somewhere right around like maybe 15, 18, um, and then a coin, and then suddenly jumped up to about 16.75. So it did pretty well overnight. That big jump started at about, I think this is 1600 Eastern Standard Time. I think it was. I feel like I was watching this like an half hour after market close for my time for me, and I was seeing it starting to move, and I was like, huh, interesting. Pre-market on SPY is down 0.02. Tesla is up 1.21 in the pre-market. Amazon is up 0.35. Cinemark is down 0.43. Doge is up 1.52, and Bitcoin is up 2.3 at 28.9K a coin. Let's take a look at this real quickly here, just because I want to see specifically what's going on. It broke one of my very distinct Fibonacci retracements and an important level for Bitcoin specifically, in my opinion, on support. I mean, I've got some very long-term support and resistance trend lines in here from Fibonacci retracement from the past, and I think these have held extremely well. Like these are some very very good drawn out numbers. There's very several times. I mean, I can find numerous times where these levels of support and resistance have been extremely accurate in reporting. And so if it's breaking above, and you can see back here, Bitcoin did slightly break above this Fibonacci, but was unable to maintain that. Now you can see overnight, uh, it shot up in the last 2 days and started to break that level of resistance. I don't know if it's going to continue to do this right here, this pattern here. I was fully expecting to see the breakout on this ascending, broadening wedge. I was expecting to see the breakout about a week ago because I felt like this was going to come back down and retest 19.4. So to see this breaking the top side here is still well within this pattern that I've got drawn out here, but a little unexpected. So I think I think this is I think this is going to be temporary. It may reach as high as 32.5, but more than likely, I think that it'll probably do something very similar to what it did back here, where it's a temporary break past that level of support or resistance rather, and then very quickly breaking back down beyond, and then perhaps maybe seeing that downwards pressure, breaking this ascending broadening wedge to the bottom side, and then retesting 19.4 in the future. So I still think it's within the pattern and it's not unexpected entirely. It's just I would have thought that it was going to break out down here. Just wasn't ready. What's next? GME. Down 0.2% in the pre-market. HYMC is down 5.5. NCMI is breaking even. Hood is breaking even. Ape is up 0.57% in the pre-market, and AMC is up 0.44. Yesterday, AMC had approximately just a little over $600,000 more inflow than outflow. 13.54 thousand shares traded so far this morning. Not very many shares. It's really low volume. I'm not expecting anything huge based off of what I'm seeing so far in volume. On a 4-hour time interval, there is currently more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 39.42, which is below average. On 1-hour time interval, more buying pressure than selling pressure, and quite a big difference. You can see there's a massive spike in buying pressure showing up suddenly in the pre-market this morning, and actually diverging or crossing over the negative selling pressure, which is actually a positive number right now. So even though there is some selling pressure, the buying pressure is just massive in contrast. And RSI is at 0.82. Do note that we are on the verge of breaking this ascending broadening wedge. If this does break through here, there's a very strong chance that we retest $4.85, which is the secondary touching point on the descending broadening wedge, and that would be the typical point where. And we were close to getting the breakout going into yesterday, and then they knocked us down, but then we've crawled our way back up here. So we could see that breakout this morning, perhaps, and see a really strong push for 485 again. And you can see the buying pressure is already there. It's already kicking in. If we added in TTM squeeze into this, you can see that the indicator for the TTM squeeze is already showing a positive trend towards the top side and has not even crossed over to the green side yet here, indicating that there's extreme buying pressure coming in and more to continue. So I would definitely, I'm kind of considering maybe the same price prediction today as I had yesterday, as I think that maybe I might have just been a day early on my prediction, because I thought it was going to break out here and maybe it's going to do it here instead, but still hit the same values I was looking for yesterday. What's next? On a 30-minute interval, we've got more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 52.87, which is average. On a 5-minute interval, let's see, we got more selling pressure than buying pressure with a divergence currently occurring and RSI at 52.66, which is average. Taking a look at Ape. Yesterday there was approximately about $1.1 million more outflow than inflow. 1,620 shares traded so far on Ape. Really, really low volume. Nothing special happening so far. On a 4-hour time interval, we've got more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 68.01, which is above average. On a 1-hour time interval, we've got more buying pressure than selling pressure with a couple divergences lately. A lot of whipsaw kind of going on here, but we have an overall trend that's upwards. RSI is at 57.1. It's good when you see nice, slow, healthy upwards momentum like this. You get a kind of a flat line in RSI, which is great. That's awesome because you can keep getting price improvement without getting a hot RSI, which means you can have little spikes like this without necessarily having the downwards momentum and get cool offs, and those are actually really healthy moves. So I like what I'm seeing right here. We just need more volume. There's not enough volume in here. Volume is actually kind of starting to fall day over day, which is a little concerning. Seeing price rising and volume falling, that's definitely a bearish indicator. So we need to see some more volume in here that we're just not seeing. On a 30-minute interval, we've got more selling pressure than buying pressure with a divergence on the vortex indicator currently occurring. RSI is at 54.44, which is slightly above average. And on a 5-minute interval, more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 52.62, which is average. We're about ready to get our pokey stick of volume in here. Give me about 30 seconds more, and I'm going to wait for that before looking at the Ichimoto cloud. But let's check out and see what that the volume. I'll give you the volume predictions. I'm pretty sure I know what they're going to be already. It's like 5 to 25 million on AMC and 1 to 20 million on Ape. But we'll just verify with our pokey stick that's coming in here and showing currently showing one share in volume on Ape. On AMC, it's showing 53,000 shares, giving us a total 69,000 shares so far. Nice. Yeah, I'm going with a hard 5 to 25 million shares tops. Even though I know there's going to be some more than likely some buying pressure kicking in for the day-to-day, breaking out of this descending broadening wedge, I would still it's still looking like low volume. I gotta stick with my guns on that. Let's go to Ape here. Let's go back to Ape and see what that volume finally kicked up to. 3,551 shares. Wow, super low volume on Ape. 5,007. Well, I can't speak. 5,170 shares traded so far this morning. Super low volume this morning, but and price moving upwards, which is not necessarily bullish, at least in my opinion. On a 1-hour time interval, lagging line has broken price line. Price has laid into baseline and conversions crossed below base. This is a pretty sure sign that price is going to start moving down on this, especially with a thinning portion of a green cloud here. Seeing price just trade out and ending the day at 174, I don't think is an option. I think price is definitely going to break back down to at least 169 by the end of the day. So I'm gonna keep that prediction of 169 for a price point on Ape, unless we get some unusual volume on Ape for the day to day. I just don't expect to see this um, performing very well. The lagging line, in order for this to continue to be a buy signal, though, or not continue, but to turn back into a buy signal, we got to get the lagging line above price line, and so we're going to need to get price above this lagging price point here at a buck 73. So we're at 174.5, so we actually are in that zone right now of seeing. So I'm just going to say 174 is going to be a magic number for if we can maintain or exceed. Should turn this back into a buying signal. Taking a look at the 4-hour chart, same thing on this one, except for the price hasn't dropped below the conversion line, and it hasn't been touching all over the base like the 1-hour chart. Eventually, we're going to need this lagging line to get back up over $1.80. But the buying pressure rate, really what we need to do is just stay above conversion for right now, which is 174. So I would say 175 is the number that we really need to push past. And I'm going to erase my 174 from the 1-hour chart and just call it an even 175 is what we need to push past in order to get additional buying pressure coming in. And that should give us some volume. Hopefully within the next 2 or 3 days we can get price above 180 and we can see more momentum upwards. Taking a look at AMC on the 1-hour time interval. Lagging lines below price line, conversion is below base, but price is starting to bump up through conversion and heading up to above base. And I think this is where we're going to start breaking towards this red line at $4.85. I think today it would definitely be reasonable for me to think that today we would close at about 471, maybe like just below the cloud, and then tomorrow we actually get the breakthrough and hit to the 485 range. So I might adjust my price prediction just slightly because yesterday I said 482 on a close. I might go 471 for a close for the day today because I think 482 would put us into the cloud, and I'm thinking that might be just a little too much. Yeah, I'm gonna lower that price prediction to 470. 470 or 471. I'm gonna go with 469 because I see levels of like if it breaks past 469 and then comes back down, like maybe it hits 472 and then comes back down before the end of the day is over. I see where there might be a support line at around like 469. So I'm gonna call it 469 on for the price prediction on AMC. So what does it have me predicting for total? $638 would be my total price prediction for the close. I feel like okay. Yeah, I'm going with that. Pretty sure. I might change my numbers right towards the end, right before market opens, but we'll see. So I'm going to do 488 to 788 for right now. So on this 1-hour chart here, to turn this into a buy signal, really all this has to do is we got to get price above this lagging line above price line. And so before the end of the day is over, we would need to see something higher than 470. So 471 would be a strong level of support at 471. And then, which I'm sure they're going to try to avoid that at all costs. So that 469 close is probably a pretty ideal number to suggest. And then who knows? Maybe they do try to push it down again, like they did similarly yesterday. Instead of getting the breakout now, they try to push it down once more. But I'm gonna shoot for that number. I think that's possible. And then on a 4-hour chart, lagging line is below price line. Conversion is below base. To turn this into a buy signal, price has to get up over 516. It has to be 516 or higher. So the 4-hour chart's suggesting a little bit more of a movement needs to happen in order for this to really turn into a buy signal, and it really doesn't have a breakthrough showing anywhere above 485 until Monday of next week. But this is, if I can get rid of all this other junk in here. That's not what I wanted. This is a pretty decent double bottom here. I know it's slanted upwards a little bit, but I like this. This is a really nice double bottom on this. Seeing this starting to curve back up here and getting that momentum would give us what eventually would look like a little bit like a George W. And would lead into like the beginning week of July. So I think this is a really strong pattern that's forming currently. So long as we keep on that upwards trend leading into like the middle or the beginning week of July, and then maybe able to see a breakout going out above there. So I like this. I like that bottom that we set in there. It seems like a really good level of retesting. I guess Wyckofians would call this. I love how I say Wyckofians. Those Wyckoff guys. What do they call that? Let me. I always forget the terms. I think it's. I always forget what it's called. It's called a spring, I think. I'm guessing. I'm looking it up right now to see. I think it's called a spring. It is called. Hmm. This chart doesn't really show it. This chart's just blurry as heck. I think this is called a spring. Oh, no, this is not. Yeah, this is the spring. This would be the spring point here. So this chart is so bad. Oh, okay, never mind. I cleared up. Let me show it to you guys real quick here. On a Wyckoff chart here, this is you have like this like slanting upwards George W kind of looking thing. So you have this is the spring. What we just accomplished was the test. So the testing portion or phase C of the Wyckoff schematic for a bullish run would have us that having been basically what we just completed was this would be the spring portion right here, and this would be the test. And then after this would price would move up to a point right above right somewhere around like 526, and then you'd have the LPS. No. One more down test of the support, and then you would have the LPS move, retest of LPS, and then moving up to SOS, and then finally more upwards momentum after that. So that's kind of what this is starting to look like a little bit to me, a tad bit. Some people probably argue that's not necessarily correct, but I think if you were to compare this portion of what we've completed, you could maybe see a little bit of this in this picture right here, right? So like everything inside this box right here kind of looking a little bit like, oh, come on, this right here, this portion. I think it has a lot of the correct characteristics that it would need for an accumulation schematic. So I like where we're at. It looks good. Just need to see more volume kicking in though, for sure. All right, let me pull back up the pages here. Let's get our Bollinger Band back up. Look at that crazy volatility on Ape. Oh man, ITs. Funky Pizza, I'm probably buffering pretty bad. Let me see if I can clean it up. Um, Give me just a second here. I'm going to attempt to clean this up here a little bit, and we'll see what happens. But no promises that it's gonna get any better. All right, hopefully that helps a little bit. Do I need to explain what it was that I was showing with the good morning, Maggie, and good morning, Brian. Did I need to re-show what it was that I was just showing, or was that clear as mud? Keto Genesis, man, good to see you, man. Long time no see. How you doing today? And then don't forget today. I might use it as an excuse to take a little nappy nap, longer of a break on my first break for the morning. But we have the semi-annual monetary policy report to Congress by Jerome Powell, our very own Powell's Bowels, which just so happens to be perfect timing for me because Bruno's got some terrible Powell's Bowels going on right now, and it might give me a chance to get a little sleepy pie in, a little nappy nap. Whew, man, I'm telling you. Miller might, as of right now, and I might change it before market opens because if market does something really kind of crazy right before market opens, I'll change it. But as it stands right now, my prediction is a close on AMC around 469 and Ape at 169 for a combined total of 638. That's where I'm looking at for today. As I'm not seeing a whole lot of volume. CPE, good morning. Andrew says, hey Casey, go you that after the squeeze and you are super rich, you will start saying we went on holiday rather than we went on vacation. I think it's I'm kind of viewing. I would try to impress upon everybody who's listening that if amazing things happen for you in your life, don't take that as an opportunity to, I mean, party, right? Have your moment, but remember to continue to move on to something bigger and better. Don't don't look at this as like I've made my money kind of thing. Don't turn into, oh, Jason's here. Happy birthday, Jason. Happy birthday, man. I played your song this morning. Play it again later, so happy birthday to you, and we'll give you a toast at the end of the day here. But I would impress upon you guys to expand yourself to bigger and greater things. Don't get, what do they say for those lottery winners? It's like the lottery curse where they come into a lot of money and then they just lose it all like in a couple years. Don't do that. Don't um, buy yourself one extravagant thing. Nothing, no Lamborghini, right? Like that doesn't make sense. I mean, unless you want to get involved in that kind of thing, and there's actually people who talk about spinning vehicles and whatnot. If that's what you want to do, go do that. That's fine. But buy something extravagant for yourself, but then take the rest of that money and figure out ways to try and better yourself or better the people around you, and really grow you, your community, the people around you, because that's how, like, I think that's how a successful economy works. You take money, you give it to people, and then they go out and they reinvest it. They go out there and they try to make things better. What we're unfortunately stuck with right now is a bunch of people who take money and hold it, and they don't reinvest it. They just hoard, 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 hoard. And this is why we have this massive amount of one percenters that have like crap tons of money. And they do invest it back into people, but not enough. Not enough of it. Like we don't have enough that money coming back in and seeing people growing from that. So that's what you guys really should be focusing on. And I'm not telling you that's what you got to do. It's your money. It's your choice. You do whatever you want to do with your money. But I think you will be more happier in life in general if you continue to look for ways to expand who you are, expand on your life and grow, not just stagnate and party and, uh, you know, buy Lamborghinis. Down we go says, win Lambo. 2 weeks. Did I have something pulled up on Ape that wasn't Ape? My bad. What did I have pulled up there? I apologize. Jason's saying it seems to be a lot of low volatility in general. Let's see here real quick. Let me look at something real fast. Ah, wow. SPY is super low volume. You're not kidding. Only 42,000 shares traded so far this morning on the SPY. That is incredibly low volume. I think by this time we would normally see at least 500,000 shares traded so far. That's very interesting. You're not wrong. CP, I have no idea. I think it all comes down to when the judge is going to make the ruling. I personally believe that she's going to expedite the ruling because both the plaintiff and the defendant have agreed that this is it's crucial for AMC to. They've both acknowledged that it's crucial for AMC to start raising capital. So I think the judge will recognize, and she already has. She already has recognized by expediting the hearing to the dates that she did, because she could have delayed it longer. And so I think she'll expedite it. And I hate this. I hate doing this because I actually said this last night. Somebody else was asking me the same question. But 2 weeks. I think she'll probably put a ruling in within a 2 week period of time, because I've heard that she has up until September or something like that before she could actually submit the ruling. But I have a feeling she'll be pretty quick about it. I mean, just the fact that she assigned the special, I already forgot what it was called again. Special, I can't think of what the name is. Vacation. That just screws with my head. Um, the help, the special help, to kind of go over things, tells me that she wants this to be expedient. So uh, I think that I think it's good evidence that that's going to happen. Bruce Army, I hope so too. Uh, Dr. D, is that a statement or an actual question? Because I don't see a question mark on there. Is it just kind of like your next? It's not really. I'm not going to be looking for a way to necessarily grow my wealth, but more of a way on how to. Because I feel like growing your wealth comes with bettering yourself as a person. So I think it's almost like it's hand in hand, or it happens hand in hand with making good or better decisions and becoming more educated. Really just kind of has that naturally happen. So I'm gonna work on that. That's gonna be my thing. Jason says I'm buying land in Belize. By the way, Jason, the song that you picked out for the day today, when we see Deb, we need to ask her for a song because she didn't get a choice song for her birthday. But so somebody remind me when she comes in today that I need to ask her about that. But what was I saying? Oh yeah, your song that you picked for today, I had not heard before. I've never heard of the band either. And which, by the way, let me read off what that is. It is Non-Point, and the name of the song is Alive and Kicking. Good song, man. I really liked it. It was good stuff. Roseanne, good morning. She sent her questions in advance as well, so the parties could submit their responses in writing ahead of time. Yeah, see, I really feel like she understands that they want, both sides even agreed that they need to expedite this as fast as possible. So, the news for today, Roseanne, we're going to watch Powell's semi-annual monetary policy report to Congress. That's right. It was Special Master. Thank you, Dr. D. I don't know why I couldn't remember that off the top of my head. Special Master. Such a weird, such a weird title, Special Master. I feel like it's almost like saying the same thing twice. Mega Johnny says, I really think the judge is going to dismiss the case based on some of the fuckery with people not owning shares. I've seen some of the, I've seen some of the murmurs of that going on, and I don't know exactly. I mean, it is a class action, which means that there are people who are in ownership of shares, and so even if the specific person who brought the case forward doesn't necessarily have a position that would entitle them to anything, doesn't mean that there aren't people who wouldn't be entitled to something. So I don't know if I necessarily agree with that. It seems kind of odd to me that you would have a class action lawsuit and then identify the one person who brought the suit with the lawyers to make the class action who's not eligible or may not be eligible. Who knows? Because I don't think anybody knows for sure yet. But that would nullify anybody else from being eligible. So, because it does seem like you know, AMC's willing to negotiate on a settlement. So if they're willing to negotiate on a settlement and the rest of the class would benefit from that, then I don't see why it wouldn't continue on. But I'm not a lawyer, so I'm not sure how that works. Oh, and by the way, y'all, I think some of y'all were mentioning about Fidelity and Citadel creating the EDX exchange for crypto trading. And I actually was reading an article on that. I think it was last night. It could have been this morning. I don't think it was this morning. This morning I woke up and I wasn't looking at anything. It had to be last night. Uh, there was basically the article was stating that it's not just Fidelity and Citadel. It's actually Charles Schwab as well, which I found to be very kind of interesting because I know that Charles Schwab and Fidelity, because remember TD Ameritrade uh, is now part of Charles Schwab. So Charles Schwab has all those positions from TD Ameritrade and Charles Schwab and Fidelity. Those are three big players, and those three players all being a part of ownership of people who have ownership of positions in AMC or GME. I think is kind of relevant to what's happening there. Um, I think it's interesting to say the least. But I just wanted to make sure that because I felt like people were like picking on Fidelity, and it's not just Fidelity that's involved in this. Yeah. So the premise in the article that I was reading, Yukon, is that they're trying to since the failure of things like FTX, some of these other exchanges that were quote unquote illegally uh, illegally using illegally trading securities that they shouldn't have been trading. The idea behind this is that now it's all going to be quote unquote legal. So it's really kind of weird. I mean, it is some strange stuff that's happening right now, and I mean, we all should have. I mean, we all should have known this was coming eventually because I mean, Citadel, after all, for the very first time ever in history, took on a business partner, and it was a crypto agency that specializes in crypto uh, markets and brought on the CEO of that company into their uh, onto their board. So you had to know that they were going to be looking to get involved into cryptocurrencies in some way, some fashion or another. I mean, it was this is all stuff we covered like 2 years ago. Uh, we knew and we've known that a cryptocurrency was eventually going to be the end result here. Well, I'm not saying she can't throw out cases, Mega Johnny, but I don't know. I don't know what's going to happen, man. I don't know. I'm just watching. I'm not really actively participating in it because I'm not really too worried about it. So I'm just sitting there waiting and watching and seeing what's going to happen. All right, guys, it's 7:31. I'm gonna head to break. Let me make sure I've got everything set up correctly here. Looks pretty good. Let me put some music on for you guys, and then I'm gonna head to break. Alrighty, I'll see you guys 15 minutes before market opens, and review the price predictions for the day today. Let me get up the message real quick here, because having been gone for a week, I forgot to put up the messages, I think, most of the day yesterday. So put those up real quick, and then head out of here. Maggie, you won big at the casino? Woohoo! Alrighty. Hey, thanks, CP. Appreciate it, man. It's been tough. It's been fun too, though. So, all right, I'll see you guys at 8:15. back and I'm just kind of reviewing the numbers right now, and get rid of the music here. And I think I'm going to stick with the numbers that I've got for price prediction for the day today. I had 469 for a close for AMC, Ape at 169. Give me just a second here. I'm going to reach out. I haven't seen Apex. Oh, there he is. There's Apex right on time. Going plus 0.1 today from yesterday. Closing price at 645. You're a little bit higher than I am today. We flip-flopped. I went lower. You went higher. You got 645, 495 to 795. AMC closing 466. Looks like I got a little 3 cents higher on. Looks like I'm going low on Ape. You're going 179 on Ape. I'm going 169 again. So yeah, I got you down 495 to 795. Let me make sure. I don't know if Einstein came in or not. Let me just send him a quick DM here. One second. All right. We'll see. We'll see what Eric and Einstein have to say. Swami says, I started teaching 4th to 7th graders as of yesterday for summer enrichment. That's cool. Yesterday's, yeah, you were 2 cents off yesterday, Apex. It was 633. Close, but this isn't horseshoes or hand grenades or nukes. Did they borrow the rest of the shares yet this morning? Let's see. Nope, not yet. You're teaching a Shark Tank class? Wow, that's pretty cool. My brother and sister-in-law, who are married, the same married couple, both used to work for SeaWorld. And every time, well, I shouldn't say every time, but most of the time, whenever we went down there with the kids, they would give us free backstage tours because they worked for one of them worked for the children's program at SeaWorld, the Children's Learning Camp program, and then the other one worked as a one of the informational supervisor guides, and so they would always give us, informational back scene tours. And one of the cool things that we would do is we would go to like the shark exhibit. They would take us backstage, and we would get to pet baby sharks that they had in tanks, and get to see the birthing process that they had there at SeaWorld for the sharks. It was kind of cool. And never would have guessed that sharks were so rough, like sandpaper. Apex says nailing it today for show. Faux show. If you're 2 cents off again, I might get it. Actually, I'm going 638 as a combined, so I'm a little more than 2 cents below you. Why do I get the feeling that Shark Tank is more having to do with like the TV series than it is like actual Shark Tanks? Deb, good morning. Guess what? Since you're here now. I need to get from you a song that you want to play because I never got a chance to play a birthday song for you. Did you have a request for a song? And of course, uh, try to keep it, you know, like relative to what it is that we're doing. It's your choice, but you know, if you choose something really lame, I can't control what people say. So, you know, just remember that. I know I've had some people make requests and I've played them some days, and then some people are like, "What is this crap? Why are we listening to this?" And I always feel bad for the person who picked it, and because it's not everybody's cup of tea. One of the kids I coached in track had to fight off a shark when he lifeguarded. Want me to show me a pic of injuries in Discord? Oh, holy moly! Yeah, that'd be kind of cool. Does he still? I mean, yeah, that's crazy. Does he still like swimming in the open ocean? Is that a thing for him, or I mean, because you said mentally, and so I'm wondering if that's what you mean by mentally. Okay. That's I kind of when you had capitalized Shark Tank Swami, it started making me think like, I don't think he actually means like a Shark Tank. Like, you wouldn't really teach somebody on shark. I was thinking maybe it might have something to do with like ecosystems inside of tanks, but why sharks specifically, I don't know. So that's why it kind of made more sense that it was probably related to the TV series. She's partial to the wheels on the bus go round and round. Deb, are you gonna let him talk to you like that? Wow, that's crazy. Point Break. I thought of One in a Moon River. Lots of different artists recorded it. First song I really fell in love with as a child. Let me know which artist is your favorite that sings it, and we'll play that one. But in the meantime, it's time to get the day started. So let's do that. I will see you guys on the other side of market open.
T minus 90 seconds and counting. All systems are go. We're about 90 seconds from the launch of Space Shuttle Discovery. T minus 60 seconds and counting. We are transferring to orbiter internal power at this time. Discovery is now running off its 3 onboard fuel cells. Coming up on a go for auto sequence start. And we have a go for auto sequence start. Discovery's onboard computers have primary control of all the vehicle's critical functions. T minus 17 seconds and counting. 15, 12, 11, 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, start, 2, 1, booster ignition, and liftoff of the Space Shuttle Discovery, returning to the space station, paving the way for future missions beyond.
Solid rocket booster separation confirmed. Guidance now converging. Discovery's onboard computers commanding the main engine nozzles to swivel, aiming the shuttle for its precise target in space for main engine cutoff.
Should have a good forward leg now and estimate.
Dan, you sound good.
Discovery Houston, negative return.
Copy, a negative return.
I'm getting over it, pushing past all the bullshit and getting right to the root of what the problem really is. The reasons for the misunderstandings, the emergency landings on a plane headed for home is where the heart was living till it was without feeling and started revealing itself to everyone else by just packing up, moving out, saying it could do without a belly able, unstable, running up out the mouth. So I'm tearing this and everything else between me and what I wanna do to pieces. I'm tearing you and everything else between me and you to memory. I'm stronger now, even after everything that you did. Still alive and kicking. I'm better now, I'm awake now, I can see everything in front of me. I'm stronger now, even after everything that you did. Still alive and kicking. I'm better now, I'm awake now, I can see everything in front of me. Now if you would've waited 1 second, you wouldn't feel so second to second. I put you first and made the situation worse. Cause you wanna take advantage and control of the things that I manage to keep under control. Like my happiness, my family, and all of my music, my music, my music, my music, yeah. You had it all, you chose to abuse it, abuse it, abuse it, abuse it. So I'm tearing this and everything else between me and what I wanna do to pieces. I'm tearing you and everything else between me and you to memory. I'm stronger now, even after everything that you did. Still alive and kicking. Better now, I'm awake now, I can
getting cold, you're needing a shoulder. Puff out your chest and be a little bolder. All we do is we buy and hold. There will be shills who wanna steal your thrills. There will be friends who hold till the end. There will be doubt, fear and cloud, but it's all in your head. Those hedgies are dead. Panic and fear really are near, but it's not ours to own. We have shown that all we do is buy and hold. Oh, there will be shills who wanna steal your thrills, and there will be friends who hold till the end, and there will be doubt, fear and cloud, but it's all in your head. Those hedgies are dead. So when the night's getting colder, you're needing that shoulder. These apes got your back. We got each other. All we do is we buy and hold.
Good morning, you filthy apes. Welcome to AMC and APE, where we buy, we hold, and we screw those hedgies. Screw them! That's right. This is where we like to fling poo and eat crowns for breakfast. Rock strong. And speaking of flinging poo, Bruno's frantically telling me he's got to go out. So give me a second, guys. I'll be right back. I gotta let him out. Be right back. He started nudging me right as the intro started. As I was starting the intro, I was like, "Oh, hold on, wait 10 seconds. I gotta finish this." Oh my gosh. Man, whew. Got him out in time. Let's see here. Deb says, Casey, actually, the Audrey Hepburn version of Moon River was the most popular. I just Googled. I think it was her I heard first. So Audrey Hepburn. I will make sure and play that tomorrow. Let's see. All right, got it down. Let's see here. So we've got AMC at 461.5, which is up 0.54%. Ape did drive down to about, I was suggesting a 169 close. Did drive down to 167. In regards to the market in general, let's see what we got going on here real quick. It does look like the market in general is currently down, with more decliners than advancers currently. Really on fire right now. Hot lava. Watch out, that floor is getting pretty smoky. Today, the title is Powell's Semiannual Monetary Policy Report to Congress, starting at 10 a.m. Eastern, which is in 20 minutes. So what I'll probably do is the numbers first, and then we'll go over there and give a quick little visit to watch that. I woke up, for those of you who are just joining in today, I woke up today and had this basically a Groundhog Day for Bruno. He's still not feeling it, so I think my wife and I discussed it, and we're gonna put him on some kind of rice. Somebody had recommended hamburger and rice. Um, I'm not so sure about the hamburger, so we're thinking about doing chicken and rice. mixture. And then online we found something that talked about also sweet potatoes. I don't think he's gonna eat that, so we're probably gonna skip the sweet potato part of it, but definitely get some chicken and rice into him. I don't know, maybe there. She was talking about some other stuff that she was looking at, other products you can buy at the store. Well, I don't have any turkey, or brown rice, so I don't know if that's gonna work. Pasta and tuna works. That sounds like a joke, Darren. I don't think he would eat pasta, honestly. Bruno, he would eat the tuna. Bruno is a really, really super picky eater, and like I've seen normal dogs eat like a slice of bread. Bruno won't do that. He won't eat a slice of bread. Um, there's so many things I can think of that people drop on the ground accidentally. The dogs will just usually scarf up right away. Not Bruno. If it's not something extremely tasty, he's not going for it. And yeah, oatmeal was one of the other things that recommended Tom. I don't know that. I mean, I'm not sure how I'm gonna mix oatmeal in with like chicken and rice, but I'm really kind of concerned how I'm gonna get him to eat the rice portion of it because I don't think he's gonna eat the rice, and I think that's the part that's gonna help him out the most. The chicken, I know he'll eat, especially if I grill it or something. He's he likes that grilled chicken. But facts. I don't know. I'm gonna probably avoid the fish, just because I know there's oils in it, and I think he needs to avoid the oils right now. Rice, plain chicken, cottage cheese works well with dogs with stomach issues. Yeah, Tendies is saying pastas too. Yeah, I don't think pasta would really go well over in his stomach. And plus, I don't think he would even eat pasta, which is why I think the rice isn't going to go down very well either. Yeah, I don't think he's going to eat the sweet potato or the rice. And I don't even think he'd eat the oatmeal. Those are the three things that he won't eat. Christos says mine will literally eat anything. I know. And it's really frustrating with Bruno to see him be so picky because uh you know, I want a dog that will act like a vacuum cleaner for when you're like cooking around the kitchen, you just drop something and he comes through and gone, right? It'd be awesome if I had that, but he is not that by any means. So, um, meat juice. Hmm. So that means I need to, if I'm gonna do meat juice for chicken, I'll have to like pan fry it and then take whatever juices I get from the pan, shred it up, and then put it in with the rice. I don't know. We'll figure it out. Peppercini dipped in bacon grease. He will eat it, and it's a game changer for his bathroom etiquette. Yeah, I'm sure. I'm sure it'll work wonders for me. Just wrap all the food in bacon. Sell Bruno and get a Henry. I don't even. What does that mean? What's a Henry? Is it just another name? I'm not selling Bruno. Oh, I got you. Henry the Hoover. Got it. Okay. Yeah. Hoovers would definitely suck up more than he does. That's for sure. Um, and I don't know why that is. I don't know why he's such a picky eater. I've never quite experienced that before with any other dog I've ever had or known. He won't even eat ice cubes. I mean, I feel like a lot of dogs love just chewing ice cubes. He hates ice cubes. Won't touch them. I'm trying to think of like anything else that we would normally give a dog and they would just like go to town on it. I've seen him turn down. Hmm. If I tried to feed him a hamburger with the bun and the lettuce and tomato and ketchup, mustard, all that kind of stuff on it, he won't eat it. Doesn't matter if there's a patty in there or not, just will not eat it. If I put a hot dog in a bun and put ketchup and mustard on it, or just ketchup, he won't eat it. It has to be without any kind of he doesn't like any kind of condiments. Like he just won't eat any. If it's got any kind of vegetable, that dog will not touch vegetables. If there's a vegetable in it, he will not eat it. It's like It's almost like he's allergic to vegetables or something. I've never seen anything. There's not a single vegetable I can think of that I've ever been able to get him to eat before, which is strange because some dogs will eat carrots. They'll eat, some kind of vegetable, but not him. Golden retrievers. Yep. I've had a couple. Well, I've had a golden retriever before, and you're right. Major vacuum cleaner, and I've also had other labs besides Bruno, and they were vacuum cleaners as well. But Bruno, not so much. But by the way, I think that golden retrievers and labs are in the same family class. I think. Let me look it up. I'm not I feel like I've heard that somewhere before. Because they're in the retriever. Yeah, they're Labrador retrievers. So a golden retriever and a Labrador retriever are in the same family. So you would think that they would be vacuums like golden retrievers, but not the case. Well, at least not Bruno for some reason. Again, I feel like something like we did something to him when he was younger, and he won't. I'm pretty sure I might have tried to feed him like a jalapeno once, and so and he didn't like that because it was like a jalapeno popper or something, and uh, you know I take all the seeds out of them, so they're not very hot. It's not a really hot thing, or it's not like I was trying to tease him or anything. It had bacon and all the stuff that a dog would normally love, but and I don't make them so that they're like gonna just burn your mouth out. But he just didn't like the jalapeno popper, so uh, and I think he just stays away from anything having to do with a vegetable now. He's just like, nope, don't want it. Boiled peeled potatoes are good for dogs with stomach issues. Yeah, there's no way he would even come close to eating a potato, any kind of potato. I would have to force it down. Oh, that's so gross, SC formula. That's so nasty. We got about 10 more minutes here, and we'll take a look at the numbers right now. AMC's breaking even at 459. No sideways movement since yesterday's close. Ape is down 5.1% at 165 a share. Most everything on the board is red except for NCMI and GME are both green. Amazon just went green. Doge and Bitcoin are up. We saw cryptos right after market close yesterday starting to take an uptrend as well. Let's see how the SPY is doing right this second. Just kind of curious if it's trending up or down. Still trending kind of downwards, down 0.39% right now. Ethereum Classic is up 4.13% right now. It's a pretty big jump. Not huge, just decently big. Trenton says my grandmother had an emergency open heart surgery yesterday and is doing very good. I'm glad to hear it. It sounds, open heart's different, but heart surgery these days, uh, they've become incredibly efficient at doing what it is that they do. And it's modern medicine is quite amazing. So the open heart surgery, I'm glad that went well for her. It's always a scary thing. Feed Bruno AMC popcorn. I'm eating it right now for breakfast. I don't, I don't think that's gonna work out well for him. Point Break Thor says, totally separate note. I work for a multinational company. They began removing TikTok from all company issued devices. I don't doubt it. I refuse to put that on any of my devices. Won't do it. Roseanne says Amazon is up because I just bought a $400 stroller for my son and daughter-in-law. That's part of the reason why I watch that, Roseanne. I feel like Amazon is just kind of like it really has become the staple of purchases for the average, I think, American. And I don't know. Maybe it's just me, but I feel like a lot of people really, really spend a lot of money through Amazon. They were installing a stent and an irregular heartbeat caused the stent to move and tear her aortic valve. They then just fixed it. Kind of crazy. Wow. I mean, doctors are amazing these days. Well, speaking of Bruno, I got to go let him back in here real quick. I don't want to leave him out there. We've got some really hot temperatures out right now. So give me just a second. I'll be right back, and I'm going to let him back in here. That's the last time I ever give him a butter seared T-bone steak, though. I will never ever feed him that again, because it has been a rough 3 days for me, and I'm sure it's been rough 3 days for him too. But he doesn't have to clean up after himself, so that's. But he's still eating his own regular dog food, and he's also drinking, which is good because I kind of worry. I tend to worry about him in regards to like whether or not he's going to um, stop eating at some point or stop drinking. That's when it starts to get kind of dangerous. I'm just entering in the data right now for Eric and Einstein. Eric is going 5 to 8. Einstein's going 481 to 781. And Apex has 495 to 795. And I have 488 to 788. Nobody has a 10-cent spread from the next person around them. So nobody's going to be getting an additional bonus point for being the closest for the day today. We're all pretty close to the same numbers here, but nobody has the exact same numbers, so we could have somebody who nails the price. We do have a pretty good range from 41 to 5 for a closing price on AMC, or AMC and Ape combined. For the low side, I'm sorry. I'm talking about the low side here. So, I'm just trying to show you that there's only like a less than a 20 cent, a 19-cent spread between the price predictions. So, yeah, not much of a spread here. Yeah, the bone, he ate the bone too. Dynamike. Wait, Trenton just threw in this like, I don't, I, I'm not sure what that's in reference to. Also, what do you think about touchscreen Wi-Fi shower valve? I can turn my shower on with my phone on a schedule, so it's always warmed up. It also has presets for temp. You can just push a. That sounds like an accident waiting to happen. I mean, like if you can't, I don't know. I don't know why it would take that long for your water to heat up. And if in my any house I've ever lived in or apartment, the water always heats up within I want to say like within 10 15 seconds. So the idea that you would need to turn it on at a specific preset time sounds to me like a waste of water. I don't know. I wouldn't. I can't imagine. That seems way. That's too. That's too much. That's going too far, sir. I'm not sure why you brought that up. It's 8:57. We've got Jerome Powell coming in to do his semi-annual monetary policy report to Congress here. I'm going to pull that up right now just in case it's starting. You may hear some music in the background. Um, it is live currently. What I'm going to do is I'm going to pause it when they do start to speak. If you do hear sound in the background there, it's going to be the actual hearing, or not hearing, I guess. What are they? I guess it is a hearing. Yeah, the hearing for his semi-annual monetary policy report. Um, so when that starts up, what I'll do is I'll just pause it, but you should hear some background noise. Just my morning routine of random questions. That's crazy, man. I mean, here's the thing. I can't imagine like taking a shower at the exact same time every single day either. I mean, even when you're on a work schedule, you never wake up exactly at the same time every day. So it seems to me like you'd be wasting some water. Dr. Zena says, I love when Powell speaks because the insults really fly. Let's see if they're going to be as harsh on him uh, today, Doctor, uh, as they have been on Gary Gensler lately. It'll be interesting to see. I feel like Powell gets a little bit more of a get out of jail free card in regards to criticisms than Gensler does, which I don't know why that is, but it is what it is. A lot of people may be wondering why Ape is down as much as it is. I wasn't expecting to see this much of a downwards momentum, but I do want to point out, and I'm going to show you guys on the big screen here before we start taking a look at the numbers. But I just want to point out here that on the Ichimoto cloud, on a 1 hour cloud here, you can see that once we broke the base and conversion levels and the lagging line started hitting into the price line, this is why this indicator is really, really good at showing you when price is going to start moving. And I knew price would move through the cloud by the end of the day today. I kind of figured like 169 for a close, which would be right underneath the cloud, which it may end up climbing back. I don't think it necessarily will, but it may climb back up to 169 before the day is over. But this really harsh movement to the downside is going to cause this to start to form a red cloud for the futures, meaning that possibly by Friday we could see that wherever it gets down to, we may see some upwards momentum pushing the price back up to break through the top side of the cloud. But there is some large quantity of volume going through here, largest quantity of volume going through here as price is moving downwards. But it is not just AMC and Ape that are down right now in the markets. It's just Ape happens to be a little bit more than everything else that's down right now. Let's see here. the 4-hour cloud is what I wanted to show you too. On the 4-hour cloud, it looks like, to break through the green portion of the cloud, price would end up having to get down to about 159, 160, which is where we were trending for such a long time. And it is definitely looking like it's going to try and do that. All right, let's take a look at the numbers. I'm going to take you guys over to the other screen. I'm not going to be able to see what it is you guys are writing until you see the big tramp back up on the screen again. So hold those personal thoughts, comments, questions, or concerns until you see the big tramp back up on the screen. Or else I won't be able to see it. I think I already said that. Anyways, adding in two-factor security onto your accounts in order to keep your accounts safe from other people having access to your accounts might not be a bad idea, as it could prevent them from having the ability to be able to have access to your accounts with just a passcode. So consider setting that up. Might be an extra level of safety that you might find useful in the future. Also, I'm suggesting that people take pictures, video, or asking for a statement from their brokers, or whether it be electronic or physical statements from their broker on what their positions that you hold within of your portfolio with your brokers, so that if something should happen later on down the road, you'll be able to have proof of ownership that you can show or share. Don't be that person who gets stuck in a sticky situation having to try to prove what you hold, but not having any data to prove it. All right, let's take a look at what we got going on here. Get a little bit of, actually, we're just going to wait for that. Where did I put, okay. I still have the hearing set up to run here in the background, so we might just hear some like random talking in the middle of me talking. Let's take a look at what we got going on. Starting in the top left-hand side, price prediction tallies for the day. Everybody got a point for yesterday. There's no bonus point award for yesterday due to everybody being really tight on the numbers. Today we're also tight on the numbers. I've got the lowest price prediction for the day is Einstein, and the highest is Eric. Einstein's got 481 to 781. I have 488 to 788. Apex has 495 to 795, and Eric has 5 to 8. So those are the price predictions for the day today, and that's not meant as financial advice. It's just simply for apes trying to keep sharp on where price is moving to and seeing if we can predict where price is going to move for the day. So we'll stay on top of that. Let's take a look at the rest of the data. Since this is the first run through for the day, we're going to look at everything here. Short exempt volume for the day decreased on AMC down to 142.8 thousand shares. Ape, however, increased by quite a bit to 203.9 thousand shares. Utilization on AMC is still at 100%. It is day number 107. Straight trading days of 100% utilization. Ape at 38.57%, which was a fraction lower than what it was yesterday. Day-over-day price change on AMC was down 2.34%. Ape was a flat line from yesterday. And Max Payne remained the same thing as yesterday at $5. Taking a look at off-exchange data, by this time of the day, I expect to see about 44% going through off-exchange and about 10 to 11% going through EDGX. And as of right now on AMC, we've got 50.37% going through off-exchange. EDGX is at 5.31. The combined total on that's 55.68%. That's about 1.68% higher than it should be by this time of the day. CHX volume is 0.02 with a 30-day average of 3.41, so nothing unusual happening there. Taking a look at Ape, 44.33% going through off-exchange. EDGX is at 12.10. Wow, that's really high on EDGX for Ape. The combined total, and that's 56.43%, or about 2.43% higher than I would expect.
Even the photography crew can come to order as well.
1 second.
Without objection, the chair is authorized to declare a recess of the committee at any time. This hearing.
All right, I'm going to pause the hearing there, and we'll come back to it here in just a minute. I just wanted to make sure I had it paused. So it is live now. Taking a look at CHX volume on Ape, it is 0.08% of the total daily volume with a 30-day average of 0.05, so it's a little elevated, but not a whole lot of shares. Only 2,300 shares so far. GME's CHX volume 0.19 with a 30-day average of 0.3. Nothing unusual happening on that one. Let's take a look at what else we got going on here. Starting with the next thing is going to be institutional ownership. It's been this way for about 2 or 3 weeks now at 139.153 million shares owned by institutions. I have a feeling that'll start changing a little bit more mid next month. But as of right now, it's 139.153 still, no changes. Taking a look at options, highest amount of volume so far for the day today. Currently at a $5 strike for calls, and there's 7.5 thousand contracts. It's a little, it's more than double what I would expect to see by this time in the morning, so it's kind of elevated. Highest amount of puts is at a $4 strike. It's the same as yesterday. There was 2.3 thousand contracts currently at 4. There is in the money puts being purchased again today at a $5 and $6 strike. There's almost 2,000 contracts at both of those levels, which is very close to how much is at $4. So interesting numbers to be seeing. Let's take a look at where are we going to next. I'm gonna take you over to the other screen here. As I move some screens around, and we'll take a look at the rest of the data real quick. And we got that. We got. I love this. All right. So you can look at the combined price of AMC and Ape. It's at $6.15. We are finding support at that level, that Fibonacci retracement level. Something I had mentioned to you guys earlier this morning, I says we're going to have a really hard time breaking to the top side with 2 different levels of resistance showing up in the beginning portion of the morning, and that we would need to see a breakout in a very early morning portion to the top side to get that break going further upwards. And of course, price immediately started dropping right at market open to the point to where it even broke through. Initially held support on our ascending level of support, and then broke through that and continued to break down to even the next Fibonacci retracement at $6.14 combined. So the next thing below this that I've got down here is 597. That would be the next support level, major support level that I'm seeing right now. So let me just look at this. Let me pull back out on this just a tad bit and just kind of take a look at where this stands. Wow. Interesting. This is really kind of surprising to see it drop so quickly. It kind of makes me wonder why specifically it started dropping so hard, so fast. It does seem to be on some significant volume, but I'm kind of curious to see how the day plays out yet still. I don't know if this is necessarily going to carry through over the whole day. I have a feeling there'll be some upwards trend in the later portion of the day today, but they could be pricing in maybe something that they're planning on being said on the semiannual monetary policy report. So we'll see. It could be a temporary price in. But you know, when Powell speaks, Powell's bowels. That happens to the market too. So we'll see what happens. Taking a look at Ortex. So far for the day today, we've got 672,000 shares having been borrowed for AMC. That's going to cause the estimated short share interest of the free float to rise to 23.84%. The cost to borrow mins at 220.99, average 281.71, and max is 328.53. Utilization, day number 107 in a row of utilization. Taking a look at the on loan amount day over day, it increased by 2 million shares from 195.38 million to 197.38 million. On loan, actually estimated short share interest, the free float as a result rose from 23.66 to 23.8, and that's going to cause the on loan average age per day. Apparently, 2 million shares is enough to knock this value down a little bit. It did drop from 108.36 to 108.08, and the security lending volume as a result rose up from 7.5 million shares to 8.43. Taking a look at Ape. So far for the day today, 43,000 shares having been returned. No shares borrowed so far for the day, so no cost to borrow. Short share interest of the free float's at 4.86%. Utilization did drop a little bit day over day on Ape from 38.8 to 38.57. On loan amount decreasing very slightly by 80,000 shares from 14.27 million to 14.19. Then we've got estimated short share interest of the free float dropping 0.01 as a result from that, 4.87 to 4.86. And on loan average age per day still rising as to not very many shares being returned from 126.94 to 128.65. Security lending volume did rise day over day from 164,000 shares to 384,000 shares. Orders by Fidelity customers. AMC, Ape, and GME. Ooh, that is a nasty red line there. AMC, Ape, and GME are the only three that I'm looking for here. And I do not see any of the three on this list. SSR trigger price is at $4.13 for AMC, Ape at 1.56. Earlier this morning around 6 o'clock this morning, about 200,000 shares were returned. And since then, they've borrowed 100,000 shares. They returned the initial 50 that they borrowed and then borrowed another 50 again. So far for the day-to-day, we've seen about 100,000 shares having been borrowed. Fees are at 97.77%. For the day-to-day, we have currently 121.9 thousand contracts out of the money on the calls versus 21.7 thousand contracts that are in the money. 102.4 thousand contracts are out of the money on the puts versus 40.6 thousand contracts that are in the money. NASDAQ is down 0.88, Dow Jones is down 0.35, the S&P 500 is down 0.48. We have 3,779 decliners to 2,407 advancers. The market is more declining than advancing, but not on fire like it was when it first opened. Let's check and see what our banks are doing here. FRCB is up 9.66. Other big movers, none of them. That's the only big mover. Mortgage-backed securities. Actually, let's take a look at Ethereum Classic first. It's up 3.94. Starting to head back up here. US dollar is currently up 0.06. Oil is up 0.51. Mortgage-backed securities are down anywhere from 0.18 to 0.26. And the SPY is down 0.45. And it's starting to look like it's making a little bit of a recovery off the drop that it had since, I don't know, like 7 a.m., 8 a.m. Eastern. VIX is currently showing down 1.01%. VBR is down 0.03. VB is down 0.23. Tesla is down 1.45. Amazon is down 0.91. Cinemark is breaking even. Doge is up 1.24. Bitcoin is up 3.09. GME is down 0.08. HYMC is down 0.4. NCMI is down 0.65, Hood is down 1.3, Ape is down 6.32, and AMC is down 0.47. Inflow versus outflow for the day today. We have approximately on AMC $700,000 more inflow than outflow. 2.91 million shares traded so far for the day today after 46 minutes worth of trading. Putting us on a pace for 24.67 million shares traded by the end of the day today. I suggest it would be somewhere between 5 and 25 million shares traded. So I think that's still a strong possibility. On a 4-hour time interval, there's more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 36.05, which is below average. On a 1-hour time interval, there's more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 38.04, which is below average. On a 30-minute interval, there's more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 41.12, which is below average. And on a 5-minute interval, more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 41.51, which is below average. On Ape, there's approximately $900,000 more inflow than outflow. 5.51 million shares traded so far, so definitely a lot of excessive volume on Ape today compared to what I would have expected to have seen. Considering how much volume we have right now compared to the fact that we've traded for 47 minutes, we're on a pretty aggressive pace right now with 45.7 million shares traded by the end of the day. I said no more than 120 million shares, so we're on a really quick pace here. Could we see a huge drop off on volume on this going throughout the rest of the day and end up with something less than 20 million shares traded? Absolutely. That is still a possibility. With as aggressive as Ape moves in, stops moving in volume, oftentimes, I would suggest that it's very, very possible that we might see a very similar volume to AMC and Ape before it's all said and done at the end of the day, which is unusual because usually Ape has a little bit less volume. On a 4-hour chart here on Ape, we've got more selling pressure than buying pressure with almost a divergence forming within the next 4-hour measurement. We could be seeing that. RSI is at 41.67, which is below average. On a 1-hour time interval, more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 28.96, which is signaling oversold. On a 30-minute interval, more selling pressure than buying pressure by a very large margin, and RSI is at 28.4, which is definitely signaling oversold. On a 5-minute interval, more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 25.17. I'm going to pull up a TTM squeeze on this. It is showing signs of a reversal on this. More buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 25.17, which is signaling below average. And let's see here, Ichimoto. Ichimoto on a 1-hour time interval. So this is the break below the cloud for the day today. Lagging line broke through price line. Conversion went below base at the end of the day yesterday. This all turned into a big selling signal, probably right around like 11:30 in the afternoon yesterday. And so it looks like we are seeing some of that selling volume coming in or kicking in the first portion of the day today, bringing us down to our current level of 163. We should find some support in here because this should start to cause a green or a red cloud to start forming here within the next couple hours or so. And so I would suggest that we're probably getting really close to seeing a bottom at some point, and more than likely going into tomorrow we'll start seeing that reversal heading back the other direction. But some big move here, down to 164, down 5.75%. The buying pressure today should kick in at about 175, so they kept price way far away from that 175 region that we needed to see in order to get buying pressure back in, for sure. On a 4-hour chart, I also think that's an agreement on a 175 value. Do note that once price breaks below base, it does usually tend to turn into a sell-off signal. The 4-hour chart suggests that there's still some downwards momentum to get through this cloud here in the futures. But we're not quite there yet. Lagging line is still above price line. On AMC, the lagging line is below price line, conversion is below base, and price needs to get price really needs to get above $4.71 to see additional buying pressure kicking in. And I had us down for a 469 close for the day days, and so I don't think that's necessarily going to happen today. I think it would be more likely to happen tomorrow than it would be today, as it's a little bit thinner of a cloud by tomorrow. And on a 4-hour cloud, lagging lines below price line, conversions below base. In order to turn this all into a buy signal, you got to get that lagging line to cross price line, which is pretty high up there, and would be around like the $5.16 range. So, but we are seeing a red cloud forming in the futures here, which means that price may have seen a bottom down here, and maybe starting to trend that direction for the breakout going into next week on like Monday-ish. See, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, Monday, maybe Tuesday-ish. I've yawned like 18 times because I've only had like 3.5 hours sleep last night because of Bruno, but I'm, I'm not trying to complain. I'm just really tired. So I'm kind of grateful that Jerome Powell's got his little speech today for the hearing on the semi-annual report, monetary, what was it? I can't remember what it was called. Monetary policy report. So I'm gonna play that. I'm gonna sit here and listen, but please forgive me if I pass out because I'm really tired. I know I went on vacation. I should be like well rested and everything, but it's not really necessarily the case. Uh, put up back. I'll try to make some commentary along the way so that I'm not passed out on you guys. And so if I stop talking, you'll know there's a chance. There's a chance I may be sleeping. If you hear me snore, fling poo. It's not gonna be that. I won't snore. It'd be funny if I did though. Somebody send me a call me on Discord if I start snoring. Like, wake up. Let's see here. Let me get this set up here. We'll get good old Jerome Powell up on the screen. See what he has to say. How small can I make this? I think that should work. Let me check and see how that looks for you guys. I think I can make this a little bit bigger on the bottom. I mean, we don't really need to see. That's probably good. Just like that. Alrighty, let's get this going here. It's okay if you pass out, Casey Shaw. I only got an hour of sleep last night due to loading the U-Haul and driving to a new house. Oof, that sounds pretty rough. That does not sound like happy times. Why is that line showing up like that? There we go. All right, let's put this up here. I know some good snort for waking one up. I just don't want to put anything in my nose. I'm gonna pass. All right, I'm gonna pass out. I'd rather snort the stuff that makes me go to sleep. Here we go. Let's listen to this. See what they got to say here.
Is titled "The Federal Reserve Semi-Annual Monetary Policy Report." not the most inventive title, but traditional. We call Humphrey Hawkins. Without objection, all members will have 5 legislative days within which to submit extraneous materials to the chair for inclusion in the record.
Let me know if this
I
volume's
will note
good
at the
enough.
outset this hearing has a hard stop at 1 p.m., which we will strictly observe. The chair would further announce to committee members that the chair's intention is in the second week we return in July, we'll have a markup, and that markup will include 2 important bills. One is giving digital assets a market structure and federal regulatory remit, and the second is a federal stablecoin regime. It is the intention of the chair to have that as 2 pieces of our committee markup in the second week we return in July. I now recognize myself for 4 minutes to give an opening statement. Thank you, Chairman Powell, for joining us today. Inflation remains broad-based and persistent, 2 troubling trends the Fed expects will continue. As you said last week, the process of getting inflation back to 2% is a long way to go.
Oh, there's a kid in there.
So
That's
even
cool.
though the Federal Open Market Committee did not recommend a rate increase at last week's meeting, it's fair to
She's
say
gotta
that
be
the
bored out
Fed
of her
will
mind.
continue to make additional increases in the months ahead. We'd like to hear your thinking on those matters. As the FOMC again pointed out last week, the labor market still appears tight, with Fed policymakers projecting a rise in an unemployment rate to a still low 4.1% at the end of the year. Despite pressure from the left, the Federal Reserve must remain committed to eliminating this stealth tax on American workers and families, and I urge you to continue that resolve. A few weeks ago, Congress took the first step toward getting our fiscal house in order through the Fiscal Responsibility Act. Republicans will continue fighting for sensible spending reductions to combat inflation. This stands in stark contrast to Democrats' spending spree that poured nearly $2 trillion into a supply-constrained economy that was already flush with trillions of savings provided by earlier bipartisan COVID rescue efforts. And after keeping interest rates too low for too long, the Fed was slow to address the problem. In a stunning about-face, the Fed then raised interest rates by 5 percentage points in a little over a year, the fastest spike in modern history. This approach introduced accelerated interest rate risk for which companies, workers, and families across the country were not prepared. The bank runs we saw earlier this year are an example of the consequences. Now, we're told these runs represent a systemic threat to the stability of our financial system. Add in the commercial real estate exposure facing financial institutions, and it becomes very easy to understand the mounting anxiety consumers and job creators share. And I share their anxiety as well. The rapid rise in interest rates, coupled with knock-on effects of the bank failures, have led to signs of a credit crunch across the economy. This would have a damaging impact to consumers and job creators alike. To top it off, Vice Chair for Supervision Michael Barr is undergoing a so-called holistic review of capital requirements. And something interesting that he mentioned in the press even yesterday is a new approach to stress tests that I can't quite understand. If reports are accurate, he's pursuing a massive increase in capital standards for medium and large institutions. This would limit banks' ability to lend money, exacerbating the looming credit crunch and starving families and small businesses the capital they need. Financial markets will also bear this strain as they will be forced to absorb nearly $1 trillion in new treasuries. This has led many to believe the Fed may be called on to help, perhaps through its repo or other facilities. Clearly, our economy is in a precarious position, from inflation to a potential credit crunch to substantial balance sheet risks for financial institutions. There's a great deal of uncertainty on the horizon. Uncertainty from the Fed supervision and regulation is the last thing the well-capitalized banking system needs now. Following numerous supervisory failures and a new vice chair for supervision at the Federal Reserve injecting politics into policy, it's become clear that Congress may need to again examine separating supervision and regulation out of the Fed and gaining greater oversight and control by Congress in the elected branches. With that, Mr. Chair, thank you for being here today. And the chair now recognizes the ranking member of the full committee, the gentleman from California, for 4 minutes for an opening statement.
Thank you, Chairman McHenry. Chairman Powell, welcome back. First, I'd like to start by acknowledging that the Federal Reserve made the right decision to pause interest rate hikes. As you know, since last November, I've cautioned against any approach to monetary policy that ignores the Fed's maximum employment mandate and results in a recession with millions of people losing their homes and jobs. While we have had strong job growth thus far, experts contend that this trend will not persist with more rate hikes, especially in light of new challenges. For example, the recent bank failures have resulted in the banking industry further restricting credit, making it even more important for the Fed to move with caution. The progress that we have made in reducing inflation is borne out in the latest consumer price index data. In fact, it's been 10 months, since the passage of the Inflation Reduction Act, and inflation has successfully been cut in half. Every single Republican member of Congress voted against the bill and chose to cozy up to the wealthy tax cheats instead of working with Democrats to bring down costs for middle-class families. However, the only way we will fully combat inflation is to address the primary driver of inflation, soaring housing costs. Congress must invest more in fair and affordable housing. Under President Biden, unemployment is also at a historic low, and job growth is on the rise. So far, there's been 29 straight months of strong job growth. In fact, a record 13 million jobs have been created since President Biden took office. Democrats are working to build on this progress and grow the middle class so that everyone can share in this economic growth. Republicans, however, just can't seem to get their house in order on the heels of almost blowing up our economy by forcing a national default. They are now picking a fight over a tiny fee of less than 1% of total housing costs, ignoring the costs home buyers are paying with 7% interest rates, appraisal fees, and title insurance. Instead, they're fighting about gas stoves. In fact, just a week ago, Republican disarray got so bad that it halted business on the House floor for the first time in 20 years. Lastly, as we continue to monitor the banking system following the recent bank failures, the Fed must act to correct the supervisory and regulatory failures identified by our committee's oversight. Committee Democrats recently introduced 11 bills, including 3 of my own, to strengthen the safety and soundness of our banking system and hold executives accountable for their misdeeds. The Senate Banking Committee is holding a markup this morning on a bipartisan bill on bank executive accountability. So I urge Chair McHenry to join us in advancing sensible reforms to strengthen our nation's banking system. With that, I yield back.
Generally yields back. I now recognize the Mr. Barr, Chairman of the Subcommittee on Financial Institutions and Monetary Policy, for 1 minute.
We expect proposals from the Fed's Vice Chairman for Supervision that could increase capital for financial institutions as much as 20%. Our already well-capitalized banks withstood the COVID shock and severe Fed stress tests as the economy is facing headwinds from the Fed's own rapid rate hikes. Now is not the time to be engineering massive new regulatory changes or hindering regional banks, which have already been under stress. New onerous one-size-fits-all regulation by the Fed needs proper vetting and transparency. I would ask you today to commit to providing us with analysis done so far by the Fed on the Vice Chair's new proposals. I also respectfully ask that the Chairman revisit Section 1107A1 of the Dodd-Frank Act to observe that the Vice Chairman for Supervision is authorized only to develop recommendations for the Board and oversee supervision and regulation. The law does not give the Vice Chair special abilities to unilaterally write his own preferred regulations. It does not say that the Vice Chair should unilaterally write public-facing book reports on bank failures or results of climate scenario experiments. Consensus is paramount.
Gentleman's time has expired. We'll now recognize the Subcommittee Chair on Financial Institutions and Monetary Policy, Mr. Foster, for 1 minute.
Thank you, Chair McHenry, and to Mr. Powell for being here today. In the wake of what seem to be endless novel problems and disruption, I believe the Fed and Congress have done a reasonable job given the cards that we've been dealt. And indeed, it looks like the widely anticipated recession from the endgame of COVID disruptions, if it occurs at all, will continue to be more of a soft landing than a disaster for our economy. While there is certainly more work to be done, but in the immediate term, we can reflect with satisfaction on the historically low unemployment, 11 straight months of slowing inflation since the passage of the Inflation Reduction Act. However, I recognize that the necessary monetary policies put forth to combat inflation have not been without stress, including on the fraction of our banks that chose to ignore the Fed's clear forward guidance on that interest rate hikes were in the pipeline. We on this committee remain committed to alleviating the financial stress for everyday Americans to pay rent and get food on the table. I look forward to discussing how recent policies have performed and what else we should do going forward to ensure a strong economic rebound. Thank you, and I yield back.
Today, we welcome the testimony of the Honorable Jerome H. Powell, Chair of the Board of Governors of the Federal Reserve System. Chair Powell, we thank you for your time and being here. We'll recognize you for 5 minutes to give an oral presentation of your written testimony. Without objection, your written testimony will be made a part of the record. Chairman Powell, you're recognized.
Thank you, Chairman McHenry, Ranking Member Waters, and other members of the committee. I appreciate the opportunity to present the Federal Reserve's semi-annual monetary policy report.
Chairman Powell, if you'll pull the mic closer.
Yeah, please.
Thanks.
We at the Fed remain squarely focused on our dual mandate to promote maximum employment and stable prices for the American people. My colleagues and I understand the hardship that high inflation is causing, and we remain strongly committed to bringing inflation back down to our 2% goal. Price stability is the responsibility of the Federal Reserve, and without it, the economy does not work for anyone. In particular, without price stability, we will not achieve a sustained period of strong labor market conditions that benefit all. I will review the current economic situation before turning to monetary policy. The U.S. economy slowed significantly last year, and recent indicators suggest that economic activity has continued to expand at a modest pace. Although growth in consumer spending has picked up this year, activity in the housing sector remains weak, largely reflecting higher mortgage rates. Higher interest rates and slower output growth also appear to be weighing on business fixed investment. The labor market remains very tight. Over the first 5 months of the year, job gains averaged a robust 314,000 jobs per month. The unemployment rate moved up but remained low in May at 3.7%. There are some signs that supply and demand in the labor market are coming into better balance. The labor force participation rate has moved up in recent months, particularly for individuals aged 25 to 54. Nominal wage growth has shown some signs of easing, and job vacancies have declined so far this year. While the jobs to workers gap has narrowed, labor demand still substantially exceeds the supply of available workers. Inflation remains well above our longer run goal of 2%. Over the 12 months ending in April, total personal consumption expenditures prices rose 4.4%. Excluding the volatile food and energy categories, core PCE prices rose 4.7%. In May, the 12-month change in the CPI came in at 4.0%, and the change in the core CPI was 5.3%. Inflation has moderated somewhat since the middle of last year. Nonetheless, inflation pressures continue to run high, and the process of getting inflation back down to 2% has a long way to go. Despite elevated inflation, longer-term inflation expectations appear to remain well anchored, as reflected in a broad range of surveys of households, businesses, and forecasters, as well as measures from financial markets. With inflation running well above our longer-run goal of 2% and with labor market conditions remaining tight, the FOMC has significantly tightened the stance of monetary policy. We've raised our policy interest rate by 5 percentage points since early last year and have continued to reduce our securities holdings at a brisk pace. We have been seeing the effects of our policy tightening on demand in the most interest rate sensitive sectors of the economy. It will take time, however, for the full effects of monetary restraint to be realized, especially on inflation. The economy is facing headwinds from tighter credit conditions for households and businesses, which are likely to weigh on economic activity, hiring, and inflation. And the extent of these effects remains uncertain. In light of how far we have come in tightening policy, the uncertain lags with which monetary policy affects the economy, and potential headwinds from credit tightening, the FOMC decided last week to maintain the target range for the federal funds rate at 5 to 5.25% and to continue the process of significantly reducing our securities holdings. Nearly all FOMC participants expect that it will be appropriate to raise interest rates somewhat further by the end of the year. But at last week's meeting, considering how far and how fast we've moved, we judged it prudent to hold the target range steady to allow the committee to assess additional information and its implications for monetary policy. In determining the extent of additional policy firming that may be appropriate to return inflation to 2% over time, we will take into account the cumulative tightening of monetary policy, the lags with which monetary policy affects economic activity, inflation, and inflation, economic and financial developments. We will continue to make our decisions meeting by meeting based on the totality of incoming data and their implications for the outlook for economic activity and inflation, as well as the balance of risks. We remain committed to bringing inflation back down to our 2% goal and to keeping longer-term inflation expectations well anchored. Reducing inflation is likely to require a period of below-trend growth and some softening in labor market conditions. Restoring price stability, again, is essential to set the stage for achieving maximum employment and stable prices over the longer run. Before concluding, let me briefly address the condition of the banking sector. The U.S. banking system is sound and resilient. As detailed in the box on financial stability in the Monetary Policy Report, the Fed, together with the Treasury and the FDIC, took decisive action in March to protect the U.S. economy and to strengthen public confidence in our banking system. The recent bank failures, including that of Silicon Valley Bank and the resulting bank stress, have highlighted the importance of ensuring that we have the appropriate rules and supervisory practices for banks of this size. We are committed to addressing these vulnerabilities to make for a stronger and more resilient banking system. We understand that our actions affect communities, families, and businesses across the country. Everything we do is in service to our public mission. We at the Fed will do everything we can to achieve our maximum employment and price stability goals. Thank you.
Thank you, Chairman. I now recognize myself for 5 minutes. Chairman Powell, as I laid out in my opening statement, inflation continues to be broad-based and persistent, both of which are concerning. Last week, the Federal Open Markets Committee decided to pause rate increases. And at the same time, the committee alluded that it would raise rates more later in the year. And so how should the FOMC's posture at the June meeting be interpreted? Will the committee continue to raise rates later this year?
Speaking of which, guys, I wanted to just throw this up here real quick. We've got 35 days, 3 hours, 15 minutes, and 38 seconds until the next FOMC meeting happens. So a little over a month left to go on this. And last time I checked this, I think it was yesterday, it was like 70-something% chance of a 25 basis point rate hike. It's now 81.8% chance at a 25 basis point target rate. So an increase. I do not see there was not a there's not another possibility. So it looks like they're only anticipating at least a 25 basis point hike. And a chance at seeing something higher than that in the future. However, in September, there's 3 possibilities for September, which is to lower, keep the same after it's been raised 25, or raise it. And right now it's a 70.4% chance of keeping it the same after the next 25 basis points. In November, they're looking at again leaving it at 525 to 550. and December, again, the highest percentage rate is at leaving it. So we're potentially at this point in time, the numbers are pointing more towards only one more rate hike by from now to the end of the year of about 25 basis points. So that's where it stands right now. Just want to throw that in there since that's kind of what they're talking about, and so you guys have an idea as to what that's looking like.
What's the thinking of this? What are we to understand?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So you're right, of course. We did decide to maintain the federal funds rate at its current rate at this meeting. At the same time, participants submitted personal forecasts suggesting that almost all of them thought there would be additional hikes. And I just want to say those two things are entirely consistent. The point being that the level to which we raise rates is actually a separate question of the speed with which we move. Earlier in the process, speed was very important. It's not very important now. The sense of the summary of economic projections and the decision really is just that, given how far we've come, it may make sense to move rates higher, but to do so at a more moderate pace. That's really it. You know, we were at 75 basis points for several meetings, then we were at 50 basis points, then 50 basis points, 25 basis points at 3 consecutive meetings, and now we're moderating that pace, much as you might do if you were to be driving 75 miles an hour on the highway, then 50 miles an hour on a local highway, and then as you get closer to your destination, as you try to find that destination, you slow down even further.
Okay. So it is more data is necessary for the Fed to make these decisions, and that's one interpretation, but thank you for a broader view there. I also want a broader view on this question of the vice chair for supervision is performing his own personal holistic review of the Fed's regulatory framework for bank capital and liquidity. In an interview yesterday, he discussed some version of a new type of stress test even, striking complete confusion in his description of it. And at the same time, we have testimony from you, even from the vice chair of supervision, saying that we have a sound banking system that is well capitalized. You will sit in judgment of this proposal that the vice chair for supervision will bring to the full board on this holistic review of capital. There are a lot of discussions about the amount of capital he's talking about, the concern that this is pro-cyclical at a time where our economy with higher rates is you're measuring what's happening in the broader economy, and at the same time we're going to have a major piece of capital required by financial institutions, which will further restrict lending. So how can you tell us to think about that, given your seat on the Open Markets Committee and as a Fed governor? How would you interpret that?
So I guess I would say you're right. There are a significant number of proposals that are kind of in the works. They haven't been finalized, let alone brought to the board yet, and so I can't really get into specific details today.
Well, we'd like your thinking, Chairman Powell. That's what we'd like.
What I can share is, principles and how I will think about this. Regulatory proposals go to the board. Every person on the board, that's 6 governors now, has an obligation to evaluate and vote on those, and I'm one of those people. I also chair the board. So a couple things I would point out. Just first that, I think regulation should be transparent and consistent and not too volatile, and particularly as it relates to capital requirements. I do note the central importance of capital. We want banks to be resilient to shocks. We want them to be able to lend in good and bad times. We want, in particular, the GSIBs, the 8 largest banks, to have very high levels of capital and liquidity. Indeed, we spent years raising those levels over a long period of time, and I think there's broad agreement, as you point out, that capital is strong. And the question there will be what sorts of increases will be justified. That's what we'll be looking at. The other thing is to point out the trade-off between higher capital. The benefit of it, of course, is to have stronger banks that can lend and maybe survive more kinds of crisis environments. But there are costs as well, and I think it's going to be, as always, a question of weighing and balancing those costs, and that's what I'll be thinking about. The last thing I'll say about that is just we benefit from having banks of all different shapes and sizes in our system, and we want to be careful not to regulate the smaller banks to the point where really their business models are challenged for all but the largest banks.
Well, this committee would expect to see a quantitative analysis of whatever the capital charge is going to be. We would expect that from the Fed, as we do from other regulators. With that, we'll now recognize the ranking member of the full committee, Ms. Waters, for 5 minutes.
Thank you very much. Chair Powell, at this committee's last hearing on digital assets, my Republican colleagues proposed a stablecoin bill that would create 58 different licenses with federal regulatory approval over only 2 of the licenses. The remaining 56 licenses can be issued by each state, territory, and D.C. with little or no federal oversight, regulation, and enforcement. This proposal takes state preemption into a whole new level. It effectively allows every state to preempt another state. DC-based coins, for example, would be sold to individuals nationwide, and New York or North Carolina regulators could do nothing to protect their own residents, while even the Fed would be severely hamstrung in providing any oversight. I've argued that we should allow states to be part of this process, but we must have a strong, enforceable federal floor with a role for the Federal Reserve to approve and provide oversight of payment stablecoins issued by non-banks in order to ensure that consumers are protected. Such a framework is similar to our dual banking system, and it would ensure that non-banks and banks are treated the same. We should also bear in mind that payment stablecoins are a new form of currency intended to allow individuals to pay for things with them. As such, do you agree that it is important for the Fed, as our central bank, to have a chance to approve or decline any state licensed non-bank entity before it starts issuing payment stablecoins nationwide?
Well, first of all, let me say we appreciate that we've been able to offer our views on these things to your staff and also the majority staff, and we appreciate the consideration that's given to our views. We do see payment stablecoins as a form of money, and in all advanced economies, the ultimate source of credibility in money is the central bank, and we believe that it would be appropriate to have quite a robust federal role in what happens in stablecoins going forward, and that leaving us with a weak role and allowing a lot of private money creation at the state level would be a mistake. But nonetheless, again, I do appreciate that we've been able to be heard and share our views with the committee.
Well, thank you so very much. I am appreciative for that clear answer. The next question that I have for you is a bit unusual. But one of the reasons we push diversity is because those things that have not been discussed, issues of people of color, et cetera, have not been dealt with. I'm going to throw you something that you would not expect. Earlier this week, our nation celebrated Juneteenth, which Congress recognized as a national holiday for the first time since 2021. The holiday celebrates the day enslaved African Americans in Texas heard that they were free, 2.5 years after the Emancipation Proclamation was issued. To this day, Black Americans grapple with enduring racial economic inequality that has its roots in slavery, as evidenced by the black-white gap in net worth and home ownership rates. My bill, the Federal Reserve Racial and Economic Equity Act, would require the Federal Reserve to carry out its duties in a manner that supports the elimination of racial and ethnic disparities in employment, income, wealth, and access to affordable credit. Now, the Fed has a number of duties: to pursue maximum employment in the monetary policy, to supervise banks for compliance with our fair lending laws, and to ensure the Community Reinvestment Act is administered in a way that puts an end to discriminatory redlining practices by banks. Do you agree with me and Atlanta Federal Reserve President Raphael Bostic, among others, that the Fed has a role to play in addressing racial economic inequality as it carries out its work until Congress passes this bill? What steps will the Fed can you take to address racial and economic inequality?
So we We do consider inequality in the economy as part of our thinking about decisions, but ultimately, and those are certainly highly valuable social goals to pursue. I would say our ability to take part in addressing those issues is fairly limited. We have one federal interest rate that we set. We do try to keep in mind, as you know, not just the aggregate national level of unemployment or employment, but also that for different ethnic groups. So we take that into account, but I would think, and I think that's just part of making sure that we feel like we have all Americans in the room with us when we're making decisions on monetary policy. I will say, though, I think other agencies are better suited to address these deep issues.
Thank you. We must have this continued discussion on racial equality. I yield back.
The lady yields back. We'll now go to the Vice Chair, Mr. Hill of Arkansas, for 5 minutes.
I thank the chairman of the committee, and Chairman Powell, great to have you back before the committee. And this morning, you've reiterated, and certainly Vice Chair Barr has reiterated a number of times, that the banking industry here in the United States is well capitalized. And in fact, capital levels have remained robust despite COVID-19, with a 20% plus unemployment rate increase and a 9% output gap. They've remained stable through government shutdowns. They've remained stable through severe stress testing. And maybe more importantly, just in the last few months, since the first week of March, you've seen strong capital come into play as we've grappled with the reality of a 40-year increase in short-term interest rates and that impact on banks. But as the chairman said, Michael Barr continues to say he wants to increase capital requirements on certain financial institutions. And in March, you testified that you said, I will do everything I can possibly do to bring people together, meaning on the Board of Governors, in consensus and have a capital framework that could be broadly supported. So to what extent have you and the other governors been involved in this so-called holistic review by Vice Chair Barr? Has he briefed the other members of the Board of Governors thus far?
Yes, and we've all been briefed by staff, really, on the proposals, but as I mentioned, they're still somewhat in motion. But yes, we've been briefed.
So you would say those proposals are still under consideration and that there's no final decision that's been taken by the board?
No, well, no. Once the proposals really do settle down and are written up, they'll come to the board for a full discussion and a vote.
Has the Fed board reconstituted now the Committee on Supervision and Regulation? The membership of it?
Oh,
who is on that committee now?
So that committee is chaired by Vice Chair Barr, and it also includes Governor Jefferson, and it includes Governor Bowman.
When you look at capital in the U.S., and I look at the globally significant banks here versus other places in the world, would you say that the U.S. banks, the U.S. G-SIBs, are better capitalized than their global peers in Europe or in Asia?
So we're certainly at or near the top of the league table. I think there are a couple other jurisdictions that also have broadly similar levels of capital strength. But yes, we're at the top of the league table.
I looked at it this morning, and U.S. G-SIBs have 11.3% capital without any kind of modification compared to their European competitors at only 9.9%. So would you say that we're better capitalized than the European banks, the European G-SIBs?
I hate to call out the other jurisdictions, but I would say our banks are very strongly capitalized and also competing quite successfully globally outside the United States.
Yeah, I agree, and I think we've strengthened capital, we've strengthened our supervision, notwithstanding the problems that we saw this spring, which we've talked about ad nauseum here. But that capital standard does make American banks, I think, stand out. And wouldn't Basel, the so-called Basel III holistic reforms, wouldn't it be better if the European banks did a holistic review and actually got their capital up to American standards?
So I think they are bound by the same, no one's bound by these, but they have agreed to follow the same standards, and I think they're going through the same process we're going through.
Same topic, are the FDIC supervisory process and the OCC supervisors, are they involved and engaged with Vice Chair Barr in looking at this, quote, holistic review of capital adequacy?
I think,
in other words, are they providing their input to the Vice Chair for supervision in their own views on this topic?
On the regulatory proposals that are relevant to them, yes. I think on the capital proposals, yes, I believe so.
And you made a comment a minute ago, I think, to Chairman McHenry's questions about that you'd like to see rules and supervisory rules consistent over time. And I think that's frustrating here. We see change in administration sometimes, and we see change in rules, which is, I think, frustrating to the private sector and to market participants. I note that the Biden administration says that the Financial Stability Oversight Board should now base their decisions on size as opposed to activities. And for several years now, we've had an activities designation and a cost-benefit analysis. Do you think the activities designation gives supervisors more discretion at FSOC to select who should be deemed under their supervision?
So I actually think that
in other words, is size alone, should we be looking only at size, or should we look at cost-benefit analysis and activities? And my time's expired. If you'd answer in writing, okay, I would appreciate it. I think this is an important issue. I yield back, Mr. Chairman.
We'll now go to Ms. Velasquez of New York for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Chair Powell, at your press conference last week, you stated, and I quote, "The committee is completely unified in the need to get inflation down to 2% and will do whatever it takes to get it down to 2% over time." Some analysts have interpreted this statement as the FOMC's willingness to trigger a recession in order to get inflation to 2%. How would you respond if this is a fair and accurate interpretation?
So our statutory goals are price stability and maximum employment, and we are dedicated to using our tools to achieving those. In the case of employment, we still have historically low unemployment rates and high employment rates now, high participation, a very strong labor market. We're very far from our inflation target of 2%, and we're very focused on getting back to 2%.
And how does the FOMC takes into consideration the impact of rising interest rates on LMI communities and small businesses when determining monetary policies?
So we only have one interest rate to raise or lower. It's not true, but mainly one main interest rate to raise or lower, and it applies to everyone. But I would say that inflation hits LMI communities and people generally at the lower end of the income spectrum much harder than people in the middle or at the high end, because high inflation can get you into trouble right away if you're living on a fixed income just to cover the basic necessities. So it is for the benefit of those people that we must get inflation under control. It's for the benefit of all Americans, but particularly for those people. And we keep that in mind as we are strongly committed to getting inflation back down to 2% over time.
Well, and they are the same people that are having a hard time accessing loans, the same with small businesses. Chair Powell, Vice Chair Barr's report on the Fed's review of Silicon Valley Bank states that while there was regulatory tailoring conducted in response to S-2155, there was also, and this is the part that really concerns me, a cultural shift at the Fed under the direction of the previous Vice Chair for Supervision, Randy Quarles. According to the report, this shift included pressure to reduce burdens on firms, meet a higher burden of proof for a supervisory conclusion, and a need to accumulate more evidence than in the past. As chair during that period, were you aware of this cultural shift and the impact it was creating?
So I think we learned from the Silicon Valley failure and the others that there is going to be a need for stronger supervision and also regulation for banks of that size. And I'm committed to learning the right lessons from this exercise and to forthrightly implementing changes.
Were you aware of the cultural shift?
So I can't really characterize it that way. Certainly, I was aware that we were trying to avoid excessive regulatory burden. That
so
is
you
always
disagree with
thing.
Chair Barr's report in that respect?
I'm sure that the people who wrote the report were accurately reporting what they heard from back in the day.
How often were you meeting with Vice Chair Quarles?
Reasonably frequently, we sat quite near each other.
And never discussed the cultural shift.
I didn't say that, but I don't remember it. The way you're describing it is not what I recall. I recall Vice Chair Quarles talking about things like focusing on the really important issues and not getting diverted into other.
So the way it was described by Vice Chair Barr is not what you recall.
Well,
So what
I had no
steps?
part in. I said I had no part in preparing the report. I'm confident that the staff who worked on the report reported accurately what they heard. I'm sure that that's right.
So what steps did you take proactively to meet with regulatory and supervisory staff?
Well, I think we're taking significant steps now. We're, as you know, under Vice Chair Barr's leadership, we're looking carefully at these events and asking ourselves, what do we need to do with supervision? And I think there is a point to be made that there are situations in which we need to be more forceful and more proactive. Not in all situations, but in some. In regulation, I think we're learning that we need to update our thinking around liquidity regulation, which was based on a certain speed of bank runs, which now looks to be outdated.
My time has expired.
Okay, it's time for the 10 o'clock numbers. I'm going to pause it right there, use that as an opportunity to go ahead and take a look at those. Let me take you guys over to the other page here. Remember, I'm not going to be able to see what it is you guys are writing, so hold those personal thoughts, comments, questions, or concerns for me specifically until you see the big tramp, otherwise I won't see it. Two-factor authentication. I don't have to read it off to you because I just refreshed it fast enough to where I don't have to log back in, so I'm not going to give you that speech. Let's take a look at what we got going on here. Starting with off exchange. By this time of the day, I would expect to see about 49% going through off exchange and about 11 to 12% going through EDGX. On AMC, we've got 49.75%, so exactly what I would expect to see. EDGX at 7.47, which is actually kind of low, but a lot of the EDGX was extremely high on Ape though, so kind of weird what's going on over there right now with that exchange. 57.22% of the total volume is going through those two exchanges on AMC, which is about 2.78% less than what I would expect to see on a normal day. Taking a look at Ape, we've got 50.26% going through off exchange. EDGX is 7.3. That's actually a lot lower than what it was an hour ago. Same thing with this one, 2.44% lower than what I would expect to see by this time of the day. CHX volume, by the way, on AMC is at 0.12% with a 30-day average of 3.39, so that's low. Ape is at 0.08 with a 30-day average of 0.05, but it's only 5,600 shares, so it's still low. GME CHX volume 0.09 with a 30-day average of 0.3, also low. Taking a look at Ortex data. As of an hour ago, Ortex was reporting that there was approximately 672,000 shares borrowed so far for the day. It's now 769,000 shares. It's going to have the effect of raising that short-term interest of the free float even more to 23.85%. Cost of borrow mins at 220.99, average 280.74, max is 328.53. Shares on loan day over day increased by 2 million shares. Ortex estimated that about 726,000 of that 2 million was new short interest shares, bringing our shares on loan to 197.38 million shares. Taking a look at the borrowed change amount on Ape, an hour ago there was 43,000 shares having been returned. It's now 92,000 shares. It's going to have the effect of not really changing anything on the short-term interest, the free float, which is still sitting at 4.86%. No shares borrowed today on Ape. Shares on loan day over day did decrease by 80,000 shares, bringing us to 14.19 million shares on loan. And let's see here. Options. Highest amount of call volume an hour ago was at a $5 strike with 7.5 thousand contracts. It's now 12.4 thousand contracts. And on puts, highest amount of volume is at a $4 strike. It was 2.3 thousand contracts an hour ago. It's now 5.9. Market suggesting a closing price between 4 and 5 by the end of the day today on AMC. Combined price of AMC and Ape is at $6.20. We're going to zoom in on this. We're going to go back down to a 1-minute scale here. We did drive back up off of finding that support off the Fibonacci of $6.14 and found that level of that rising level with now resistance. Bounced off of that, came back down about the halfway point, and we might see some consolidation in here for a little bit, maybe perhaps before being able to drive back up again. Volume is starting to fall off, and price was falling, so that is kind of usually a bullish indicator that price is going to start moving back up. Orders by Fidelity customers, AMC, Ape, and GME are the only 3 I'm looking for. None of which are on this list due to low volume. SSR triggers on AMC today at $4.13, Ape at 1.56. Shares available to borrow is 150,000 shares. And they did borrow about 100,000 shares so far for the day today, and they've returned at least 50 of those 1,000 that they borrowed. Fees are at 97.7%. NASDAQ is down 1.4, Dow Jones is down 0.1, and the S&P 500 is down 0.56. We have 3,659 decliners to 2,591 advancers. The market's more advancing than it was an hour ago, but still not in the green quite yet here. Big bank movers for this time of the day so far. We've got FRC is up 5.04, Silvergate down 4.71. As we just got done talking about how strong the banks are. Let's see here. Looking at any other big movers on the banks, I don't see any others. All those strong banks out there. Ethereum Classic is up 4.77% for the day today. It's getting ready. It's trying to break back up into this this wedge pattern that we had from the past. DXY is down 0.19. But starting to trend back up a little bit here. Oil is up 1.14%. Mortgage-backed securities are down anywhere from 0.1 to 0.17, and SPY is down 0.58. VIX is down 3.24. VBR is up 0.02. VB is up, down 0.46. Tesla is down 4.69. Amazon is down 1.46. Cinemark is down 0.18. The only thing that's up right now is VBR, which is an ETF, one of the largest holding ETFs of AMC. Amazon is down 1.42, Cinemark is down 0.18, Doge is up 1.89, Bitcoin is up 4.49, GME is down 1.34, HYMC is down 2.68, NCMI is down 3.23, Hood is down 1.7, Ape is down 3.75, and AMC is down 1.42. Inflow versus outflow on AMC for the day today, we've got about $800,000 more outflow than inflow. Volume at 4.64 million shares traded so far for the day today. Kind of low volume on AMC so far. We're looking at 104 minutes worth of trading. Pretty sure. Yeah, I think that sounds right. Son of a gun, I messed up here. We're on pace for about 17.4 million shares traded on AMC by the end of the day today. Of course, that's going to continue to come down. That is within the 5 to 25 million I suggested in pre-market. On a 4-hour chart, we've got more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 34.12, which is below average. On a 1-hour time interval, more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 34.06, which is below average. On a 30-minute interval, more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 34.25, which is below average. And on a 5-minute interval, more buying pressure than selling pressure, which looks like it's going to have a divergence in the vortex indicator within the next 5 minutes. And RSI at 32.36, which is below average. Taking a look at Ape. On Ape, there is approximately like $11,000 more outflow than inflow. So pretty fairly balanced on that. 8.18 million shares traded so far for the day-to-day on Ape, which is extremely high volume. We're on pace for about 30.38 million shares traded by the end of the day today. We were doing 40 something plus earlier, so that's come down quite a bit, but it's going to have to come down still quite a bit more to make the 1 to 20 million shares traded by the end of the day today that I suggested in pre-market. So, but I think we're on pace. I think we're going to see less than 20 million by the end of the day today on Ape, but that is rising volume though. We haven't seen that much volume in a hot minute. On a 4-hour chart, there's more selling pressure than buying pressure with what appears to be a divergence that's going to happen within the next 4 hours. RSI at 48.25, which is average. On a 1-hour time interval, more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 38.35, which is below average. On a 30-minute interval, more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 39.71, which is below average. And on a 5-minute interval, more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 48.01, which is average. And with that, we can continue listening to our leaders. It's almost like it hurts to say it, right? Like I feel like it hurts to say our leaders, but it's true. It's true. They are our leaders. So let's listen to them. Batter says, Casey, are we on the course to go upwards through the red cloud tomorrow? For AMC, I'm assuming. The answer, I think that is hold on a second here. I think the answer to that is no, unless we see something higher than what we closed at yesterday. So we need to see something higher than I think like what did we close at? Did we close at yesterday? 459. Yeah, so we need something higher than 459. But tomorrow on the 1 hour, breaking through the red cloud on AMC would be like in that mid 470 range, 470 around there. Closing in the 460s would be perfect. It would be ideal. All right, let's get back to this hearing. Dr. Zena says, correction, Wall Street is our leaders. They just hide behind the scenes as they put these leaders up as the ruse. Mainly it's because they're paid off, though, Dr. Zeno. If they weren't paid off, they would be our leaders. We got to get money out of politics. I did a lot of thinking. Dr. Zeno, while I was on vacation this weekend, and I thought about what would make a good party? How could you develop a good party, and what would that party look like? Because I'm sick and tired of both the parties we have. both sides. It doesn't matter which side it is. I'm tired of them both, and I started thinking about what would make a good party, and I'll tell you, it was hard. And I started talking to my wife about it a little bit, just bounce some ideas off of her, and she came back and term limits. Yeah, I mean, but that's not a party issue. If you were to create a new party or something like that, how would you create a party that you could get people who are constituents that would be behind it, stand behind that kind of stuff, and I think trying to, trying to stand behind what kind of things, what kind of things would make a good party that people could stand behind and say, yeah, I support those things, without having there being some kind of divisiveness between people in general. And I feel like that's really what politics has kind of come down to, is it come down to I believe this and you believe that, but we can't agree on other things. And so, and what I really kind of boiled it all down to was how can we choose to ignore the things that we can't agree on and choose to focus on things that we can agree that we need to fix? And it was really tough. It's not an easy thing to do. It's tough, man. It's just really tough. I don't know. it's a great exercise to kind of sit there and think about because, um, in some ways it almost makes you think that maybe yin and yang is almost the way you have to kind of go because there's always going to be differing opinions on different topics, and so I don't know. It's something I'm working on and just thinking about. But anyways, just throwing that out there. Mental exercise for you guys to think about.
Gentlelady's time's expired. We'll now recognize the gentleman from New York, Mr. Garbarino, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Chairman Powell, thank you for being here. I just want to start off by asking a few yes or no questions. Was the Silicon Valley Bank failure a result of a liquidity issue?
I'm sorry.
Was Silicon Valley Bank failure a result of the liquidity issue?
Among other things, yes.
Signature Bank failure, the result of a liquidity issue?
Yes, I mean, that's not, there's also a lot of very bad management decisions being made here.
But liquidity. First Republic, was that a failure result of a liquidity issue also?
Among other things, yeah. I mean, I wouldn't say just liquidity.
Well, all right, were any of them a failure of having too low capital levels?
So let's go to Silicon Valley Bank. The issue that triggered the run initially was the presence of significant losses in their securities portfolio.
Yes.
And that is a capital issue.
So they had too low a capital, the requirements, so what?
They weren't required to, as you know, they weren't required to take that into account in their capital. But I think if you remember that what people were focusing on was these portfolio losses, and then what people weren't focusing on was the fact that they had in excess of 90% uninsured deposits, and that's what caused the run.
So would increasing capital requirements for Silicon Valley Bank or any of these other banks or all banks together, would that have stopped these banks from failing?
That's a hypothetical, unknowable question. I think it might have helped. I think it might have helped, but
how much then? Increasing it by how much would have helped?
It's very hard to say. Very hard to say. I mean, clearly the main issue there was a failure of management to follow up, a failure of supervision to require them to follow up, and really the liquidity regulation was just not appropriate. We needed to have stronger regulation around liquidity and uninsured deposits.
So last year you said the banking system is very strong, well capitalized, highly liquid, does a much better job of understanding the risks that it runs and managing them. And just today you said the banking sector seems to be strong. Do you still stand by those statements? I mean, just said it today.
Yes.
So, yep. Last month, Vice Chair Barr appeared before this committee and he agreed with you and said overall banks have a strong capital and liquidity. Secretary Yellen has said similar things. But today, even though you've all said that banks seem to have strong capital, you seem to lead us today by saying the bank's considering what increase would be appropriate of capital requirements. So has the board already decided that an increase will happen? They're just deciding what's the size of the increase for capital requirements?
No. What I meant to say, what I thought I said was that any increase above these levels would need to be shown to be justified.
So I understand, and you have a vote as whether or not what this proposal you'll vote on whether or not. Do you personally think that an increase is necessary at this time?
Do I think
that an increase in capital requirements is necessary at this time?
Look, I'm going to react to whatever the proposal turns out to be in the end and give it my best assessment. And also, that's what I'll say.
Okay. You just also said that credit is tightening. Won't increasing capital requirements further tighten credit?
Over time, I mean, the thing about capital requirements is if we put a proposal out this summer, let's say, it'll be quite a while before that proposal is, agreed among the agencies and then voted on, and then it'll take some years to come into full effect. So I would think, whereas interest rates, for example, have immediate effects on financial conditions and then reasonably quick effects on economic activity, capital requirements are a much more sort of medium-term, longer-term thing.
So I'd like to move on to what the impacts on raising capital requirements would have. According to an academic literature by the Basel Committee on Banking Supervision, a 1% point increase in capital requirements could potentially reduce annual GDP by up to 16 basis points, showing that higher capital requirements come at a cost and could have significant impact on the U.S. economy. I discussed this with Vice Chair Barr last month, and expressed my concerns about what the impact of increased capital in the real economy, but he didn't answer the question directly. We just need to, we're hearing from all sorts of industry that these increased capital requirements at any level would have a further tightening on lending. And if that happens, and I'm hearing from everybody, if that happens, it's going to be a real disaster. So I think anything that the committee proposes, if you could come back and brief us on before it's finalized, we would appreciate that very much, sir.
Gentleman's time has expired. The gentleman from Missouri, Mr. Cleaver, is now recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Welcome, Mr. Chairman. Thank you very much. This is probably Economics 101, but a lot of people in my district are misunderstanding 101 along with me. In May of this year, unemployment remained at 4% for the 16th consecutive month, and at 3.7%. This means that unemployment remained at or below 4% for the longest stretch in 50 years. In the U.S., the job openings rate has fallen by more than 1.5 percentage points from its peak, while the unemployment rate has crept slightly lower. In other words, the job openings decline, but so does joblessness. And I'm wondering if there was any expectation that this would occur.
There is an expectation that the level of the ratio of job openings to unemployed people has been in historic territory, all-time highs for a while now, in the last year or so. And there is an expectation that it will come down. There a while ago, there were 2 jobs for every unemployed person. Now we're down to 1.7, I believe, or 1.6. And that still speaks to a historically tight labor market, where their demand for labor still very substantially exceeds the supply of available workers. So we do expect as things, and that, by the way, that's a way that the labor market can become less tight without having unemployment go up.
I'm sure you're hearing this all over, as I am, and that is business people. I have a good friend who has number of barbecue restaurants in Kansas City, and he is constantly telling me how difficult it is to find workers, to the point where he did something he thought I'd never do, put a sign out in front of his restaurants, job openings. And are there particular industries or sectors of the economy where we would expect this sentiment to be particularly true?
No, and that is right. That is, there's still a significant labor shortage. The surveys at the aggregate level show that it's not as bad as it was 2 years ago. So gradually, businesses are reporting that they're having better able to find workers. Workers are reporting that they're not quitting their jobs as much as they were. That's a really good sign of how tight a labor market is how much people feel free to quit their jobs voluntarily. So those things are all suggesting a gradual cooling and a gradually getting supply and demand back into alignment, but we're not there yet. We still have a significant excess of demand over supply.
Are we also finding that I know in Missouri, that in spite of the fact that there is some, jelly-like movement with the economy, people are still willing to go, in our community, still willing to go out and buy homes. I mean, we're not having difficulty in terms of people going out getting loans, even with the interest rates rising. If all of this continues, if the consumers are constantly paying whatever the interest rates might be, are we going to get stuck just continually going up?
Well, no, I don't think so. So in housing in particular, there is the housing sector nationally has flattened out and maybe ticked up a little bit, but at a much lower level from where it was, with rates as high as they are. So supply and demand there are getting back into alignment. And I do think that, housing inflation is set to come down as we move forward. There's a particular way that the inflation is calculated there, so that you're really only looking at you're waiting for leases to come due and roll over at much lower levels of increase. So we think housing inflation will be coming down significantly over the course of the rest of this year and next year.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Gentleman's time has expired. The gentlewoman from California, Ms. Kim, is recognized.
Thank you for recognizing me, Chairman. And Chairman Powell, thank you for joining us. I appreciate your comment to price stability and commend your efforts to reduce inflation and make life more affordable for all Americans. Thank you for that. The 10,000 small businesses survey of 2,000 small businesses found that 77% were concerned about their ability to access capital. So with that in mind, do you think it's appropriate for the Federal Reserve to increase capital requirements at this time? And I know this was discussed earlier, but what specific analysis has the Fed conducted so we can determine the impact of this warrantless regulatory action on small businesses and other marginal borrowers?
So with capital standards, it's always a trade-off. The more capital means a more stable, more sound, more resilient banking system, but it also at the margin can mean a little bit less credit availability, and also the price of credit can be affected. And there's no perfect way to assess that balance. Obviously, the answer is not zero capital, and it's not 100% capital, so it's somewhere in the middle.
Thank you. There are estimated about 1.5 trillion of commercial real estate loans that are maturing in the next 3 years. And declining demand and the prevalence of work-from-home policies are putting a strain on commercial real estate market. The bulk of commercial real estate loans are held by smaller and regional banks. So is the Fed thinking about policies that could provide time for commercial real estate loans to be refinanced? And could an increase in capital requirements reduce liquidity in the commercial real estate loan market?
We're very focused on the commercial real estate situation. You're right, of course, that a good portion of the commercial real estate loans are held in smaller banks. And supervisors are very much engaged with those banks, and it's particularly banks that have a high concentration. That's what we look for among the smaller banks, and there are some of those, but there's a playbook for working your way, working your way out of these loans. And it's particularly in the office sector where, work from home is still a pretty material factor in some areas, as you know.
Thank you. So the next question has to do with the board process and procedures. What are those procedures that govern consideration and potential adoption of matters like the proposals that Vice Chair Barr is about to present to the board?
So on regulation, as opposed to supervision, on regulation, the Board of Governors votes on regulatory proposals, and it's a majority vote. We now have 6 voters, so when there is a proposal, it will be briefed carefully, and then we will have we'll have a meeting, or it can be done actually virtually, and probably will be that way, as most of our meetings are, and then we have a vote. On supervision, it's different. Most supervisory matters are really under the authority of the Vice Chair for Supervision under the law. So most of them don't have to go to the board for a vote.
So what percentage of the governors must vote in favor?
Majority.
The majority of them? Okay. Yeah. The California governor, prior to the depositor bailout for SVB, reportedly identified that he had been in touch with the highest levels of leadership at the White House and the Treasury. The governor also, on Sunday, March 12, when the bailout was announced, issued his own statement praising that action. There have also been reports that the governor and his wife, with respect to their business and perhaps other interests, may have had depository interest in SVB. So when the Reserve Federal Reserve Board, the FDIC Board, and Secretary Yellen, in consultation with the President, recommended invoking the systemic risk exception for SVB, and then decided to provide blanket insurance even on uninsured balances. Did the Fed or any others, to your knowledge, perform any conflict of interest due diligence?
No, I mean, we were in an emergency situation on Monday morning. There was going to be, and there was a run on banks that looked, that
So
had
looking
high
back,
insured
do you think
depositors.
there was
So
any
we carried out
Yeah.
our duties, and I'm actually pretty sure we did the right thing.
And you don't think there was any conflict of interest, even looking
I
back?
have nothing. I have absolutely no knowledge on that.
Okay. Well, thank you. Thanks for being here. I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentlelady yields back. The gentleman from Texas, Mr. Gonzalez, is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman and Ranking Member. Thank you, Chairman, for being here with us this morning. The June Federal Open Market Committee report indicates inflation in the U.S. and abroad continue to ease but remain elevated. In response to the FOMC that has the proposed interest rate increases up until June 14th, recommendations to pause interest rate hikes for the first time this year, research has shown that the effects of monetary policy decisions, like raising interest rates, can take, on average, 42 months to be realized fully in the United States, meaning we may not fully understand the effects of this first increase in rates of March 2022 until next fall. With that in mind, how have our recent tightened monetary policies impacted the strength of the U.S. dollar and how it is valued globally?
Let me say that there's a lot of uncertainty around how long it takes monetary policy to affect real activity. There's no agreement on 42 months or any particular thing, and I think most people would say shorter than that. So you're asking how it would affect the dollar?
Yes.
So first of all, the Treasury Department has responsibility for the level of the dollar and the stewardship of the dollar as a currency. We don't actually comment on that. We don't look at any particular level. It's just to us, it's a financial condition. A stronger dollar means certain things, and a weaker dollar means certain other things. But
it continues to be a concern here in this committee. Also, Chairman, as you're aware, the Federal Reserve's core mission is to keep employment up and inflation down. Although I understand the calls for climate-related financial risk management from my colleagues, we should be focusing on the economic state of our country. The credit of the U.S. dollar is at jeopardy, and as you know, we've had global pressure recently, and we need to be sending a clear message that the world can rely on the full faith and credit of the United States dollar. We should be focusing on mitigating the calls to reduce dependency of the U.S. dollar. Monetary policy changes implemented in the U.S. are likely to cause a ripple effect throughout the global economy. With that said, would you agree that monetary policies to directly address climate change should be made by Congress and not the Federal Reserve, and implementing monetary policies and supervisory tools to exclude energy leaders from capital and financial institutions would have a grave impact on local, state, federal, and even global economies?
strong agreement around the fact that we have quite a narrow role in climate change, and really the important decisions about climate change need to be made by elected people, not by the Fed.
Thank you, and I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. The gentleman from Florida, Mr. Donalds, is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Chairman Powell, thank you for being here. Really appreciate you being here. Look, I got to say, first of all, it was good to hear from the other side of the aisle that the Federal Reserve should not even be engaging in using its tools with respect to climate change or climate mitigation or whatever the case might be. The Fed, you guys have a big enough job as is. Adding anything like that to your job, I think will be wholly detrimental to the American economy. So I, for one, this morning am glad to hear that coming from the other side of the aisle. You've had a couple questions already on capital, bank capital, et cetera. Look, some of the current views are that continuous raises of bank capital will increase costs to our economy anywhere from $50 to $200 billion. What's your view of the current desire or mode of Vice Chair Barr to fully implement the Basel III capital standards?
Well, I think that's the next thing Vice Chair Quarles was working on that. It didn't get completed for various reasons, but that, I think that's an international capital standard that we should go ahead and complete. As to the right level of capital, that's a discussion we're about to have.
Are you guys at the Fed, are you guys kind of concerned about the fact that now it seems like the European regulators are starting to pull back from that? Like they're starting to think about capital standards being too much for European banks, and that they're starting to recede from what was, I assume, kind of a handshake agreement in years gone by.
Yeah, I'm not hearing that exactly. We'll be watching that carefully, though.
Okay. Overall, just with respect to capital, let's take a step back. Obviously, since 2008, 2009, we have, in my view, aggressively gone through this process of increasing capital standards and capital requirements on a Tier 1 capital for banks. In retrospect, do you think that's been a net positive to the overall banking environment, or do you believe it's been a negative to the overall banking environment?
I think it's been a net positive, and as I pointed out earlier, U.S. banks have competed very, very successfully through this period, despite what were pretty significant capital increases that we put in a few years back. So it really has led to a very strong, and also made it well through the pandemic period, I thought, and I think that was a pretty good test. So even though the government did do a lot to support the economy, still, I think that those capital hikes that we made in the last cycle come through looking pretty good.
Do you guys at the Fed, do you have a view of, I say you guys because I know you're the chairman, but there's other members as well. Do you have a view of the concern about community banking in the United States, or a lack thereof of community banking? It has been shrinking quite significantly over the past 10 to 12 years.
Very, very much so. It's a focus for us. We understand the importance of community banks, that they provide a different service and a really important service to smaller businesses and communities. And community banks have been consolidating for 30 years now. So it's really a secular trend as people have moved to bigger cities and things like that. But we don't want to do anything to move that along. We think that the world's not a better place with fewer community banks, and we try to keep that in mind in all of the regulatory and supervisory things that we do.
Do you think that federal regulatory policy, in part from Congress, has led to a supercharging effect of diminished community banking in the United States?
It's probably been a factor, but I do think there have been important demographic factors as well. And also having interstate banking. Interstate banking only became legal quite recently, and that also has led to consolidation. You can look back, though, look back 30 plus years, and you've seen a very steady decline. So I think there are demographic and other factors driving it, but regulation can fall as a fixed cost, which means that institutions need to be bigger, and I think that's probably part of the story.
Look, I don't disagree with your conclusion. I'm just concerned about the trajectory. I think just having larger financial institutions, larger banks overall, with a diminishing smaller community bank infrastructure is detrimental to lending to small businesses, mom and pop businesses. It also could be parochial. I started my career in community banking, so I saw a heartfelt situation. Last question, running out of time. The SEC has proposed a rule that would, among other things, require banks to segregate client cash held in custody, upending custody bank balance sheets, and by extension, the bank custody model. Are you guys at the Fed concerned about this proposed rule from the SEC?
The gentleman's time has expired. The chairman can
I'll respond to
in
that.
writing.
Okay, fair enough. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
The gentleman from New York, Mr. Torres, is now recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Chairman Powell. As you know, the U.S. has foreign adversaries, particularly the CCP, that seem intent on de-dollarization. How seriously should the threat of de-dollarization be taken, in your view?
Well, the status of the United States, of the dollar as the world's reserve currency, is a very important thing to us. I think the reason we have that status is largely due to our great democratic institutions, the rule of law, and the fact that we have, generally speaking, had strong levels of price stability. And I think that the dollar will remain the reserve currency as long as those things are in place.
Well, I want to explore that answer, because commentators often speak of the dollar as the world's reserve currency as the cause of America's economic dominance. Do you think of it as the cause of America's economic dominance or as a consequence of it?
To me, it's more of a consequence. And also, there tends to be an equilibrium where one currency becomes the accepted global standard, and that has been the dollar for some time, and I expect that it will be for some time, continue to be.
It's often said that the Fed has a dual mandate of maximum employment and price stability. Do you view these mandates as equally binding upon the Fed, or does one supersede the other?
They are perfectly equal under the law.
And I'm curious to know what it means in practice to have a 2% inflation target. The latest pause notwithstanding, does it mean the Federal Reserve will continue raising interest rates until the 2% target is reached, even if doing so comes at the expense of maximum employment as well as financial stability?
No, it doesn't mean that. It does not. So the way we think about it is most of the time the two goals are aligned in the sense that if you're achieving one, you're achieving the other, and if you're a little bit off, the other one, they move in the same direction. Today's situation is unusual in that we are overachieving, in effect, the maximum employment goal, but we are far from achieving the inflation goal. So in our system, we have a constitutional document, and what it says is that when that's the case, you look at how far you are from the goal, and you look at the speed with which you would move back to the goal. And so that would tell you today that we should focus heavily on inflation, but as it becomes closer, as the two things become more aligned, then they go back into perfect equality under the law.
So the Fed engages in a delicate balancing act between employment and inflation.
Yes.
To what extent do you factor in financial stability, safety, and soundness when raising interest rates?
So you're right. We do have a financial stability mandate, but we try to.
Well, you have a financial stability mandate with respect to your role as a bank regulator. But when it comes to
also just generally, we're the lender of last resort. Central banks were originally created to support the financial system in times of stress and to make sure that you don't get into times of stress. So I would say that, sorry, what was your question before that? It was
to what extent do you factor in safety and soundness when setting interest rates?
Sorry. So we really try hard to use our financial stability tools for financial stability purposes and our monetary policy tools for monetary purposes. The reality on the ground is much messier than that. They're very much entangled, and one affects the other. So the separation is not at all perfect. But we do think of these as separate things with separate tools.
Do you think that the Silicon Valley bank failure revealed a deeper tension between the safety and soundness mandate of the Fed as a bank regulator and the mandate of the Fed as a administrator of monetary policy?
I would say no, and I'll tell you why. Interest rate risk is one of the most basic banking risks. We supervise for it. Overwhelmingly, U.S. banks did manage their interest rate risk. Silicon Valley Bank didn't, and even though we were, the supervisors were pointing that out to them, they just didn't take. The bank didn't take action quickly enough. So I would have thought that you can say that it was interest rate hikes that caused portfolio losses, but it was management that failed to hedge against those losses and failed to hold appropriate liquidity.
In the pre-COVID world, we had the best of both worlds: low unemployment, low inflation for decades. Do you believe that we could return to that best of both worlds, or are high interest rates a new normal in the American economy?
So we will return to 2% inflation and maximum employment. What will be the level of interest rates there? That's a really good question. And
do you suspect it's going to settle at a higher level than we've known historically?
I think it's really hard to know. It's a great question. We talk about this a lot. The people who argue that they will move it back down just point to the fact that it was really global factors that drove rates down in the first place. Maybe the truth is somewhere in the middle.
Gentleman's time has expired. The gentleman from Nebraska, Mr. Flood, is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Chairman Powell, I'd like to discuss the continued efforts to unwind years and years of quantitative easing and what it's done to our Federal Reserve balance sheet. If you take a look at the size of the Federal Reserve's balance sheet since the 2008 financial crisis, we've seen an alarming increase from around $800 million to today's $8.3 trillion in assets. Back in 2018, you did start the work of winding down the balance sheet. You managed to offload roughly $700 billion assets between the beginning of your time as Federal Reserve Chair and August of 2019. The problem was, shortly after your efforts began, we had another major economic shock, the COVID-19 pandemic. That caused the Fed to once again return to quantitative easing as a form of economic relief. Pretty soon, the Federal Reserve's balance sheet had increased another $4 trillion in size. That's how we made it to the balance sheet level that we are at today. I understand you have started working to shed some of the Federal Reserve's balance sheet, and I appreciate the work. That being said, the scale involved here, to me, is startling. My concern, Chairman Powell, is that efforts to shed assets from the Fed's balance sheet have never been anywhere as quick as efforts to build it back up. Our economic cycle does go through recessions from time to time. It's not always boom, but some bust too. If we continue a pattern of rapidly building up the Federal Reserve's balance sheet in bad times and slowly shedding assets in good times, we're going to see the balance sheet grow significantly over time. Chairman Powell, is this a concern of yours? And to pair with that question, long-term, how can we avoid an environment where any effort to unwind the Federal Reserve's balance sheet is undone anytime there's an economic shock?
It is a concern, and that's why we are, this time the balance sheet roll-off is much faster than it was back in the first episode. We also know more. We hadn't grown our balance sheet like that, and we hadn't shrunk it before. Now we have experience with that. So we are moving back down to a level that will be appropriate for our new framework. By the way, we won't go back to a framework where we were dealing with scarce reserves. We like the administrative rate framework that we're in now. But it is important that the balance sheet not just grow with every cycle, and I think I'm very conscious of that.
Chairman Powell, do you have an optimal Fed target for the size of what the balance sheet should look like? A number?
I'll give you the idea, and that is, you find the number, but the idea is that it's smaller than now. It's a place where reserves are abundant, and also have a little bit of a buffer on top of that so that we don't accidentally run into reserve scarcity. Demand for reserves can be volatile, and you don't want to find yourself, as we did a few years back, suddenly finding that reserves were scarce, even though we didn't see it coming, and we then had to put more reserves into the system at a time when we didn't want to be doing that. So I think you want to have a level where we have ample reserves plus a buffer, and that'll be a % of GDP that we get down to, and we're moving in that direction pretty smartly.
Chairman Powell, realistically, how quickly can the Federal Reserve unwind its balance sheet? What's the threshold beyond which an asset sell-off by the Federal Reserve would disrupt our markets?
So we don't sell assets. What we do is we allow them to mature and passively roll off. And that's what we're doing to the tune of about $1 trillion a year. And we're in the middle of that process. Now we will, it's an empirical question. You're going to find a level that is still ample, plus a bit of a buffer, and that's how we're thinking about it.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I would just reiterate my concern on this issue. I fear that having the Federal Reserve backstop so much of our economy through the holding of treasuries and mortgage-backed securities is not sustainable long-term. Thank you, Chairman. I yield back.
Gentleman yields. The gentleman from New York, Mr. Horsford, or Nevada, Mr. Horsford is recognized.
I thank the chair and the ranking member for holding this important hearing, and thank you, Chair Powell, for appearing before the committee today. Before I begin, I'd like to ask permission to enter into the record editorial by the Las Vegas Sun entitled "Economy Infrastructure Thrive When Dems Have the Reins," dated June 16, 2023.
Without objection.
During this time of increased economic uncertainty, it is more important than ever that the Federal Reserve fulfills its dual mission of maximizing employment and supporting price stability. There is no doubt that it is difficult, and the needle that has to be threaded is very specific. However, the human cost is simply too great for us to get this wrong. Sometimes we need to be reminded that there are real people behind the economic data, and that the actions taken by both Congress and the Fed have real consequences for everyday Americans. Everyday Americans who want to know that myself and my colleagues are dedicated to creating an economy that actually works for them. which is why I was pleased that last week the Federal Reserve decided to pause your interest rate hikes and take stock of the overall economic picture. Now, don't get me wrong, there's certainly more work ahead of us, but with 13 million jobs added since President Biden took office, we should be rooting for America to succeed and not to fail. The strength of the labor market continues despite the multiple concurrent shocks that continue to reverberate throughout the global economy. And I believe our economy remains resilient thanks to the historic investments that were included in the legislation passed last Congress and signed into law by President Biden. These beneficiaries of these investments were the people, the middle class, not special interest. The bipartisan infrastructure law is creating construction jobs and projects that will help ease supply chain challenges and ensure safer transportation for everyone. President Biden and congressional Democrats are investing in technology that will define the 21st century, components to generate solar and wind energy, semiconductors and electric vehicles that will all be made here in America. Just last week, Treasury Secretary Yellen was before this committee and described how the transformational investments from the Inflation Reduction Act are ushering in a renaissance of domestic manufacturing. These are good-paying jobs, union jobs, that are expanding our production capacity here at home while reducing our reliance on goods imported from abroad. As I indicated in the editorial by my hometown newspaper, the Las Vegas Sun, remarks that annual investments in manufacturing construction has more than doubled its pre-pandemic levels. Furthermore, when we narrow the focus to the region, including Nevada, the U.S. Census Bureau estimates that in just 2 years, private manufacturing construction increased almost tenfold. So if we want to rebuild the American middle class, we must do so from the middle out and by investing in modern infrastructure and modern manufacturing facilities. But this does not mean that everything is improving equally. I've heard time and again from my constituents about the cost of housing being one of their biggest pain points. The Monetary Policy Report points out that housing services prices have risen a shocking 8.5% over the 12-month period ending in April, and in my district, it's even worse. So, Chair Powell, at a time where it has become increasingly difficult for working Nevadans to purchase a home, I worry that rising mortgage rates will put working families even further behind on accessing the wealth and equity that a house provides. While higher rates have cooled some housing markets across the country, what do you see as the biggest remaining upward pressure on housing services, and what can we do in Congress to incentivize new home starts to hopefully moderate the imbalance between supply and demand in the housing market?
I think you're talking about largely longer run factors here, and I think there has been for some time a shortage of housing. It's harder to get lots, it's harder to get workers, and in the pandemic it had been harder to get materials and things like that. So there's certainly a need for more housing. I think during the pandemic you had people wanting to live in houses rather than downtown in apartments because of COVID. You had low rates, and so you had 2 or 3 years of very, very high price increases for housing, and now that is flattened out a lot as we've raised rates. And
Gentleman's time has expired. The gentleman.
Yeah, I think the interesting thing there was that guy's talking about trying to make housing more affordable by decreasing the cost of production of homemaking. I don't think Jerome Powell's objective right now is to try to put people into homes. Just saying. I think that was a big miss for an opportunity to ask him a question, specifically on the point of the fact that that's not their goal. Their goal is actually to essentially cause pain in the workforce by reducing spending. And creating more affordable homes doesn't reduce spending. It makes people need to buy more. So that was almost like somebody didn't even understand what inflation really is or what you need to do to combat inflation right there. It's kind of sad. It was a waste of 5 minutes of my life. how do we make homes more affordable? We're talking about inflationary periods of time here. We need people to not buy homes. How do you? I think you're looking at it from the wrong perspective. There's a much easier way to fix all this. There's a much easier way, and unfortunately, it's a very painful way, and it's to simply allow the market to crash, allow the inflation to really take hold, and let it play itself out while you raise the rates and you make you cause a lot of pain. Unfortunately, the way that the economy has been running for so long, it's unsustainable, and you have to have this period of crashing in order to repair it, because it's been so poorly managed for so long. And so they keep talking about this like soft landing, trying to soft land a. It's like driving. What's the newest big plane that they've got out there? That really big one, the huge, ginormous plane that they have. And it's like taking out like half the engines on that thing and saying like, go ahead and fly that thing and make sure you do like a really nice all point landing where all the wheels touch at the same time. It's just like it's not gonna happen. It's like it's gonna be a rough landing. And sometimes you just gotta eat big bites out of crap sandwiches because that's what you've been dealt. You know. And the big tramp says, Casey, you're asking for too much. I'm not asking for it. I quite frankly feel like, in some ways, I almost would prefer to see this like tiptoeing around, some kind of massive market failure, because I know what the pain's going to feel like, and I don't want to be a part of that. But truly and honestly, if you want to fix it, that's really what you have to do. Yeah, Pyroporn, you couldn't have said it anymore. This tiptoeing around, trying to soft land the airplane is just making it worse because we got more engines failing as we go. And it's buying time. I don't want to say biding time because it sounds like I'm talking about Biden, but it's buying time. But it's not. I have a feeling it's going to end up being way more painful than it needs to be. Let's throw the tongue depressor in the mouth and bite down, grin, pour some alcohol on it, and cut the limb off. It's time to do that. That's where we're at. And it's gonna hurt. It's gonna hurt really bad. And we're gonna see a lot of people lose monies, like their portfolios, their 401ks are gonna go tanking down. We're gonna have, and this is probably one of the worst times to do it. Think about that. Think about that for a second. We got the baby boomers who are like one of the largest sectors of people, aged people who are retiring right now, and they're going to be the ones that are going to be absolutely taking the brunt of the hit because they're the ones with the most money. And I mean, I guess in a roundabout way, it's good to see that the biggest portion of the population that has the most money is going to be taking the biggest hit, but it's going to be sucking for some of the people that don't have money really bad. It's going to suck really bad. But unfortunately, we got to go there. Kathy says we're tanking now. You haven't seen nothing yet, Kathy. If you think this is tanking, you just wait. It's going to be a lot worse than this. But I mean, it's really weird because Tom brought this up earlier about nobody wants to work. Nobody wants to work. I don't know. I'm not sure if that's entirely the case. I drive through and I mean, we went down to Corpus Christi, And the pizzeria place that we always go to that's always hopping with business is running just fine. But the chicken place right down the street, same road, less than a block away, is shut down. And we found that a lot of the places that we were going to that were serving chicken were just shut down, and they were blaming it because they didn't have enough quote unquote workers to do work. And I don't know if that's really the case. Why is it all chicken? The pizza place was running just fine. Why are the chicken places specifically hurting? What's going on there? Something doesn't seem quite right, you know? There's something else going on here. I don't know. Because there ain't no chickens. I think you might be onto something there. I think you might be. SSR on AMC. I'm gonna go through the numbers right now. It's time to look at the numbers anyways. So let's do that. So no fork. Our friends say food rotting in fields as no one to pick the vegetable. Wow, that's crazy. I know one of the chicken places that we stopped at because we were looking for a place to buy chicken, and we had to stop at a church's chicken place. It was the only place that had chicken, and out of all the places that we tried to go to, because we like to take chicken over the beach when we're doing the beach stuff, and we had to wait for an hour for them to do the chicken in the drive-through. We had to wait an hour in the drive-through, and there wasn't anybody in front of us. Nobody was even in front of us. We had to wait an hour. And I mean, you'd think we were buying the whole place out of chicken, but they were the only ones that had a sign up that said due to inventory reasons that they were running short on some of their inventory, so that not everything on the menu was going to be available. Everybody else blamed it on people, short staff. They were the only location, the only open location for chicken besides Chick-fil-A had a sign that said that it was due to inventory shortages. So, anyways, I don't think it's a lack of people wanting to work or needing to work. I think it's something else. And it's going to get worse. It's going to transfer over to like cattle eventually. And then we'll start seeing it with produce, and there'll be a lot of failures along the way, and we're going to see a lot of things that we normally rely on just suddenly disappearing and not being available anymore and not showing back up again. So let's look at these numbers. Remember, I'm not going to be able to see what it is you guys are writing, so hold those personal thoughts, comments, questions, and concerns from me until you see the big tramp back up on the screen, or else I won't be able to see it. Does not look like I have to give you guys a two-factor authentication speech. Let me move a couple screens around. We need more houses. more affordable houses, please. That's the problem. I don't mean to be so rude. I mean, he's one of our politicians, and he's a leader in this country, but it's just like, man, we don't need more houses, bro. Like, there's other stuff that we need right now. There's other stuff we got to get done. Open your eyes. Like, don't live the life that you're living. Go actually spend some time with people and see what they really need. It would be nice if they could have homes, but it'd be nice if they actually could have affordable paying jobs for some of them graduating high school. You know, you can't live off of, somebody was saying $14 an hour. Some kids can't make $14 an hour and afford rent in an apartment complex. My rent's too damn high. Remember that guy? I loved him. I thought he was so funny. Off exchange. By this time of the day, I would expect to see about 62% going through off exchange and EDGX combined. Off exchange for AMC is at 47.89%. EDGX is 8.04. The combined total, and that's 55.93%. Based on our current numbers, we're about 6.07% less than what I would expect to see by this time of the day. So it's kind of low. I would think that we would see increasing prices based on the fact that these numbers are kind of low. But do note that you can see very clearly on the screen for yourself, NASDAQ GSM is getting a lot of additional volume today that it doesn't normally get. So again, more exchanges receiving volume they don't normally have. Who knows why? CHX is at 0.18% of the total daily volume with a 30-day average of 3.38. Nothing unusual going on there. On Ape, 50.64% going through off exchange. EDGX is at 6.62. The combined total is 57.26. That is about 4.74% less than what I would expect to see. Where is that extra volume going for the day today? It looks like some of it's in the NASDAQ GSM. Go figure. Same exact one. CHX volume is 0.06 with a 30-day average of 0.05. It's right on target. GME's CHX volume is 0.09 with a 30-day average of 0.3. Nothing unusual going on there. Taking a look at Ortex. An hour ago on Ortex, I was reporting 769,000 shares having been borrowed for the day. It's now 1.07 million shares. That's going to raise the estimated short share interest of the free float to 23.87%. The cost to borrow mins dropped underneath 200 now to 199.06%. Average is 269.55 and max is 328.53. Shares on loan day over day increased by 2 million shares. Ortex estimated about 726,000 of that was in new short interest day over day, bringing our new share on loan amount to 197.38 million shares. Taking a look at Ape. An hour ago, there was 92,000 shares having been returned for the day today. It's now 98,000 shares. That's not really going to change the estimated short share interest of the free float at 4.86. There has been 1.1 thousand shares borrowed for the day today at a 6.9% rate. That was the same rate from yesterday. There has been only one loan, so max, min, and average are all the same. Shares on loan day over day did decrease by 80,000 shares, meaning they returned 80,000 shares, bringing our new share loan on loan amount number to 14.19 million shares. On options, highest amount of call volume so far for the day today has been at a $5 strike. An hour ago, there was 12.4 thousand contracts. There's now 13.8. Highest amount of puts is at a $4 strike. There was 5.9 thousand contracts an hour ago. There's now 7.3. And guess what? Huge amounts of volumes of in-the-money puts still being purchased. There's over 10,000 contracts now of between $5 and $6, $5.5 and $6 contracts. There's over 10,000 contracts already in volume. That's out of the money puts. I'm sorry, in the money puts that are being purchased. So kind of weird. Combined price of AMC and Ape is currently at $6.18. We have supported the $6.14 Fibonacci retracement and been kind of, for the most part, trading in between 614 and 627 combined. Volume has been dropping as well as price. I would expect to see maybe a fight for 627 combined by the end of the day today. Orders by Fidelity customers. I'm only looking for AMC, Ape, or GME on this list. They are not on the list due to low volume. SSR trips for the day today at $4.13 for AMC, Ape at 1.56, shares available to borrow, showing up at 150,000 shares. They did borrow 50,000 earlier, returned those 50, borrowed them again. So in totality, they've borrowed 100,000 shares so far for the day today. Fees were last seen at 97.7%, and nothing has happened since 9/16 this morning. NASDAQ is down 1.12, Dow Jones is up 0.06, and the S&P 500 is down 0.34. We have 3,427 decliners to 2,833 advancers. The market is more declining than advancing, but doing better than it was an hour ago. So it is actually still improving as the day moves on. Banks, big movers. FRC is up 3.89. Silvergate is down 4.71. That might be the end of the big movers that we have for the day today. Everything else is less than 2.75% plus or minus. Ethereum Classic is up 6.31% for the day today and is threatening to head back on up into these wedges that I've got in here. A momentary downtrend that's followed by a recovery. The US dollar is down 0.19, which usually means the market should be heading up. Oil is up 2.54. Mortgage-backed securities are down anywhere from 0.09 to 0.19, and the SPY is down 0.33. But trending upwards, slowly but surely. And lo and behold, the VIX is down 3.53%, 3.67 now percent, down from where it started from or ended from yesterday. That is it's a pretty big drop. It's down to 13.37. VBR is up 0.01. VB is down 0.3. Tesla is down 4.29. Amazon is down 0.6. Cinemark is up 0.12. Doge is up 4.14. Bitcoin is up 6.07 and has broken 30K a coin. The magic number that I would expect to see this resist is about 32.5. GME is up 0.39. HYMC is down 0.87. NCMI is down 5.61. Hood is down 1.7. And Ape is down 4.51 with AMC being down 1.31. Inflow versus outflow on AMC, we have approximately $600,000 more inflow than outflow. 5.78 million shares traded so far for the day today after 167 minutes worth of trading. Puts us on a pace for 13.49 million shares traded by the end of the day today. That is definitely within the 5 to 25 million I suggested in the pre-market. On a 4-hour chart, we've got more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 34, which is below average. On a 1-hour time interval, more selling pressure than buying pressure with the divergence on the 1-hour indicator here. Our 1-hour time interval on this Vortex indicator. RSI is at 34.79, which is below average. 30-minute interval, we've got more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 37.74, which is below average. And on a 5-minute interval, more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 39.78, which is below average. On Ape, there's approximately $200,000 more outflow than inflow. 9.71 million shares traded so far for the day today. It's going to be a close one, but I think we'll be within my range on the volume for the day today. We're looking at 168 minutes worth of trading so far for the day today. So that puts us at about 22.54 million share pace. And that usually does continue to drop off until about 1 o'clock before it kind of settles in. So I think we're going to be on pace for being less than 20 million. And my prediction was 1 to 20 million on Ape. But it is definitely elevated volume, way more than I would have thought there would have been based off of the pre-market volume that we saw. But it is still within my range. On a 4-hour time interval, we have more selling pressure than buying pressure with a possible divergence within the next 4 hours. RSI at 47.32, which is slightly below average. On a 1-hour time interval, we've got more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 38.34, which is below average. On a 30-minute interval, more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 41.39, which is below average. And on a 5-minute interval, more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 48.6, which is average. Put that right there. All right. Let me see what you guys are writing. Dr. Zena says, I love how the market drops and the VIX drops. It's crazy, man. There's some crazy stuff going on there. It's not working like it's supposed to. That's for sure. Who said hi first? Highway Frog, how's it going, man? Biden and his associates are turds. Dr. Zeno, I know a little something about turds over the last 2 or 3 days, and by far they're not Bruno kind of turds, that's for sure. They're staying right where they're not, right where they're at. They're not running. Man, it's funny to me, but only because I've had to deal with it. You haven't been in my shoes. Oh man. Let's take a look at the rest of this hearing here. This semi-annual monetary policy report. Sam says it's like whose line is it anyway? The buying and the selling don't matter. Okay. And I'm gonna take a break. I'm gonna go eat something. I'm kind of hungry right now, and I'm gonna listen to this as well with you guys. I'll just probably be watching from my phone or something instead. But let's take a look at the rest of this.
Gentleman from New York, Mr. Lawler.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Chairman Powell, you, the Fed's Vice Chairman for Supervision, and many others have indicated that the banking system is well capitalized. Bank capitalization remained robust during the COVID shock and related shutdowns of economic activity and in severe Fed stress testing. Nonetheless, the Vice Chair for Supervision wants to increase capital and other requirements on financial institutions. This will have substantial economic effects that will begin immediately while you are still focusing on bringing inflation back to the Fed's 2% target. Excessively high capital requirements will constrain credit provision to the economy, costing jobs, incomes, opportunities, and living standards. As my colleague Mr. Garbarino pointed out, a 1% increase in capital requirements could potentially reduce GDP by up to 16 basis points based on the Basel Committee literature. On January 21st, 2021, 30-year fixed-rate mortgages had an interest rate of 2.77%. Now, for the same loans, individuals are looking at a 6.69% interest rate for a 30-year fixed-rate mortgage. For the median home, valued at $436,800, the difference from less than 2.5 years ago to now equates to over $300,000 more over the course of the loan. For the median household making around $71,000 a year, that extra $10,000 a year out of pocket in mortgage costs is crushing. Some areas like my district are even harder hit due to the high cost of living and the lack of housing. Combine that with inflation at or above 4%, and these factors are taking a real toll on the average American family, including in the Hudson Valley. Now, further decreasing the availability of credit to households and businesses across the country would only likely worsen this crisis. So, Chairman, do you agree that excessively high capital levels constrain banks' lending capacity with spillover effects on jobs and living standards for Americans, and effects would begin immediately, independent of any proposed phase in timing?
I do think that, as I mentioned earlier, there is a trade-off between safety and soundness and availability of capital, and you want to get that balance right.
But respectfully, you have testified that there was more than enough capital in these banks. So where are we unsafe and unsound that we would require more capital requirements?
Well, as I mentioned, that's the question we're going to be asking as we review the proposals when they do come forward. We don't have a proposal in front of us at this point, and I think as I mentioned, any increase in the capital for the large banks would need to be justified. I don't know that there will be much in the way of capital increases proposed for banks other than the very large banks, but we'll have to see.
So you don't believe regional and community banks will face the same requirements?
Very different requirements, I would think, as they do now.
But you're not looking to increase the requirements on them?
We'll have to see what the proposals turn out to be. Honestly, they're still to some extent in motion, and once they're out, we can have lots of conversations about the specifics, but until they are, it's tough to do that.
And you'll commit to providing this committee with all such analysis before any proposals come out?
I think there will be a proposal that comes to the board sometime this summer, and the board will vote on that, and we'll obviously share whatever analysis we have.
Are you concerned that any significant increase in capital could significantly jeopardize the Fed's efforts to rein in inflation?
So the thing about capital requirements is there would be a 90-day comment period, roughly, something like that, could be in that range. And then there would be a long period of considering those, the comments that are made, and then there would be movement toward coming to an agreement about what to finalize. And after that, so that would take many months, and then you would be into a situation where there would be long phase-ins. So I don't really think capital requirements play into the near-term economic situation the way interest rate hikes do.
Chairman, according to the Bureau of Labor Statistics CPI inflation calculator, it takes $1.16 today to buy the same consumer goods and services as $1 purchased when President Biden took office in January of 21. Do you agree that outsized inflation we have seen since early 2021 has caused and continues to harm workers, retirees, and families trying to make ends meet and pay their bills?
I strongly agree with that, and that's why we are taking the measures we're taking.
Thank you.
Gentleman's time has expired. The gentleman from North Carolina, Mr. Nichols, recognized.
All right. Thanks, Chair Powell, for being here with us today. Back in 1995, I worked here in Congress as an intern for Dick Gephardt. I was in his press office, and we had newspapers, where my job would be to clip out the articles and paste them on a sheet. But when I was here in 95, the Grateful Dead were playing. It was one of Jerry Garcia's last concerts, and I was just so disappointed that I missed that concert. But was excited to see that from public reporting that you were at the most recent Dead and Company show. I've been to this version with John Mayer and enjoyed it, but we weren't here. How was the show? Did you like it?
Oh, it was terrific. What can I say? So it was great. I've been a Grateful Dead fan for 50 years. So.
Well, I've found one universal truth that I like people who like the Grateful Dead. So having said that, I have limited time. But do you want any time to go back to some of the questions that you had? You want to elaborate on anything that you've said here so far today?
You're very kind to offer, but I'm fine with the answers I've given so far, I believe.
Good. Well, back to that show. A lot of people there in Virginia, and like my constituents, they're very concerned about this economy. They're worried about the cost of groceries, rising inflation, interest rates going up, and when we do these hearings, it's always big news. The things you say, move markets and are very important. But Fed speak is just so hard for my constituents and the American people to understand. What could you tell the American people who are concerned about the economy in a way that they can really understand where this economy really is heading?
So I guess I would say this economy is very strong, and what's driving it now is just a very strong labor market. There's still significant demand for workers. There are more job openings than there are unemployed people. Wages are moving up, and that's really what's driving the economy forward. People's disposable incomes are coming up. Inflation is moving down gradually. The thing that troubles people, and I think the thing that accounts for the surveys you see where despite a historically strong labor market, people are still concerned about the economy, it's really inflation. So this is our job, is to bring inflation down. The way we do it is by raising interest rates, and while that can be painful, what it does is it gradually slows down demand so that supply and demand can get back into alignment, and so that we can have inflation running at 2%, and people can get on with their lives and basically not have to think about inflation. That's what the definition of price stability from one standpoint is, just that people can live their daily lives without thinking about inflation all the time. We want to get back to that place. And we're, we're on a journey to get there. We have quite a ways to go, but we're making progress.
And I've always wondered this, and I think there's a pretty simple answer, but, if Congress was in charge of setting interest rates and it became a political thing, do you think that's something that we could handle as a legislative body?
I wouldn't want to comment on that.
That's a safe answer. All right. And I do want to just join on the chorus with a lot of my colleagues on both sides of the aisle here about capital requirements for banks. I brought this issue up with Vice Chair Barr, with Mickey Bowman, and in your written questions for the last time you were here, I didn't get a chance to ask questions because my seniority here on the committee, but you said, you answered in writing and you said, we've got to be mindful of the trade-offs associated with adjusting capital levels as it could, quote unquote, cause banks to reduce the availability of credit or to pass higher costs of credit on to consumers, end quote. And you also said that, quote, capital and liquidity levels at our largest, most systemically important banks are at multi-decade highs, end quote. My constituents sent me here to lower costs for working families, so increasing borrowing costs really hits them hard. As the Fed considers new capital requirements, how do you intend to strike that balance between the trade-off that you talked about in your written response?
So that is the balance. You said it very well. So stronger capital requirements mean we have a stronger banking system, means it's more resilient to downturns and crises and things like that, so banks can continue to lend during even stressful times. And so that's very important, and we put a high value on that. And yet, of course, we know that at the margin, the cost of capital goes up for banks and the cost of credit will go up. So it's a balancing thing, and there isn't any one simple model or answer. So you just have to make a judgment call based on that, and that's what we'll be doing as these proposals are made and then assessed.
Thank you. And I yield back.
Thank you, Mr. Nichols. I look forward to joining you at the next concert with the chairman. We'll see how that works out. Chairman Powell, thank you very much for taking time to be with us here today. Recognize, first of all, that you get, I think politely said, feedback from every sector on how you're doing your job. You are charged with 2 mandates. Primarily among those are price stability and combating unemployment. As my colleagues have discussed today, the labor market is clearly very tight, and you should be credited with succeeding in maximum employment and being a partner in this. Unfortunately, as we've also heard, and as the country is experiencing, we haven't collectively been as lucky in terms of price stability. Core CPI is still over 4%, and services and housing costs remain very sticky. Given the economic uncertainty on how the Fed will bring inflation to its 2% mandate, can you quickly touch on how the bank capital requirements Vice Chair Barr is proposing? And I'll be specific here. My Main Street businesses, especially farmers, family farms, and Iowans back in my district, really provide a backbone on this, and they depend heavily in this area. Do you think that they will be facing a more difficult and expensive credit environment as a result of this?
I don't think so, and particularly in the near term. So, first of all, many of those people will be dealing with regional and community banks, rather than with the GSIBs. But even with the GSIBs, though, as I mentioned, the phase-in for higher capital, the process of publishing and then getting comments and evaluating those comments, and then coming to a broad agreement and consensus on what to implement and over what time period, that takes time. And so it will not be important during this period of the next year or two when we're getting inflation back down to target and the economy's kind of normalizing. I don't think the capital the capital changes will have much of an effect in the near term.
So, Mr. Chairman, let me ensure that I'm hearing you correctly. Then, Vice Chair Barr is engaging with small businesses throughout the Midwest right now on potential knock-on effects from this holistic review. Some economic studies have found that these knock-on effects will increase borrowing between $50 and $200 billion. As we look to cut this in half, is this the right thing to be doing?
Sorry, cut in half.
The inflation rate.
Honestly, I don't think the two are really in conflict. We have an obligation to bring inflation back down to 2% over time, and we will do that, and we'll use our tools to do that. But I think the question of bank capital is real. I don't see it as a key factor in how we think about inflation, because again, it'll take it'll take quite a while to decide what to do and then to implement. Some of the changes we're talking about will have multiple year phase-in periods, for
So,
example.
Mr. Chair, let me ask you on that implementation timeline, particularly for new capital standards. You said it would be some years before it would go into effect. According to a report published last year by the Federal Reserve Bank of Cleveland, in the case of implementation Basel III, banks began to increase their capital ratios, and I quote, prior to the publication of specific language applicable to U.S. banks, end quote. And that bank responses, we estimate, to take place well before Basel III rules started to come into force after 2014. Do you agree with the Cleveland Fed, and do you believe that our banks will begin to adjust as soon as the proposal is released?
Yes, I do. It's not an absolute thing where they'll wait until the effective date. They will certainly, and they may even be starting, but I would think the earlier you start, the more gradual the path will be.
Very quickly, I want to turn to a different subject. It's been brought up by a number of my banks back home relating to a central bank digital currency, or any federal issued coin. We have seen how this administration and the last Congress wanted to require anyone who made more than $600 on a third-party settlement organization like an eBay purchase has to report that to the IRS. The existing threshold before the law was modified was $20,000. That is how far this administration wants to peek behind the curtain of what my constituents are spending their money on. And $600 in Iowa doesn't go a long way. It's the equivalent of a PlayStation or paying for your kids' dance classes. I'm a dad of 6. I digress on this, but I do want to know specifically, for my constituents back home, the thoughts of creating a central bank digital currency that tracks individuals. If the Fed were to offer a direct individual account to citizens, wouldn't this be a direct threat to the financial privacy of many Americans?
Potentially, and that's why it's not something we support. We would not support, accounts at the Federal Reserve by individuals. That would not be. If we were to, and we're a long way from this, if we were to, support at some point in the future a CBDC, it would be one that were intermediated through the banking system and not directly at the Fed, for exactly the reason you point out.
I'm very happy to hear that. I think that's a good partnership with the individuals there and a respect for Americans across the board. With that, I yield my time and recognize the gentlewoman from Colorado, Ms. Peterson, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, Chair Powell, for being with us again today. I come from Colorado. I was in the legislature for 10 years, and when the pandemic happened, I was part of being one of the, unfortunately, elected people during that time, that difficult time. When I think about what our country was going through a few years ago, where our economy was almost in free fall, completely shut down, our local governments were they were slashing their budgets, they were laying people off, and what that moment meant that we had to do in stepping up at the national level to infuse dollars to save our country's economy. So my frustration here is that we continue to talk about inflation as if it was spending just to spend money, instead of acknowledging the urgent crisis that this country and this world was in, and what we needed to do in the moment to make sure that we were able to recover, keep our small businesses afloat, our local governments, and ultimately recover much more quickly than others. So since we talk about this often, I'd like to know, if you look to other countries around the world who didn't infuse dollars like we did, is there countries that we can look at to compare what the outcomes would be, and what is their recovery like now?
Our recovery is by far the strongest of any country. And I would say inflation that we have is actually, everybody has very high inflation. The EU, the United Kingdom, many countries within Europe as well.
Thank you. That was my next question, is how we compare to other highly developed economies on our recovery. So it sounds like in the emergency that we were in, the hopefully once in a century global pandemic, that the United States ultimately met the moment, and that when the American people look at what has been done, we should feel really good about where we are, but we know we have a long ways to go. And so I also want to acknowledge that something that comes up often is that rising debt leads to increase in higher rates of inflation. Doesn't that also include tax cuts, trillions of dollars of tax cuts that we couldn't afford, that went on our rising debt.
In terms of today's inflation? So I think if you look, I mean, to your point, you look around the world, there's a common factor that has driven inflation very high in lots of advanced economies, and it's the pandemic, and it's everything about the pandemic, the closing of the economy, the reopening of the economy, the fiscal support, the monetary support, all the things that happened went into high inflation. And inflation is coming down. We'll look back on this, and we'll be able to look back at period of very high inflation. But I think it's not just monetary and fiscal policy. It's also just things to do with the pandemic, various shocks.
Absolutely. It's hard to believe where we were a few years ago and where we are now, although we do have challenges ahead. Another frustration that I have here is our failed policies around immigration reform and providing legal pathways for workers here in this country. When I talk to business leaders across the country, they say that the number one thing that we could do to address inflation is address legal pathways for people who want to work here. And so, while I recognize you say your job is to address inflation, you are still limited only within the tools that you have. So my question to you is, would an increased labor supply help supply chain issues and inflation in this country?
So we're seeing that now very much. A little bit to our surprise, we've seen a bounce back in labor force participation and also a significant return to the prior trend in immigration. And that we believe, and most analysts would say that that's part of why employers are finding the labor market to be a little bit less tight now. It's still extremely tight, but that more labor supply is helping the labor market get back into balance, including through immigration.
Great, thank you. Another concern that I have is not just now our inability to address legal pathways to work in the United States and the consequences of not doing that to our economy. I really worry about in the long term if we don't address our labor shortage. So I'd like to know if we are unable to provide these pathways looking at the needs of this country, do you see this contributing to the rising costs and inflation here in the United States in the long term?
I'm not sure about the long term, but I would say that, right now still employers are reporting a very significant excess of demand for workers over the supply of workers. And so there's a lot of demand out there for people to work.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Ladies' time has expired. I now recognize the gentlewoman from Texas, Ms. Dela Cruz, for 5 minutes.
I thank the chairman for holding this important hearing today. It is critical that this committee continue to explore how the Biden administration's ill-conceived policy and regulatory approaches are harming our nation's economy. And thank you, Chair Powell, for appearing before us today. I'd like to lead off with a question that I posed for Vice Chair Barr when he recently appeared before this committee. As a representative for a largely rural district where my constituents, of which 86% are Hispanic, heavily rely on smaller institutions or community banking institutions for their financial needs, I am concerned about Mr. Barr's focus on factors that aren't necessarily material to the recent bank failures. His report on Silicon Valley Bank seemed to go out of its way to advocate for higher capital levels as a cure for the recent bank failures, instead of the failures of regulators and bank mismanagement. In fact, one of your other colleagues, Federal Reserve colleagues, Governor Bowman, echoed these concerns in recent remarks when she said, "The unique nature and business models of the banks that recently failed, in my view, do not justify imposing new overly complex regulatory and supervisory expectations on a broad range of banks. If we allow this to occur, we will end up with a system of significantly fewer banks serving significantly fewer customers. Those who will likely bear the burden of this new banking system are those at the lower end of the economic spectrum, both individuals and businesses." Just a couple moments ago, Rep. Donalds asked you a couple of questions, and your response was that you mentioned how important community banks are and that you are keeping them in mind with all that you do. As I speak with my local community and regional banks, they say that the increase in regulation and in capital requirements will really hurt them. With that being said, what I find as being an outsider in politics, new to the political arena, I find that people here in Washington, people who hold leadership positions, are often out of touch. And so I want to ask you, Chair Powell, do you personally bank with a community bank?
I have over time, not currently, but yeah, the last mortgage that my family and I had was you would like the story, I can tell you someday, but we had a very large bank which sort of failed at the last minute mortgage, and we went to the local community bank, and they knew my family, and they knew the house, and they were able to give us a mortgage without difficulty within a few days. So I have very positive experience with community banks.
So with your relationship with community banks in the past, how do you feel that increasing regulatory burdens would have consequences to these community banks?
So I really think that the things we're looking at are not about community banks. They're about the very largest banks, and to some extent, banks in the Silicon Valley Bank range is sort of 100 billion to 250 billion. So that's far larger than I would consider a community bank to be, under 50 and probably under 10 billion in assets. So those are not the focus of the regulatory reforms, I believe, that are going to be proposed to the board for consideration this summer.
And I will also hope that be true, because, as I said, in my district, we have a lot of community and regional banks that would suffer with increased regulation and capital requirements. And so with that, I have very little time, so I will yield back to the chair. Thank you.
The gentlelady yields back. I now recognize the gentleman from California, Mr. Sherman, for 5 minutes.
I want to comment on one success story. Several years ago, there were $16 trillion of LIBOR instruments where the amount the debtor was supposed to pay the creditor was to be determined by the London Interbank Rate. And as of June of this year, that rate will no longer be published. Something happened unusual here in Washington. A year and a half before the LIBOR hit the fan, Congress acted. You published your regulations in February, and the problem is solved. I want to pick up on the ranking member's comment that it's critical that we deal with housing. There's a lot we can do in Washington, but we also need to get cities to allow the construction of apartment buildings and condos. Someone has talked about the de-dollarization. We need to compete against the euro and against the yuan, but one place where Congress can act is with regard to crypto. The crypto billionaires have told us they want to displace the dollar. They're working for de-dollarization, and when billionaires tell you they are trying to hurt your country, you should believe them. There's been a discussion here as to whether it's the pandemic or Washington, D.C. policy that's caused the inflation. We have a perfect test case. Our annual inflation rate is now at 4%. The European Union, where Mr. Biden is not president and Mr. Powell is not head of their Federal Reserve, the European Union is, in May, had 7.1% inflation. The unemployment rate in the United States is 3.7%. The European Union is at 6%. And since the pandemic began, GDP has grown in the United States 5.3%, in the European Union only 3.1%. I think it's pretty apparent that our policy has turned out to be actually better than Europe's policy. Banks and bank regulators have said, oh, how could we possibly have anticipated the inflation and interest rates of 2023. Today we have 4% inflation. That is almost exactly the average inflation rate over the last 50 years. Much lower than it was in the Reagan administration when we had 13.5% inflation, 16% interest rates. And that's why I blame the management and also the regulators at Silicon Valley Bank for telling us that, oh, this was an unanticipated circumstance. It's certainly one of the things they could have anticipated. I'll point out that both the Congressional Budget Office and the University of Pennsylvania Wharton School of Business's models both show that the estimated effect of the Inflation Reduction Act on inflation will be statistically indistinguishable from zero. So we'll accomplish a lot for the environment and not increase inflation. Of course, the recent action by Republicans to take away IRS enforcement will lead to higher deficits and higher inflation. The chair of the committee tells us we don't need regulation of our well-capitalized banks. Why are they well-capitalized? Because of our regulation. And I do want to focus on whether our banks really are well-capitalized. Mr. Powell, are our banks well-capitalized if you value their assets at today's fair market value, where we have experienced higher interest rates and the value of the debt declines? And are they well capitalized even if you assume that depositors are not just going to leave their money lying in the banks, but that the obligation the bank has to its depositors is valued at full face value, but the marketable securities and loan portfolio is priced at today's interest rates? Under those circumstances, do we have a well-capitalized banking system?
So I think you have to take the capital requirements as they are for purposes of this
Well,
question.
that's the problem. Our capital requirements are hide the facts that are unpleasant.
Right,
If
but-
you don't hide the facts, are we well capitalized?
Traditionally, though, as you know, a rising rate environment has increased the value of the deposit franchise, which more than or at least offsets any portfolio losses.
So we're well capitalized if depositors continue to be lazy and stupid.
The gentleman's time has expired. Chairman Powell can submit any additional response for the record. With that, we'd recognize the gentleman from Tennessee, Mr. Ogles.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Powell, as you know, when the COVID-19 pandemic started, the Federal Reserve began a round of quantitative easing, referred to as QE4. Like many COVID policies, this program dragged on, not ending until March of 2022. To conduct this program, the Federal Reserve expanded its balance sheet with short-term interest-bearing liabilities on one side and long-term interest-bearing assets on the other. And this was at a time of historically low interest rates. When predictably, expansionary fiscal and monetary policy sent inflation to the highest level in 40 years, the Fed was forced to raise interest rates rapidly. Now, going back to one of my colleagues' questions about the bank losses and the result of that being poor management and failing to hedge against the interest rate environment, is that a fair summation that management and failure to hedge is what caused some of the bank losses?
Certainly, many banks managed the interest rate risk that came along through that technique.
But some did not, is that correct?
Some did not.
In October, the Fed suspended its remittances to the Treasury due to losses. Mercatus Center estimates that the lost revenue for the Treasury will result in $760 billion over the next 10 years. And so it does concern me that Treasury is blaming banks for mismanagement when you yourself had to stop remittances and will suffer losses. Now, when the Fed prepared its and I said Treasury Fed, but semi-annual monetary policy reports through the time of QE4, none of those reports mentioned interest rate risk would impact the government's finances. Should that have been disclosed, or did the Fed not understand its own risk in correlation to the interest rate environment?
Well, so what we do, we remit all of our profits, right? And in the era of QE, those profits were enormous. We remitted something like $1.2 trillion in profits to the Treasury Department because, you know, we're funding purchases of long-term assets with issuance, as you pointed out, of overnight, you know, lower rate instruments. So, you know, in a way, that's what was happening during the QE era. As we now enter an era of raising rates, that'll turn around a little bit. But ultimately, though, we don't manage at all for fiscal reasons. What we're managing to is maximum employment and price stability, and we're using our tools to achieve that. So we don't think of ourselves as trying to attain some kind of fiscal goal one way or the other.
But what about, as far as, well, I guess I'll ask this question. When you look at, you know, the roughly $700 billion in blow to the Treasury, how's that going to impact the President and Congress's kind of economic plans and policies going forward? I mean, is it going to impact negatively?
It's not, it doesn't affect spending, right? It doesn't affect, Congress appropriates money, the executive branch spends it. It affects, it will mean that more borrowing has to take place, and that could raise rates very marginally at the margin. But that's how it would affect the budget, but it wouldn't be a major effect on the budget.
Well, I didn't ask about the budget moreover than our overall economic goals. And I think what I think a lot of us are getting at is when you look at Main Street America, when you look at mortgage rates and how it's impacting, you know, families' abilities to get a mortgage. And so someone who was eligible for $300,000 to buy a home now is no longer eligible for that home. You have people that are now upside down due to this, you know, expansionary, you know, interest rate environment. And I have concerns about, you know, future raises and the impact that's going to have on small businesses, availability of credit, and again, your average homeowner. And the people that pay that or bear the burden of that are your lower income and your middle class families. Now, when you look at Silicon Valley Bank, and which is supervised by the Fed, again, I get back to when you look at the interest rate increases, why there was not more warning or hedging from you as the impact it may have on the fiscal system, the financial system, and the banking system, because as we well acknowledged, both sides of the aisle, that there was some poor management, but the regulators and the communication from the government was lacking. And Mr. Chairman, I am out of time. Mr. Powell, thank you for being here, and I'll yield back.
Thank you, Mr. Eagles. With that, the chair recognizes the gentleman from Massachusetts, Mr. Lynch.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I thank the ranking member. Welcome, Chairman Powell. Good to see you again. Chairman Powell, I heard some of your comments the last couple of days about the Fed seeking a softening in the labor market. And as a former union president for the ironworkers, I always took a dim view of a softening of the labor market because it, you know, reduced bargaining power and that sort of thing. But I do admit that right now, unemployment rates are historically low all across the country. I think Massachusetts, the Fed numbers at 2.8% unemployment. Arkansas, even less. Alabama, even less. So I understand the need for your position. But when you look at the Black and Latino unemployment rates in some of these major cities, they're double that. And I can't help but seeing this as an opportunity to perhaps redouble our efforts to pull workers who aren't traditionally have strong connections to the job market and make things happen. At the federal level, we fund about 25,000 job training programs. And according to the GAO, we don't do a very good job. I think the average program produces about 3 workers per year. But I am aware of the work that the Boston Fed is doing with the Gateway Cities program. Susan Collins is running that in the Boston area. And the Fed actually helps us with data and coordination, and cities like Brockton, Massachusetts, my district, but also Fitchburg and other more rural areas, the Fed comes in and actually provides a great amount of expertise and has done wonderful, wonderful work. And I'm just wondering, are there other tools in our toolbox that the Fed could use to help? You could soften the labor market by adding workers as well. And I'd rather see that on the supply side than simply restrict credit and squeeze companies into a position where they have to lay people off. And I'm just wondering if there are other tools that you think might be available to us to accomplish that.
So I'll say two things. First, what the softening that we've seen so far in the labor market has been around job openings declining. It has not been around unemployment increasing. We've seen some wages moderating back toward more sustainable levels. You'll remember well the labor market before the pandemic, where we had 2% inflation and a really tight labor market with no inflation, and a lot of the gains were going to people at the lower end. That's where we all want to get back to, because what we have now is a very tight labor market, but inflation is so high, it's eating up the wage gains that these people make, so we need to get away from that. In terms of other tools, I visited East Hartford, which was another one of those cities, and I agree with you. We're not spending taxpayer money on this. We don't have the authority to do it. We convene people who have private sector funds, and we focus on a city. And I was really impressed. I don't know if you sound like you visited one or more of these cities. It's amazing what you can do.
Yeah.
But as a convener, really, rather than as an agency that has the authority to spend money on people. But so I mean, we do think about these things. We think that the most important thing we need to do for working people is to get inflation back under control, because it is people at the lower end of the income spectrum who suffer most immediately and worst from high inflation.
Yeah, I just think there are deeper structural problems in the limitations within our workforce. I met yesterday with IBEW Local 103 in Boston, and I talked to new electrician apprentices, mostly women of color, who they're working days, their husbands are working nights, and it reflects in that very, very low unemployment number, which is, you're getting around 2%. It's really people who are in between jobs. Those are the people that are, so there's no real reservoir of unemployed workers there that you can rely on. And I do appreciate the way the Fed came in, and the Boston Fed came in and big-footed the situation in Fitchburg, where they brought a bunch of people together and they accomplished a lot without spending federal taxpayer money. So I'm going to continue to try to find ways that we could use the resources that you have available. Mr. Chairman, I yield back.
Thank you, Mr. Lynch. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Georgia, Mr. Loudermilk.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Powell, good to see you again. Thank you for being back here. I want to continue a dialogue that you and I had about FedNow. And I also want to continue voicing my concern that this product is a solution to a problem that the private sector is already addressing. The RTP network is already capable of instant settlement with a much greater degree of connectivity than FedNow will have at launch next month or in years to come. And my concern is also that the Fed has an undeniable advantage over the private sector in the payment space, as it can clear transactions through Fed master accounts. Furthermore, the Fed already has options to improve transaction speeds through existing services. For example, the Fed has discussed extending the operation hours for the National Settlement Service since 2015. So first question is, why not respond to industry demand by improving existing services instead of launching a new one that can compete with private industry?
Well, we, as you may remember, we surveyed all of the banks, not just the large banks who stood up RTP, which was a very positive development that we supported. And overwhelmingly, the smaller banks wanted us to set up FedNow. This was a very overwhelming view among smaller banks. They wanted a Fed alternative to RTP. So we set it up, and I would agree with you. That does not a reason not to work on the efficiency of our other payment services, and I hope we're doing that. I know we're doing that.
So we had also discussed in the past about setting up some guardrails to protect customers from accidental or fraudulent transactions. And we know that's a big issue across the entire financial services sector. And in response to that, you know that the banks already have procedures for customers to report unintentional transactions, and FedNow will come up with a suite of features as well to help institutions investigate and remedy any unintentional or fraudulent transactions. However, with real-time settlements, this becomes a whole lot more difficult than just debiting the account that received funds by mistake. Can you elaborate on how you're going to handle this protection?
Yes, and of course, RTP faces the exact same issues. I mean, it's a problem with real-time payments. You just have to have very high, extra high levels of security around the payments, who the payee is, and that sort of thing. And we do think we can master that and build that in, as any faster payment.
Do you have any ideas of the direction that you're looking to go? How are you going to be able to resolve those? Or is this just something you're beginning to look into?
No, I think we've built very strong safeguards in. I can't give you the technology answer.
Okay.
But we'll be happy to supply that.
Yeah, if you could supply that, I appreciate it. Just a couple other questions. Will the Federal Reserve itself use FedNow for real-time payments between banks and in the system?
I'm sorry, will it?
Are you going to use the FedNow for real-time payments between banks within the system?
Yes, I mean, that's what it's for. It's supposed, it's an interbank payment system that allows banks to offer real-time payments to their customers.
Okay, so with that, I'm going to diverge just a little bit. I've dealt with in the past at state level with government competing with private industry, and we run into this problem where the government has an undeniable advantage. In this case, it had to deal with internet services, where city governments had gotten involved in internet servicing and started competing against private providers. And the issue came that the city governments were undercutting the private providers because of the poll access fee. So we passed legislation in the state of Georgia that required that any municipal government that provides a service that competes with private industry has to assess themselves the same fees. So with that in mind, will transactions between Federal Reserve banks be subject to the same rules and fees as other banks? Are you going to charge yourself the same fees that the private industry and abide by the same rules as the private industry?
I don't know the answer to that. I will say I wouldn't advocate, in the payment space, there are many, many instances of a government-operated payment system operating side by side with a private sector one. It was not something I would advocate broadly for in the economy. You think about ACH, you think about FedWire. You know, there are private sector and public sector payment utilities operating next to each other in the United States and around the world.
Okay. Thank you. My time's expired. I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. The gentleman from California, Mr. Vargas, is now recognized for 5 minutes.
Well, thank you very much, Madam Chair. I appreciate the opportunity. I want to thank the ranking member, too. Thank you. Mr. Chairman, I've always had great confidence in you. I've told you that personally. Now that you're a deadhead, though, I'm not quite sure. Especially after 50 years. But anyway, again, thank you very much for being here. I appreciate the service you've done for our nation. One of my colleagues was talking about the difference in inflation rates in the United States and Europe, on both sides, actually. One of my colleagues on our side talked about that. And I was wondering if you saw the headline today in the New York Times about the UK inflation rate. Yeah. And you saw that they're running, I think, at 8-something%.
Yes, I did see that.
Yeah. And you were asked a question by a gentleman on the other side of the aisle that when the Biden administration took over, what you could buy for $1 now cost $1.16, and that was hurting consumers. And you said, and I want to quote you, I strongly agree. But the question obviously inferred that inflation was the fault of the Biden administration. I mean, that's the whole point of the question.
That wasn't the question I answered, by the way.
That's right. And I was going to say that, and I'll give you an opportunity to answer that, because you later said that the pandemic was the issue all around the world. So Is the Biden administration the cause of all this inflation?
So just to be clear, the question I answered was, is inflation hurting people? It was nothing to do with the cause of the inflation. And I would
But
just
it's
say-
inferred, Mr. Chairman, when you say that this has happened during the time of the Biden administration. I think the question clearly infers that.
I think you understand the question I was really answering. So I guess I would say again, people are going to be unpacking the causes of this inflation. Many academic careers will be built on new ways to look at this. Former Chairman Bernanke delivered a paper with a colleague just a couple of weeks ago at Brookings on this. And I just think you see inflation everywhere in the world. There's a common factor here, which has to do with the pandemic. There's also a room for fiscal policy. There's a room for monetary policy in the explanation. And I just think it's very hard to unpack that. And it's not up to us to make a judgment about, we don't render judgment on fiscal policy. We don't support it. We don't criticize it. We take it as something that arrives at our front door. No matter who is president, no matter what fiscal policy is, it's not something we play a role in commenting on or criticizing or praising.
I wanted to give you an opportunity. I appreciate the answer. I wanted to give you an opportunity just to make sure if there was any confusion about that, the confusion was cleared up, and I think you've cleared it up. Now, I want to answer a question that you didn't answer, that you passed on. The question was if Congress should be in charge of setting the federal rates fund. I can't think of a worse idea. The only worse idea, I think, might be another idea that was set forward earlier, that maybe we should be involved in supervising the banks, Congress. We can't even figure out appliances here, for God's sakes. We closed down the government over appliances. We can't even figure that out. I don't know how in the world we'd be setting rates and how in the world we'd be supervising banks. Again, I think you guys can do a tighter job of supervising banks. I mean, I do think that and you guys have admitted to that with the Silicon Valley Bank. And I hope you do, and I know you're looking at these regulations. It was brought up that since 2008, 2009, their capital requirements have gone up, and the banks generally have done well in the stress test. What was the law that caused the capital requirements to go up?
It was a combination of Dodd-Frank and also the Basel Committee.
Of course.
Agreements.
And those are the two things that I've heard from colleagues on the other side. They just keep beating up. Now they don't do it as much, but when I first got here, now that's the CFPB. But that was the choir again, once again, just saying it's the terrible banking. But the reality is it probably saved banking in the United States, and I appreciate it. Lastly, I would just comment this, and you don't have to comment. I'm just going to make this comment. Obviously, your focus is narrow and should be. But the notion of climate change is important. I do think that it's affecting the economy. I do think that it's affecting our world, and I do think that we've had our head in the sand for way too long on this issue, and we have to do something about it. Obviously, that's not your mandate, but obviously it's important. I hope we do something about it. We don't have the courage to do that in Congress, and that's why I think others are doing it for us, but we have to do something. We see the bigger hurricanes. We see these things happening, and it's because of our participation in making it happen. Thank you very much.
Gentleman, time's expired. The chair now recognizes the gentleman from Oklahoma, Mr. Lucas, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And Mr. Chairman, it's good to see you as always.
You as well.
Many of my colleagues today, of course, have expressed their concerns about the upcoming Basel III revisions, and I hope you'll continue this dialogue with the committee once the joint rule is proposed and open for public comment. I'd like to follow up with a topic we discussed back in March. I'm sure you're keenly aware of how important it is for banks and companies to manage interest rate risk. Participating during the last several years, the Silicon Valley Bank made that very clear. Could you speak generally to how hedging interest rate risk is an important risk management tool for U.S. banks and companies?
Well, I think you see the reality of it here. When rates go up, banks are encouraged by their supervisors and their own internal personnel and risk committees that they need to manage that risk. And most U.S. banks did a good or adequate job of that, I would say. But it's a fundamental risk of banking, one of the most basic risks along with credit risk.
Exactly. And on that point, I've heard concerns that the Fed's Basel III revisions could increase costs for derivatives end users, whether hedging interest rate risk or commodity price risk. I'm optimistic that these concerns will be addressed. Having said that, these revisions to capital requirements do not exist in a vacuum. The SEC is proposing major changes of their own. Last week, I asked Secretary Yellen if Treasury is coordinating with the Fed and SEC on economic analysis necessary to understand the potential consequences of U.S. banks implementing both significant market structure changes and increased capital requirements associated with market activities. The Secretary responded that the Fed is, in fact, coordinating with Treasury on this analysis. Are you aware of this coordination, and have you personally been a part of these conversations?
I have not been a part of those conversations, but I do understand that that's correct.
Okay. Chairman Powell, I'd like to follow up with you on your conversation with Congressman Gonzalez from earlier today. You have assured this committee that the Fed is not a climate policymaker, and I appreciate your commitment to this. However, I'm concerned that the Fed's regulatory toolkit would be utilized in a way that would, in effect, require the Federal Reserve to make policy decisions on climate change. We've seen other U.S. financial regulators embark on significant climate rulemaking, such as the SEC. Chairman Powell, are there principles you keep in mind when ensuring that the Fed doesn't give in to, shall we say, political pressure around things like climate change?
There are, and for starter, one would be that we don't see it as at all appropriate for us to tell banks what legal businesses they can lend to. That's not our role. We don't allocate credit. So what we do is we supervise banks to make sure that they understand and can manage the risks that they're running. And we're thinking of that as our point of contact with climate change, in the sense that it's another risk that over time banks need to be able to analyze and assess. So, but fundamentally, though, as I mentioned earlier, climate change is going to be a very important issue for a long time, and it needs to be addressed principally by by elected people, because it has enormous distributive consequences, and we don't have a mandate to deal directly with climate change as a policymaker. It does arise in connection with bank supervision, but that's not the heart of bank supervision. That's just a small part.
I very much appreciate those comments, Chairman. On another topic, I'd like to discuss the Fed's balance sheet, which currently stands at around $8.5 trillion. As you know, the size of the balance sheet more than doubled as the Fed worked diligently to stabilize markets during the height of the pandemic. Now, as the Fed begins to reduce the balance sheet, could you explain this process and describe the levels of securities that the Fed would look to maintain in the long term?
So the way the process works is securities mature, and they roll off our balance sheet, and that's the way it works. And there's a cap for MBS, mortgage-backed securities, and also for Treasuries, so it doesn't get too large. And if you hit that cap month upon month, it works out to roughly a little less than $1 trillion a year in shrinkage, which is a whole lot faster than what we did in the last cycle. But then again, the balance sheet is that much bigger. In terms of the level, we're thinking about a level that will allow us to operate our abundant reserves regime with enough of a buffer on top of it, so that reserves won't accidentally become scarce. I can follow up more with you on this.
Thank you. My time has expired, Madam Chair.
All right, it's time to take a look at the numbers. So let's go ahead and do that. I went ahead and put the hearing on pause, and yeah, when I was on break, I saw somebody mentioning that like I think it was like $6 billion. Yeah, there it is right there. Pentagon error allowed another $6 billion to wander off into Ukraine. Darn it. And it's accounting errors of billions of dollars seems unreal. How does it happen? Like, what's going on here? How's that allowed to be? How's that allowed to happen? $6 billion. That is a crap ton of money. It's just like, oops. And it's like, nobody. What's going on? What is going on with that? I don't understand that. $6 billion, man. Must be an amazing job to have that you can lose $6 billion and have nothing happen. kind of crazy. All right. Well, maybe we'll all have that luck in the future where we can just lose $6 billion and be like, who cares? It was $6 billion. My goodness, $6 billion. I'll take you guys over the other page here. We'll take a look at some numbers that, who cares? It's just money. We just print this crap. It doesn't matter. Where is the fiscal responsibility? Where is it? How is this happening? All right, off exchange. By this time of the day, I would expect to see about 63% going through off exchange and EDGX combined. On AMC, we currently have 45.48% going through off exchange. EDGX is 7.25. 52.73% of our volume is going through those exchanges. That's about 10.27% less than it should be by this time of the day. CHX volume is definitely one of the reasons why those numbers are lower. 5.98% volume going through CHX for a total 412,000 shares with a 30-day average of 3.46. So it's definitely elevated. I get excited when I see it over 500,000. It's getting really darn close. But the NASDAQ GSM also has quite a large amount of shares going through it as well, with 9.3% of the total daily volume with a 30-day average of 6.95. So that's a lot of where the additional volume is going to instead of those exchanges. The off exchange and EDGX, that is. On Ape, off exchange is at 50.48. EDGX is at 6.62. The combined total on that's 57.1%. Subtracting out the 63 that I would expect it to be at, about 5.9% lower than what it should be. A lot of that extra additional volume is going again into the NASDAQ GSM. Not CHX, however, because it's only 0.05% of our total daily volume with a 30-day average of 0.05, which is right on track for where it should be. It does look like there's a little additional volume going through CBOE EDGX, EDGX compared to the 30-day average, and the BZX. Those have a little bit of additional volume going through there. CHX volume on GME, we've got looks like 0.12% of the total daily volume with a 30-day average of 0.3, so it's not a whole lot. Taking a look at Ortex. As of an hour ago on Ortex, there was approximately 1.07 million shares having been borrowed. It's now 1.01. It's going to cause the estimated short share interest of the free float to rise to 23. Actually, it's not going to do anything. It's going to stay where it was at 23.87%. Cost of borrow mins at 199.06, average is 270.18, and max is 335.87. Shares on loan for the day-to-day increased day over day by 2 million shares. Ortex estimated about 726,000 of that was in new short interest day over day, bringing our new share loan amount count to 197.38 million shares. Taking a look at Ape. An hour ago, there was approximately 98,000 shares having been borrowed. Returned rather. It's 97,000 shares now, not a whole lot of change. Estimated short share interest, the free float at 4.86. Total cost to borrow for the amount, it was actually 2 borrows for the day-to-day, but both of the borrows were at 6.9% rate, as max, min, and average have all been at the same numbers. Shares on loan day over day decreased by 80,000 returned shares, and that brings our new share loan count to 14.19 million shares on loan for Ape. Taking a look at options. An hour ago, there was at a $5 strike. Our highest amount of volume was sitting at 13.8 thousand contracts. It's now 14.6. And on puts, our highest amount of volume an hour ago was at a $4 strike with 7.3 thousand contracts. It's now $6. Yes, that is correct. In the money puts outrank weight in volume for the day-to-day with 11,000 contracts compared to 7.6 at 4. A lot of purchasing of in the money puts. Somebody needs shares. Somebody needs them bad. Willing to pay premium. It's really difficult for me to suggest to you guys that that means the price is going to close between $5 and $6. As I still feel like it's kind of like where the lowest amount of volume for the puts are. I think they have other plans for that volume at those in the money put points. Put points. So yeah, but I still think we'll be somewhere between $4 and $5 by the end of the day. Taking a look at the combined price of AMC and Ape. I know scholarly viewpoint there, huh? With the consolidation that we've had for the day-to-day, you can see that we're about ready to break out of what appears to be a wedge between $6.14 and $6.27 combined. So I would draw something a little bit along the lines of this. It looks like it wants to try to break to the bottom side of this wedge right here. Looks like it's really more or less just kind of retesting the bottom. I would think that the breakout would be a little bit further down the road. Not too much further down the road. Probably somewhere around 1353 to 1426. 130 to 230-ish range. Volume is falling, and it actually might be, price might be rising based off of these points that I took here. Let me see real quick here if it's rising or if it's falling. It is falling. Okay. Price is falling, volume's falling. It should be a bullish move to the top side, especially with the regression channel pointing to the bottom side of this. It should be a breakout to the top. But it's not always accurate. I try to do the best I possibly can on predicting which way this is going to break out. It looks like it's trying to break out as of right now, just by trading sideways out of this bottom side of this wedge here. Orders by Fidelity customers, AMC, Ape, and GME are the only three I'm looking for. I do not see them on this list, likely due to the fact that they have low volume. $4.13 is the trigger point for SSR for the day-to-day. For AMC, Ape at 1.56. There's 100,000 shares available left to borrow. That means they did borrow an additional 50,000 shares for the day-to-day. That puts them at 150,000 shares in total borrowed. Fees are going back up. They're at 101.5%. NASDAQ is down 1.18, Dow Jones is down 0.11, S&P 500 is down 0.47. There's currently 3,487 decliners to 2,801 advancers. The market is more declining than advancing currently. Oops, I hit the wrong one. Taking a look at some of the banks here, we've got FRCB is up 5.81. Silvergate's down 4.71. Other big movers, we've got, let's see here, maybe no others. Yep, nothing else. Ethereum Classic is up 5.6%. US dollar is down 0.38. Oil is up 1.71. Mortgage-backed securities are up anywhere from 0.01 to 0.10. And the SPY is down 0.46. The VIX is down well, let's just click on it just to make sure. VIX is down 3.17. VBR is down 0.18. VB is down 0.46. Tesla's down 5.58. Amazon's down 0.83. Cinemark down 0.33. Doge is up 3.1. Bitcoin's up 5.84. GME is down 0.16. HYMC is down 0.53. NCMI is down 4%. Hood down 2.15. Ape down 5.24. And AMC down 1.2. Inflow versus outflow for the day-to-day on AMC, we have approximately just about $400,000, a little more than $400,000 more inflow than outflow. 7.3 million shares traded so far for the day-to-day. after 239 minutes worth of trading. Puts us on a pace for 11.91 million shares traded by the end of the day today. That is within the range of 5 to 25 million I suggested in the pre-market. Very, very low volume. On a 4-hour time interval, we have more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 34.56, which is below average. On a 1-hour time interval, more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 35.94, which is below average. On a 30-minute interval, more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 39.23, which is below average. And on a 5-minute interval, more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 45.27. Actually, just went up to 48.06, which is average. On Ape, we've got about $700,000 more outflow than inflow. $11.22 million shares. I said dollars. Shares traded so far after 240 minutes worth of trading, putting us on a pace for 18.23 million shares traded by the end of the day today. I think we're going to be really close to hitting a number very close to that by the end of the day today, and so that will be within the 1 to 20 million I suggested in the pre-market. Excuse me. On a 4-hour time interval, we've got more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 43.10, which is below average, slightly below average. On a 1-hour time interval, more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 35.21, which is slightly below average. No, that's below average. On a 30-minute interval, more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 38.41, which is below average. And on a 5-minute interval, more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 44.01, which is slightly below average. Taking you guys back to the main page. Let's wheels up by what? See ya, Mom. Leaving on a jet plane. Well, she didn't call me. Well, we'll see her in China. I wonder if she'll be able to listen to the YouTube. I called it the YouTube. I wonder if she'll be able to see that darn fangled YouTube when she's over in China. All right, let's listen to the rest of this hearing here. Let's check it out.
Chair.
Gentleman yields back. The gentlewoman from Ohio, Ms. Beatty, is now recognized.
I love how everybody gets done talking and they just take off. You remember that new, I don't remember what the Congress lady from Colorado. I wonder if she's starting. She last time she sat and waited until after it got done and listened to everything. And I wonder if she's finally taken off now too, early. I wonder if she's conformed to what everybody else does.
Recognized for 5 minutes.
I don't see her in
Thank you,
here
Madam
anywhere.
Chair. Thank you, Chair Powell, for being here today. I have 2 questions I'm going to try to quickly get through. The first question on the U.S. dollar dominance is kind of a follow-up to Congressman Torres's question. Chair Powell, in the National Security Subcommittee, which I'm the ranking of, we've been discussing the importance of preserving the U.S. dollar's status as a global reserve country. Can you share with us the current status of dollar dominance as it stands today and whether there are risks to the strength of the U.S. dollar in the international financial system? And if so, what are some of the risks?
So the U.S. dollar is still the dominant reserve currency in the world, and that is principally thought to be as a result of our liquid capital markets, the rule of law, strong democratic institutions, price stability over the years, critically open. Money can come in and out of the United States without all sorts of legal restrictions and things like. All of those things are necessary to provide the world's reserve currency. We have them. There's not another economy that does have all of those features. So as long as we are a country of rule of law and relative price stability and strong democratic institutions and open capital accounts, we can continue to be the world's reserve currency. History shows that this is not a permanent status, but it is a lasting one. And I think in the case of the United States, you know, as long as we maintain those characteristics of our government and our country, then we can continue to be the world's reserve currency.
Okay, thank you. Let me go to another question that will not be foreign to you. You know, as the former chair of diversity and inclusion, I asked you and others of your colleagues, and let me just say for the record, Madam Chair, that Chair Powell was always on point, went out of his way, in my opinion, to make sure that there was fairness and equity for all people. In light of that, I'd like to follow up with Congresswoman Waters' comments, and maybe Congresswoman Velasquez, maybe what she was talking about. Several of our colleagues here in the Senate, the person who preceded you, it had been stated by many of us that we thought through banking deregulations, he was enabling risky banking practices and failing to combat lending discrimination, which for some thought it might have perpetuated racial inequities. A few weeks ago, Chairman Powell, on June the 7th, to quote, you said that we understand at the Feds that our actions affect communities, families, and businesses across the country. And everything we do at the Fed is in the service to our public mission. So could you maybe elaborate, or the time ran out with Congresswoman Waters on, is there anything you'd like to share with us that you do at the Feds that would dispel that there are things that you're not looking at that causes one or members of Congress to think that it is perpetuating racial inequities?
Well, as you know, we do consider, we call out disparate economic characteristics of different demographic groups, including by race, and we want those facts to remain present in the room as we're making our decisions. We try to think of maximum employment we do think of it as a broad and inclusive goal, meaning we're not just looking at the aggregate level. I think it's important to keep those facts in your head as you think about monetary policy. I will say, though, that you know, we have one federal funds rate, and we don't really have tools that address distribution and historical inequities and things like that. Really, the Fed is not an agency that has those things. The best thing we can do for everybody, including in particular low and moderate income communities, is to maintain price stability and over a long period of time, and on top of that, a very, very strong labor market. Those strong labor market conditions are the single biggest contribution we can make on this area.
Thank you, and let me end by saying I appreciate your comments that you said you realize that high inflation imposes hardships as it erodes purchasing powers for food and housing from the least of us. Thank you so much for being sensitive to everyone.
Gentlelady's time's expired. Chair now recognizes the gentleman from Michigan, Mr. Huizenga, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and Chair Powell, good to see you again. I wanted to follow up on an exchange that we had back in March, this past March, where we were discussing the parameters highlighted in the Federal Reserve Board's legal opinions that outlined how asset managers can operate without being deemed, quote, in control of a regular bank or a bank holding company. Letters from the Fed's legal division also include certain commitments made by these asset managers to ensure the same result. However, it's no secret that this percentage of ownership held by asset managers will constantly fluctuate as shares are purchased and sold on a daily basis. With the ever-changing ownership structure, someone must ensure asset managers are complying with not only these opinion letters, your opinion letters prepared by your own staff, but also with the statutory and regulatory framework that the letters outline. So, Chair Powell, I'd like to ask you again, is the Fed taking any steps to assess or monitor whether Vanguard, BlackRock, and others are complying with these commitments made in November of 2019 and December of 2020, respectively? Is that ongoing?
Can you give me 1 second?
Okay.
That's interesting.
Sorry, that's a very specific question. I didn't know the answer, but so I would say this: we're broadly monitoring the situation. I don't know that we have a particular focus on the asset managers.
Okay. Well, those were opinion letters put out by your folks, outlining very specific things that could or could not happen. And back in March, when I brought this up, and now again today, I'm looking to find out who's actually minding the store on that. And that, so it's a little concerning that we don't have an answer on that. I guess we'll continue this conversation, and maybe you can answer this. What division at the Fed is responsible for reviewing and monitoring an asset manager's compliance with these opinion letters issued by the board's legal division?
So it would be the general counsel's office. We don't have any reason to think that they're not in compliance, by the way.
But nobody's checking.
Well, we'll check, but
Okay.
I think we know what we're going to find.
I'd like to know what you're going to find, not what you think you're going to find on that. So thank you. I'll be following up with a letter to include some more detailed questions on the topic, and I assume you will commit to getting us.
Was that Powell basically just stating like we're not going to check that? Like, is that him saying like I know what I'm going to find here? I'm not checking that. I'm not looking into that one. We know what we're going to, or maybe it's maybe it's more of like a. You know what we're going to find. We can't check that. You know what we're going to find there. We can't go checking that. I'm not sure. I'm not sure which one that one was right there. It's one of the two. That was kind of weird interaction.
It's a timely answer into that.
I think we offered your staff a briefing on this, by the way.
Yes, and there was a briefing, and let me be clear. Appreciate the cooperation.
Oh, he says you didn't brief me about asking this question first. Oh, what's wrong, Powell? Don't like looking like you got egg on the face there, middle of a hearing where you should know everything that you're running.
Operation that has happened. We've also had some other briefings. There's been a number of briefings that we've requested, and frankly, your division of government has been more helpful than others, shall we say. So I'm going to quickly pivot to a committee's investigation of the SVB, the Silicon Valley Bank failure. Your staff has been working to get us some answers on our outstanding questions. You did your own report. Now it's our turn. And can you appreciate that our committee is conducting its own independent review of what happened in March?
Yeah, very much so.
Okay, thank you. Will you commit to producing the interview notes and allow us access to the staff who participated in the interviews conducted for the Fed's own internal review of the bank supervision report?
I'm not in the middle of that discussion. I don't know where that stands, so I don't want to make commitments that I can't back up. So I'll be happy to understand where that discussion is and try to work with you.
We're going to be following up for sure on that. When Vice Chair Barr concluded that a, quote, culture shift, his words, happened, do you know if the Fed officials spoke with examiners of other banks, or was this conclusion made solely after the review of SVB? In other words, did they find some systemic problem throughout the Fed?
The thing is, I didn't play any role by design in the preparation of the report, and I'm reluctant. I think I know the answer, but I don't want to guess. So we can give you a 100% clear answer on that, but I'd rather not speculate.
All right. Well, along with the FDIC and Department of Treasury, you invoked the systemic risk exemption, the SRE, for both Silicon Valley and Signature Bank, guaranteeing all depositors would be made whole. For example, regulators could have used orderly liquidation authority, the very tool Dodd-Frank was intended to resolve the, quote, too big to fail institutions while protecting taxpayers. Why was the decision to use SRE made, and do you think that is that we've now lowered the bar to use SRE in future bank failures?
I hope we don't have to face that question again.
We all do.
As long as I live.
But has a new bar been set?
I would
No
say
pun
this,
intended.
though this happened with no warning on in the middle of the night Thursday night.
Sorry,
and
I got
less
that.
than 12
Little
hours
late.
later, we're on the phone with the FDIC, and they're deciding to close the institution and to haircut uninsured depositors. So it was an emergency situation over that weekend. We could see that there was an electronic run building up, and we did what we had to do to address that, and I think successfully.
Gentlemen,
Time
time
has
has expired. Chair now recognizes the gentleman from Illinois, Mr. Foster.
She jumped
5
all
minutes.
over that. She's like, we got to get to the next person. Let's go, let's go.
Mr. Powell for appearing. Now, wars have historically been associated with elevated levels of inflation worldwide, although the relationship is complicated and wars can have impacts on both supply and demand. Higher inflation may just be one of the many prices that the humanity pays for the decision to go to war. Now, we don't have boots on the ground, but there's no doubt that in terms of supply disruption and military.
Sorry, I got to just respond to this because it's always bothered me. I don't know about you guys, but it's always bothered me to think that inflation would cause war. Like I feel like there's better things to fight about than inflation. So, and I understand why inflation specifically and supply and demand can cause wars. But I hate referring to inflation specifically as causing war. And look, a long Casey's sigh always makes my day. It just bothers me, man. It really bothers me when people talk about like inflation as being a reason to go to war or something like that. And it's just kind of like, you know what? Like, are we going war? I guess the person inside me who doesn't want to see the evil in the world that's evil wants to say like that's not really real and that's not the reason why it's happening, even though that it is. But to hear him just say it out loud right there makes me just makes me feel sick inside. You know what I'm saying? It makes me feel like all knotted up on the inside, like screw war, man. Screw war. It's like, I over money. Come on. It just bothers me. It bothers me inside.
Spending. Both Europe and the U.S. are effectively at war in support of the freedom of the people of Ukraine. So my question is the 2% inflation target a realistic and appropriate goal during a time when much of the world is effectively at war? Or should the 2% goal be thought of as a goal for normal times, with policies being put in place that will return to 2% when the war is over, or at least when we've decoupled adequately from the Russian economy?
2% is our goal, and it will remain our goal. It's a medium-term goal, so we're using our tools to get the inflation level back down to 2%. We're not considering changing it because of the war in Ukraine, and I don't know that that's playing a particularly important role in inflation today, although when energy prices and commodity prices went up at the beginning of the war, it certainly was.
Yeah, well, and certainly it's an important factor for Europe still.
Yes.
The disruption particularly. Well, just more generally, you've been trying to deal with this question of how you balance your dual mandate. And so whenever you're trying to optimize simultaneously two different things, the first step is to put them into common units. So just to be specific here, let's say that you're missing your unemployment goal by 1% and you're missing your inflation goal by 1% in the opposite direction. At some point, do those two cancel? Is 1% in one goal equivalent to 1% in the other, or do you need a 2% missing of the unemployment target? how does what are the, I guess this must be implicitly, there must be that coefficient there in the Taylor rule and things like this that try to predict your behavior. But what internally, how do you view the difference between a 1% unemployment missing of the target versus a 1% of inflation?
The Taylor rule is a pretty good place to start there. Same coefficient on both variables.
Is that really true? I don't know. I'd have to go look at it.
In the original Taylor rule.
Okay.
But,
because it's a coincidence if the coefficient is 1. Because you could choose a quarterly inflation target or an annual or a decadal inflation target numerically and get very different numbers. So
it's also, there's a significant amount of research about the relative social costs of inflation and unemployment, and you wouldn't want to ignore that research either. So I think there'll be a lot of judgment in this. At the current moment, it's not a question because obviously the labor market is extraordinarily strong, and we're very far from our inflation target. So
you're getting complaints from business that the labor market may be too tight. At least it's viewed from the Taylor rule point of view. There is a penalty that you pay when the unemployment gets too small. There is a target you're trying to hit.
But both sides are calling
right.
for tight policy, though.
Yes, that is correct at present, but there, you can certainly foresee times when they will be in tension, and they historically have been. And so you're saying that pretty much it's a 1% on both. That you take.
I think that's a starting place. I think it doesn't lend itself to that level of precision.
Yeah, well, it's either that or you have to face questions like you've been facing for the last decade, and just how do you balance this? Let's see, in terms of the internet or electronic runs on banks, it seems like that's a new thing that's going to have to inform bank capital and liquidity providers. The first question is, if you get a significant electronic run on a significant sized bank, is there anyone but the Federal Reserve that can provide that emergency assistance? Or do you pretty much have to be the only line of defense against big internet runs?
Well, I think regulation and supervision can play a role in that as well. And
that's in stopping the run from starting, right? But
yes.
But part of that stopping the run from starting is knowing that if it starts, that there is someone or some entity that can stop it.
We're the lender of last resort, and that is something that only the central bank can be or do. But I would say changes to regulation to assure that that you don't have this mismatch between runnable liabilities and available cash to fund their running. That's something we can address and will address through regulation and supervision.
Thank you. Yield back.
Gentleman's time has expired, and the chair now recognizes herself for 5 minutes for questioning. Welcome, Chairman Powell. I'm going to start asking about the FOMC, the Federal Open Market Committee's latest forecast. It predicted that core inflation will fall below 3% within a year. This forecast has been the exact same for each Fed meeting over the past 2 years and has been wrong each and every time. Why do FOMC participants continue to make the same forecast, sir, and what data are they reviewing to make this forecast?
So in the world of economic forecasting, we don't really have any advantage over private sector forecasters who've been at this. There's a number of private sector forecasters that are well-resourced, and the data are all public. We don't have private data. That's not how this works. And I think essentially all forecasters have made the same mistake, which is at the beginning thinking that the supply chain problems would be resolved quickly and workers would come back to work quickly and things like that. It's just been, inflation has consistently surprised us and essentially all other forecasters by being more persistent than expected. And I think we've come to expect that and expect it to be more persistent.
It just seems that we've moved way past the whole transitory thing, and for 2 full years now, they've been saying it's going to be under 3%, and clearly they've missed that. So it was just a little concerning to me if there was something that we're missing. Let me move on. In your press conference last week, sir, you stated that, and I quote, "The conditions we need to see in place to get inflation down are coming into place." What conditions are you seeing that show that we're moving in the right direction? Because I can tell you, my constituents are still feeling great pain of this inflation that continues to persist.
So there's underlying conditions that I'll mention, but the point is you get them in place, and then the process of inflation moving down will take a significant amount of time. And we've been, consistent in saying that. And the conditions I mentioned would be, first, we need economic growth to be slower than, to be modest, and it has been at modest levels, so that's happening. Secondly, we need the supply chain bottlenecks to go away and get better and improve. And thirdly, we need the sort of mismatch between demand and supply in the labor market to diminish. And that has been happening. So all of those things are happening much later and much more slowly than we would hope. And my committee and I do believe that that the process of bringing inflation down is going to be a relatively lengthy one, longer than we expect.
Well, it's clear that the spending on consumer services, for example, a car oil change, a haircut, or a concert ticket, remain almost unresponsive to rate hikes. Do you have a projection for when we might see this spending go down?
So non-housing services, the broad service sector is
Right.
famously less responsive to and less focused on rate hikes and the cost of capital. So what we think, and that's about half of core inflation, a little bit more than. So we think, and I think broadly, this is what forecasters think, is that it will take some softening in labor market conditions, because in that service sector, it's very labor intensive. By far the largest cost for most service companies is labor. So what you want to see is rebalancing so that demand for labor and supply, a lot of that can happen through fewer job openings and things like that, and we do see it happening.
The Consumer Price Index, or CPI, which measures the price of everything from groceries to cars to rent, has in fact declined from its peak. But this personal consumption expenditures, this is the PCE index, which measures as we were talking about, consumer spending, remains historically high. How else can you account for this difference when it comes to a rate hike pause?
Well, we never used the word pause, and I wouldn't use it here today. What we did was we agreed to maintain the rate at that meeting. Almost every single of the 16 of the 18 participants on the FOMC wrote down that they do believe it'll be appropriate to raise rates, and a big... Yeah.
I mean, we're mincing words here. Pause versus... I mean, if you plan on raising it again and they've already stated that they're going to raise it again, what's the difference between saying pausing and maintaining? Really? I mean, you've already acknowledged that you're going to raise it again before the end of the year is up. So, I don't get it. It seems so trivial to say, like, no, we didn't say pause. We said maintain. Oh, I'm sorry. Sorry. Time's so relative. I mean, it's just, in my opinion, there's no difference between pause and maintaining. It's the same thing. When you push pause on a video game, it maintains the game where it's at. It doesn't move. Nothing happens. It stays right where it's at. It's pausing. It's not doing anything. And she didn't even say that pausing meant that it was going to continue to be raised. You could put it on pause and resume and or not necessarily resume, but drop rates. Adjust them. Adjusting them is still moving, right? So I don't know. It's really kind of weird how you could see he seems to get upset over like these little word games. I don't understand it.
Yes.
Majority believes raise rates twice this year, and I think that's a pretty good guess of what will happen if the economy performs about as expected.
Yeah, I think you're right. More rate hikes likely are needed to bring inflation back down to the 2%. And, we're concerned about a hard landing, about recession. So anyway, my time has expired. And I now recognize a gentleman from Illinois, Mr. Caston, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Chair Powell, for being here. So In June of 2021 at the Green Swan Conference, you said climate change poses profound challenges for the global economy and the financial system. In October of 2021, FSOC's report on climate-related financial risk for the first time identified climate change as an emerging threat to U.S. financial stability. And in December of last year, the Fed released climate supervisory principles for large banks that said, quote, "The financial impacts that result from the economic impacts of climate change and the transition to a lower carbon economy pose an emerging risk to the safety and soundness of financial institutions and the financial stability of the United States." You've made many comments today that I think are broadly consistent with that in your role, and I appreciate the comments you've made in that capacity. Can I safely conclude that in June of 2023, 6 months after that release, that the Fed's position is still that climate change presents a risk to the global economy and the financial system?
Yes, I mean, I hasten to add, though, that our role in this is an important but quite small one around bank regulation.
Understood, and I'm not asking for the role, I just want to clarify that. The reason I asked that question is because on May 11th, your colleague Christopher Waller at a speech in Spain said, quote, "Climate change does not pose a serious risk to the safety and soundness of large banks or the financial stability of the United States," and went on to say that the risks posed by climate change are not sufficiently unique or material to merit special treatment relative to others. Should we understand as we sit here that Mr. Waller was speaking in his personal capacity and not as a designee of the Fed, if indeed Fed policy hasn't changed since December of 22?
So I don't comment on what any of the things that my colleagues say.
So I understand, but you understand the concern that if markets and regulators are to understand that the Fed has a consistent policy, and one of the members of the Fed is saying something that appears to be directly opposed to Fed policy from 6 months earlier, that's a concern.
Yeah, again, it's governors have always had the ability, and Reserve Bank presidents as well, the ability to have their own views on things, and that's going to happen, and that's probably a good thing that we have a diversity of perspectives. I think there may be less in that difference than you suggest. I mean, what I'm saying is that banks, to the extent we have a role, it is to assure that banks understand and can manage the risks that they do face from climate change.
Okay. Well, I don't want to create internal tension, but I think we're all aware that you, above anyone, is aware that your words are closely scrutinized, and we were concerned with the words of your colleagues there. Madam Chair, I'd like to introduce for the record a working paper from the European Central Bank, The Impact of Global Warming on Inflation. I don't know if you saw this report that just came out recently, but it says, among other things, that climate change poses risk to price stability by having an upward effect on inflation, both food prices and headline inflation. And what I wonder, without opining on their math, if in fact we are looking at a world where climate change, per the European Central Bank, is going to increase inflation, and we were to find ourselves in that world going forward, would the Fed or other central regulators say we have tools to address this, or are we going to say, well, that's non-core inflation, what are we going to do in hindsight? Because it feels to me like we've got a major bank regulator saying climate change is running the risk of inflation, but I don't even know what tool you would use to address that.
You know, I can just say for now, this doesn't enter my thinking in any way that we would, in the near term, change our inflation goal because of climate change or the need to deal with it. There's a lot of thinking and research that over a long period of time, really the process of investing very large amounts of money in a green transition could drive inflation up, but that's not something we're thinking about today. We are not, during our FOMC meetings, we are not thinking about climate change as something that's relevant to the current inflation or to current monetary policy, and that is very much our focus today, is inflation today.
Yeah, and I guess what I'm struggling with is that if we agree that this is a systemic risk, if we agree that this leads to inflation, and we don't really know what role you'd have with tools, there's a concern there. Last thing I just want to end with, in April of 23, the report on SVB, one of the lessons that was noted in the Fed review said that this is an opportunity for regulators and bank managers to be more willing to adopt a precautionary perspective, and that the Fed must strengthen its supervision based on what we've learned. I'm trying to figure out with climate change, if we agree that this is a forward risk, how do we get the Fed the tools to apply a precautionary perspective?
The gentleman's time has expired. The chairman can submit an answer in writing to the record. And I now recognize myself for 5 minutes. Chairman Powell, in March, you confirmed to me that the Federal Reserve is a consensus organization built on garnering broad support before agreeing to any proposal. And given the breadth and scope of the potential changes to the capital framework that is under review right now, that consensus-driven approach seems to be all the more important. I am concerned that the Vice Chairman for Supervision is seemingly been given far too much latitude to act unilaterally, and especially in light of Section 1107A1 of the Dodd-Frank Act, which provides the Vice Chairman for Supervision authority only to develop recommendations for the board and oversee supervision and regulation. Can you speak to the process that's underway? Is the Vice Chairman acting unilaterally, or is that a wrong characterization? And if so, if it's just a recommendation, can you walk through the steps that the board will take from recommendation to a vote?
Sure. So I think what you see is very much the way the statute works, which is the Vice Chair for Supervision has the responsibility, the obligation to develop regulatory proposals for the board that will be considered by the full board. He's, as I mentioned before in another context, he's not the comptroller of the currency. He brings proposals to the board, and the board votes by majority vote to support them. Or not, and that's how that works. In terms of supervision...
Is he including other members of the board currently as he's...
So I think all of us have been getting briefings on what's developed, but ultimately the job is to present something to the board for consideration by the board.
And how long will that, once he presents his recommendations, how long will there be debate, deliberation, and is that transparent for the public?
There will be a meeting, and it could be a virtual meeting, this summer to vote on these things. In the meantime, there's a lot of conversation going back and forth now, and we're sort of in that process now, but things are still moving around.
Our concern, Mr. Chairman, is that it seems like right now the Vice Chairman is writing personalized assessments of bank failures and results of new Fed climate scenario experiments without a whole lot of collaboration with other governors. And so, given that this new scheme could raise capital requirements by as much as 20% in an already well-capitalized banking system, and that the cost of such changes could be $100 billion or more in lost GDP, I am concerned with your testimony that this would only be a virtual vote. Shouldn't this be a more transparent public board meeting and a deliberative process that includes all members of the board?
It's really just a question of calendars and when will people be. It's the summer, and but that's something we haven't decided what form the meeting would take. Would it be virtual?
Well, given that it's a pretty big decision, and that the law requires the full board to make this decision and not one board member to act unilaterally, we would hope that the Fed would hold public meetings on the new proposal. Will you and the Federal Reserve Board commit also, when the proposal is voted on, to also include your economic analysis that would justify whatever capital changes are made in a quantitative form?
I don't know that. I'm not sure we'll have exactly what you're looking for, but we'll create a public record that
Bruno's got to go out.
The proposal, whatever it turns out to be, and the votes will be what they are, and it'll be subject to public comment and analysis, no doubt.
Well, in order for the notice and comment period to be meaningful, I think market participants will need to understand on a quantitative basis what the justification is for additional capital requirements, if in fact that's what the proposal is, given the fact that we already have a very well-capitalized system. I don't have much time left, but will you also commit to proposing appropriately tailored regulatory requirements based on the complexity and size of the financial institution?
So I will commit to supporting that. I can't commit to what the final product will be or what the vote will be, but as I mentioned at the outset, I do think we benefit hugely from a very diverse banking system, and I wouldn't want to do anything to jeopardize that.
Finally, earlier this week, the Wall Street Journal published an article that stated that, unlike your predecessors, you have not focused on fiscal responsibility. Would you like to correct the record regarding that?
I would, thank you very much. So it was just an op-ed, but it was factually incorrect. I mean, there are countless times, and you've heard me do this, I've said the same thing that my predecessors have said, which is that the United States federal budget is on an unsustainable path, which means that the debt is growing faster than the economy, and that we're going to need to fix this, and sooner is better than later.
Time has expired. Thank you. And the gentleman from New Jersey, Mr. Gottheimer, is now ready.
All right, we'll pause it there since it is time to go over numbers. Let me scroll up and see what you guys are writing here. Okay. Let's take a look at these numbers and see what we got going on here. I'm going to take you guys over the page. I'm not going to be able to see what it is. You guys are writing, so hold those personal thoughts, comments, questions, or concerns until you see the big tramp back up on the screen again. Otherwise, I won't be able to see it. Donk. 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 And away we go. All right. Off exchange for AMC. By this time of the day, I would expect to see about 64% going through those through off exchange and EDGX combined. Off exchange is at 47.05. EDGX is at 7.22. Combined totals 54.27%. That's 9.73% less than what I would expect to see. Where's all the extra volume going today? And guess what? Some of it's going into NASDAQ GSM. Another portion of it's going into CHX because CHX is at 5.56% of the total daily volume with a 30-day average of 3.46 and is 417,000 shares, which is a pretty significant number. So yeah, a lot of volume going through those exchanges there. And then on Ape, let's see what we got going on here. Off exchange is at 49.48. EDGX is 6.49. The combined total is 55.97%. 8.03% less than what I would expect to see. A lot of that extra volume, again, going through that NASDAQ GSM. However, it's not going through the CHX, as that's only seeing 0.05% of the total daily volume with a 30-day average of the same value. GME's CHX volume has risen substantially. It's 2.74% of their total daily volume with a 30-day average of 0.33, and it's a total of 47,000 shares. Now, I kind of rate GME and Ape kind of the same because they usually, like, anything over like 30,000 shares is a lot. That number, that 2.74 number, is actually really super high, but the total amount of shares is only 47,000. It's not as high as you would think. I mean, normally on a higher volume day, I mean, their off exchange only has less than 1 million shares traded through it so far, so it's still kind of a low number. But I mean, 47,000 is still over 30. So that's a big number for GME. So there could be a lot of closing out of some positions on GME that might be causing it to be a little bit green either today or in the near future. Taking a look at Ortex. An hour ago, there was 1.01 million shares having been borrowed. It's now just a flat 1 million shares. It's going to not really change anything on the estimated short share interest of the free float at 23.87 million or 23.87%. Cost borrow ends at 199.06, average 270.12, and max is 335.87. Shares on loan day over day increased by 2 million shares. Ortex estimated about 726,000. That was in new short interest, bringing our shares on loan to 197.38 million shares. On Ape, an hour ago there was 97,000 shares having been returned. It's still the same. Only 2 borrows for the day today, but it equates to 6.9% on the rate that they got for the borrowing for both of the borrowed shares. They did 1.1 and then another 1.1 thousand shares. And then short share interest of the free float still remains the same at 4.86. Shares on loan day over day, there was Excuse me. 80,000 shares having been returned from yesterday, bringing our new share on loan count to 14.19 million shares on loan. I feel like I said that like really super like slow. Options. Highest amount of call volume is at a $5 strike. An hour ago, there was 14.6 thousand contracts. It's now 15.5. 15.5. On puts, highest amount of volume is at a $6 strike. It went from 11,000 contracts to 12.7. Earlier this morning, it was at 4. Was the highest amount of volume. That's now at 7.9 thousand contracts in volume and has not changed since an hour ago. Combined price of AMC and Ape is at $6.22. We're getting consolidation inside this wedge that's kind of being created for the day-to-day. I probably would change this. Now that we got a new low end down here, I would probably just change this out a little bit. Just kind of extend it like this and just kind of draw my box out just a little bit further to here and say that that's more likely the area that we would see the break. And so we're looking at around now 1440 to 15:15 or so, closer to the end of the day. And I do think this is gonna. I still think this is gonna be a break to the top side on this, as price is going down and volume is falling. So I think this should break out to the top side. Oops. By the way, oh, excuse me. Oh man, I got the yawns today. Oh, it's so bad. This is what happens when I only get 3.5 hours of sleep. It's hard to function. I need to get a Red Bull. I don't remember who she was, what congressperson it was that said it, but she had mentioned the person the person before him, but she had mentioned it as a him before Jerome Powell. I had to go look it up because I couldn't remember for sure. But I was like, that doesn't sound right. And I was right. After Bernanke, it was Janet Yellen. Janet Yellen was the Fed Reserve chair from 2014 to 2018 before she took over the U.S. Shoot, what is she over? She's over Secretary of. Oh gosh. Don't tell me. I'm not gonna look to see what you guys are writing. I always forget this. Think. It's drawing a blank. Gotta look it up. Secretary of Treasury. I hate it when I can't remember that kind of stuff. Secretary of Treasury. So she went from being the Fed Reserve Chair to Secretary of Treasury, and then before Yellen was Bernanke, and then Greenspan. Bernanke and Greenspan, I remember pretty well growing up. Greenspan was, the chair for most of my life. I didn't remember anybody until after him. I was born in '76, and he started in 1987. There was Volcker that was before him. That started in '79, and then before him would have been Miller, Burns, and then William McChesney Martin Jr. from 1951 to 1970, but I don't remember any of those names. So I knew Greenspan, Bernanke. I forgot Yellen, old Yeller. I forgot she moved in and as a Fed Reserve chair. So, but anyways, thought that was kind of interesting. Just a little tidbit thrown out there. Orders by Fidelity customers. I feel so stupid that I didn't say Treasury. It's so bothersome. AMC, Ape, and GME are the only three I'm looking for on this list, and due to low volume, they are not on the list. SSR would have tripped today on AMC at $4.13, Ape at 1.56, Shares available to borrow is at 100,000 shares. They did borrow about, I think it was 150,000 shares so far for the day today. 50, yeah, 50. Three increments of 50,000 shares apiece, and fees are now sitting at about 100.7%. And I imagine they'll borrow another 50 before the day is over. NASDAQ is down 0.71. Dow Jones is up 0.03. S&P 500 is now only down 0.16. We actually have an advancing over declining market now with 3,259 advancers to 3,064 decliners, starting to rapidly move the other direction. Banks, big movers. The Fed must be done talking. It's going back up. Let's see here. Big movers for the banks. FRCB is up 5.43. Silvergate's down 4.71. That might be it. Yep, that's it. Wait a minute. Yeah, that's it. Ethereum Classic is up 6.15% for the day today. The US dollar is down 0.43. Oil is up 1.4. Mortgage-backed securities are at 0.22. Mortgage anywhere up from 0.08 to 0.22. SPY is down 0.18 and rising pretty rapidly towards the end of the day here. Very similar to yesterday's price movement. VIX is down 4.18 so far for the day today. I just refreshed and it's 4.11. VBR is up 0.23. VB is up 0.08. Tesla is up, down rather, 4.09. Amazon is up 0.22. Cinemark up 0.24. Doge is up 4.55. Bitcoin is up 6.69. GME is up 0.39. H1MC is down 0.5. NCMI is down 5.03. Hood is down 1.65. Ape is down 4.6. And AMC is down 0.54. Inflow versus outflow on AMC. There's approximately about $400,000 more inflow than outflow. 7.92 million shares traded so far today after 291 minutes worth of trading. Puts us on a pace for 10.61 million shares traded by the end of the day today. That is within the 5 to 25 million share volume prediction. On a 4-hour chart, we've got more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 37.86, which is below average. On a 1-hour time interval, more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 42.51, which is below average. On a 30-minute interval, more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 47.46, which is slightly below average. And on a 5-minute interval, more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 57.54 or 45, which is slightly above average. On Ape, we have approximately $500,000 more outflow than inflow. 12.1 million shares traded so far after 292 minutes worth of trading. Puts us on a pace for 16.16 million shares traded by the end of the day today. I suggested in pre-market somewhere between 1 and 20 million shares traded. Looks like we're going to hit that. No problem now. On a 4-hour time interval, we've got more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 45.03, which is slightly below average. On a 1-hour chart, more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 38.09, which is below average. On a 30-minute interval, more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 41.22, which is below average. And on a 5-minute interval, more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 54.14, which is slightly above average. Let's see here. Taking guys back to the main screen. I did put up a poll for anybody who wants to answer it. For the movie trivia for the day today, and what I'll do is I'll leave that running until about 1:50, and then I'll come back and end the poll. Put up the poll for tomorrow, so that way you guys don't have to think tomorrow about what you want to vote for. We're only going to have 3 days of movie trivia for the day this week because we only did we had no Monday trading. But I'm kind of curious before I start back up the hearing. What did you guys think with the questions being typed out yesterday? Did it seem a little bit more fair? I didn't see censored content at all. I'm not saying he wasn't here or didn't answer something, but I just didn't even see him answer. So I'm kind of curious what'll happen or what it would look like with censored content being here because I have seen him for most of the day today. Looks like 2001's gonna. DJ says less rigged. That's good. I'm glad we figured something out finally that's gonna help with the rigging. Lord knows we got enough rigging around here. Still rigged though. Dang you. All right. So yeah, I mean, we had a lot of people with points that I don't think I've ever seen with points before, so that's cool. Sam says he's too good. The universe needs balance. Yeah. That's all right. I think it's fun to have that one person that you know who you would call or phone a friend for an answer for something for like Who Wants to Be a Millionaire. Everybody's got to have that one savant. I almost said idiot savant. I always feel like when you say idiot savant, it sounds like you're calling a name. So we'll just say savant. But I knew a guy like that one time. I think I've told this story before, but I'll tell it again anyways. And we played Battle of the Sexes, and it was phenomenal having somebody on the team that knew amazing things that no man should ever know, but it didn't even come off as being, like unmanly for him to know those things because he was getting all the man questions right that we couldn't even get right. Like what baseball player hit the highest amount of home runs in 1962? And it's like, who the hell knows? Like who knows that answer? It's like nobody knows that answer, and he knew it. He knew every single one. He knew every answer in that entire. Like it didn't matter if it was a male or female question. He knew what it was. By the way, if you ever get that game, it is one of the best games to divide the sexes. It is absolutely horrific, and causes so much problems. It's very very entertaining though. If you love seeing people get into fights, especially relationship fights amongst people, uh, good for some entertainment that way. Everybody goes home mad. It's like a Thanksgiving Day game of Monopoly. Pirateborn says, I view my trivia career like John Daly's golf career. I hit my peak once and it's a clown show from here on out. Oh, man. All right, I got to go let Bruno in. I'm going to go to break, go let Bruno in, sit down and play my Jurassic Park video game that was free, which is really funny because one of the kids says that it's like a 5-year-old's game. It is. It's like Farmville on Jurassic Park. It's like a advanced version of like Jurassic Park or Farmville. It's amusement park but with dinosaurs. I've actually never played the amusement park game before, but I would imagine it's about the same thing. All right. Food Dog says my only point ever was a nerdy ass nerd question about Star Wars. So don't feel bad. Well, if it's 2001 today, maybe you'll get some of those. Let me put on some music. Do you guys you want to finish out I'm going to finish out listening to what's being said here. I don't think there's too many people left to go. Let me just finish playing this. I'm just going to finish playing this and listen to it while it doesn't look like there's much longer left to go here. Maybe 18 minutes or so left. So we'll play this and then We'll finish it out.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you for being here today, Chairman Powell. I'm particularly concerned that the current regulatory environment disadvantages small and regional banks. Specifically with First Republic's receivership, I'm concerned that the largest banks were given preference in the bidding process, just enabling the larger banks to grow even bigger. My understanding is that certain regional banks were unable to bid on First Republic because of an extensive and time-consuming vetting process put in place by regulators that put them at a disadvantage in the bidding process. Mr. Chairman, are you aware of a regulator-mandated pre-approval process that banks must complete to bid on firms going into receivership? And is there a notification process for informing banks that they can go through this process? Because I'm concerned that some who wanted to bid on First Republic were unable to.
So this is entirely something within the jurisdiction of the FDIC. We play an important role here, but when it comes down to selling a closed institution, that's just something the FDIC does according to their own procedures. To my knowledge, there were a bunch of regional banks involved in bidding for First Republic.
Do you know if, to your knowledge, if any were said they could not participate, or your understanding was that anybody
Honestly,
could participate?
I'm not aware of any, but I wouldn't be. That really is a question for, that's the heart of what they do. They have the lore, they have the people who have the experience and everything.
Thank you. Small and medium banks hold a large portion, as you know, of our country's commercial real estate loans. The Federal Reserve's May financial stability report stated that the higher interest rates may be increasing the risk that commercial borrowers are not able to refinance their loans, and that a correction in property values could lead to losses by banks that hold commercial real estate debt. I'm particularly concerned that such a correction threatens the stability of lenders and thousands of jobs in my district in northern New Jersey. How's the Fed looking at this and helping small, medium, and regional banks manage their portfolios or think about the risks of commercial real estate loans, and what guidance is being provided to banks given that nearly $1.4 trillion in commercial mortgages are set to mature in the next 2 years?
So following it very, very closely, and I think you've put your finger on it, this is a problem more for smaller banks, and not for all smaller banks, but it's the banks that have high concentrations. There will be losses, particularly in the office and in some of the mall sectors. And what we can do, there's a supervisory playbook, and so the supervisors are in there, and they're working with the company to help it preserve capital and do the right things to get through what may be a difficult time for some banks that have a high concentration.
Thank you so much. As was discussed today, there's concerns, obviously, that banks may be tightening their lending process and processes and tightening what's available. Are you concerned that higher rates and the recent instability in the banking system will lead to a credit crunch that can make it harder for small businesses to finance their operations and potentially lead to rolling blackout of loan defaults across industries?
So we're watching that very carefully. Bank credit conditions have been tightening for a year, and that's partly as a result of our rate increases. We're very alert to the possibility that the sort of shocks that happened in March might exacerbate that. We don't see a lot of evidence yet on that, but we wouldn't have expected to. So it's something we're going to continue to monitor carefully.
Are you concerned at all about the non-banks and what the crunch that could happen on that side?
Yes, I mean, the banks are obviously highly regulated and have capital and that kind of thing, and some of the non-bank lenders are in a very different place, and so, but we don't regulate and supervise them, and so it's something we're watching.
How do you think we as Congress should be looking at the non-banks? Is there any recommendations?
Where there is same activity, there really ought to be same regulation. You shouldn't be able to conduct the same activity. We regulate these things for a reason, and if we're not regulating them appropriately, then that should be changed. But if you can just go across the street and start a business that does the same thing without the regulation, then that's not going to be effective or fair.
With Basel III conversations up and running, and obviously driving towards some conclusions, it appears, or recommendations, is that something that you've been watching? Obviously, you have Fed representation there. What are your largest concerns in terms of requirements and how you're thinking through that right now?
So I think these are going to be very important. A number of very important proposals are coming, and I would just put out a couple principles, and that is, our banks are strong and they're well capitalized. I think that's pretty broadly agreed, and I think we're going to want to understand how even higher capital is justified. There'll need to be a case made for that. Almost as important as that, or maybe more important, is that we need to respect the diversity of institutions that we have in this country. And we benefit from having banks of all different shapes and sizes, and We don't want to push regulation or capital, for that matter, to a place where only the biggest banks have a viable banking model. We're a long way from that. I just think we need to keep that in mind.
Or be disadvantaged compared to our foreign banks. Okay, thank you so much. I yield back.
Thank you.
Thanks. Mr. Chairman, we have two more members here, but unfortunately, you're hard stop at 1. Can we go over just by 5 minutes? Is that okay? Okay. No good deed goes unpunished. So we'll go to Mr. Davidson from Ohio for 5 minutes, and Ms. Garcia from Texas for 5 minutes, and then we'll wrap. Thanks.
Thank you, Chairman. Chairman Powell, thank you. Thanks for the extra time so we get all these questions in. And just picking up where my colleague, Mr. Gottheimer, left off, talking about non-banks and banks and kind of the regulatory framework. Recently, you published online the list of master accounts that the Fed has. Are any of those master account holders non-FDIC insured entities?
Are any of them? I don't know.
Could you get that answer back to us, please?
Sure.
Okay, thanks. So when I think about some of the dynamics that are going on in the market related to banks, non-banks, securities, not securities, you know, one agency in particular has been very activist in this place over at the SEC, and it's kind of tangentially related to the Fed, but crypto and digital assets in the U.S. has got a market cap of around $1.1 trillion right now. It's been there for a bit. Do you acknowledge that this asset class has staying power in the U.S. economy?
It appears to have some staying power. Of course, that 1.1 trillion was, what was that a year ago? A lot higher.
Yeah, it's had some volatility in large measure due to the lack of legal clarity, and so hopefully this committee will help that quite a lot here this summer with at least 2 bills, one on stable coins and one on market structure, and it'll be clear not just for Congress but for regulators, including Chairman Gensler, and obviously market participants, whether they're forming the ideas or investing in the ideas or participating in the activities in the space. But when I think about participating in activities, one of the core functions that has taken place for a while now is the reverse repo market. So it's hovered over just over $2 trillion for the first half of this year, and it follows kind of exponential growth that we've seen over the past few years. So what's your assessment on the implications that the reverse repo market has on our economy?
Not much. It's just a place where holds money on the Fed's balance sheet. It's like a mutual fund. I mean, in fact, it's as the Treasury has been issuing bills to refill the Treasury General account, we've actually seen the reverse repo overnight facility declining. So,
isn't there some sort of conflict with higher reserve requirements, liquidity, and lending in the market? Or is there any tension there?
I don't believe so. It's just a place where largely money market funds have been putting their money, and as rates normalize in the economy, we're likely to see the reverse repo facility shrink dramatically, and I think without particularly important macroeconomic effects.
If you think about the implications, the Fed had to intervene in September of 2019 to provide stability and liquidity to that market. The fact that the Fed needed to use an emergency facility to intervene in the market would normally indicate some cause for alarm. Do you feel like that was an aberration? There's no more cause? Everything's been settled?
Well, that was about suddenly finding ourselves in reserve scarcity. So we'd been monitoring the level of reserves really carefully and thinking that we knew where scarcity would start to appear. And the problem is demand can be very volatile. So demand spiked and there weren't enough reserves, so you had a situation where we had to supply reserves in big quantities. That's not what's going on with the reverse repo facility was at 0 for a very long time. And I think it's shrinking now. We don't know how much it will shrink.
Well, I think the growth of it kind of highlights some of the related concerns for inflation and tension between liquidity and frankly, when you look at the requirements for capital and the alternative returns in the market, there's a concern, well, all that capital can't be deployed in the same place. So when you have to pick places for it to be deployed, then it certainly has implications. So would love to follow up with you on it, maybe align my own views with the thinking at the Fed and with some market participants. When I think about the Federal Reserve, of course, we think about monetary policy, and we want Fed autonomy on monetary policy to some extent. A lot of non-market intervention that, to me, continues to be a cause for concern. Continued purchases of mortgage-backed securities, for example, prevent real price discovery. Is Fed's purchasing propping up prices, or is it holding them artificially low? It's a non-market influence, and I think it has some distortions. So as Chairman of Housing and Insurance, I am continue to be concerned about that. But the other thing is, really, the big concern is the regulatory side.
Gentleman's time's expired.
I yield.
We'll now recognize Ms. Garcia for the ultimate question of the day.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, Chairman Powell, for being here today. It always is a breath of fresh air to have you here to give us the latest report on from the feds. I first want to thank you personally for working on a topic that has always been dear to my heart and dear to the heart of the Congressional Hispanic Caucus. I know several members have already touched a little bit on issues related to diversity and inclusion, and you yourself said something, and I really was struck by the words you used, that when you look at setting the interest rates, you want to reflect that all Americans in the room when you do it. And in my view, the best way to do that is to make sure that the people at the table making those interest rates decisions reflect what America looks like. So I want to thank you again for last month joining you was Adriana Kugler, who was nominated as the first Hispanic to ever serve on the Federal Reserve Board of Governors in its 109-year history. It took a while, but we're there now, and hopefully that will help ensure that when decisions are being made, that all Americans are indeed in the room with you. And so I want to thank you and the President both for making sure that that happens. I know that in my district that is 77% Latino, we're really proud of that fact. But Mr. Chairman, I wanted to see if you could provide me an update on the federal workforce, particularly within the Fed system, because I think that area too, you may recall we've discussed it before in prior times that you've been here, the workforce doesn't quite look like America. So could you give me an update on where we're at with diversity and inclusion issues related to Latinos in the federal workforce for the Fed?
Sure. Well, I guess the place I would start is a good part of the story, which is the directors of the 12 reserve banks around the country. That's been an area where we focused heavily on diversity and inclusion, and I think met with a great deal of success. So relatively high numbers. We can give you the numbers. We'll be happy to. Relatively high numbers of both Hispanics and African Americans and other minorities, and majority of women. So that's been an area where we have a free hand to act, and we can do that. I think in terms of the workforce, we actually had a particular focus at the Federal Reserve Board on Hispanics and working hard, particularly devoting ourselves to a tight focus on generating more Hispanic contact and more Hispanic employees. And I think we had some success with that. We spent a whole year of that, doing that a year or so ago. And so, you know, it's a very important, the most successful organizations in American society are, it's not a coincidence that they seem to me to be the ones that have pretty advanced diversity and inclusion programs, so that they do have, you know, all different parts of America represented around the table.
Great. Another area of concern for me has always been affordable housing. I know that is a challenge for us in Houston, and also the challenge of combating the homelessness crisis across America. I know that the ranking member, Chair Waters, this morning filed some bills related to seeking increased dollars for affordable housing and dollars for tackling the homelessness problem. Do these issues impact the inflation rate and the work that you're doing to lower the cost of housing for all Americans?
I think they may have a marginal effect on inflation. I think more, I would point to things like workforce participation. So people need to housing so that they can get to the place where the jobs are. And in many metropolitan areas, the rents are very high, so people are having to drive very long routes to get to work. And I mean, labor force participation has an important effect on labor supply, which has an effect indirectly on inflation as well. So,
How long have we had the 2% goal for inflation rate?
unofficially for a quarter of a century, and officially since 2012. And other central
What
banks.
factors would have to occur for you to reconsider the 2% since it's been there for so long?
What would have to happen for us to reconsider it? I can't really think of anything. Nothing during my tenure will happen to cause me to want to reconsider it. If you come back in 100 years, it'll probably be different, but it's some unforeseen circumstance, I would say.
Thank you.
Gentlelady's time's expired.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, I appreciate it.
I'd like
you
to
for
thank the
staying.
Chair Powell for his testimony today. Without objection, all members will have 5 legislative days within which to submit additional written questions to the witness through the chair, which will be forwarded to the witness for his response. I ask you, Chair Powell, and your team to please respond no later than July 30th, 2023. And with that, this hearing is adjourned.
Thank you.
All right. I've got some kind of bad news to break to you guys here. I'm unfortunately not going to be able to do movie trivia with you guys today. I got to take off to a doctor's appointment. A little bit of an emergency thing kind of going on here. It's not so emergency that I have to like leave like right this second. So I'm going to run through the numbers once more real quick and then do the outro for the day today. I got to run to a doctor's appointment for one of the kids and Melissa's at the doctor's too. So I need to take off here in a little bit and I need to get through this. I need to end before sooner than later. So I apologize in advance. I know you guys look forward to movie trivia as much as I do every day, as much as rigged as it is. I'll tell you what though, we'll do 2001 tomorrow, and next week we'll start off with In Time. Yeah, thanks, man. I appreciate that, Trevor. Kind of a sudden thing. Didn't expect this at all. So, um, if it was an emergency, Andrew, I would totally just leave. It's at this point in time, it's not really an emergency yet. So, I've got time here, and I have to go take. Originally, Melissa was going to take one of the kids to the doctor. He has an appointment at 2:40. So I got to hurry up and get through these numbers real quick here and take him instead because she's at the doctor right now. So, and only one of us can take him. So, let's see here. I'm going to put in time for next week. So 2001 and then in time. Maybe we'll do movie trivia tomorrow. I don't know. We'll see. Thank you. I appreciate that, DW. All right. So let's run through the numbers real fast. I think I hear the Jeep pulling up outside with the kids in it, so it's going to be time for me to leave real soon here. So we're going to make this a real quick rundown. Final numbers of the day here. Let me take you guys to the other page here. I'm not going to be able to see what it is you guys are saying, so hold those personal thoughts, comments, questions, or concerns until you see the big tramp back up on the screen again. Melissa just had way too much fun on this vacation. That's what I'm going to chalk it up to. Anyways, taking a look at off exchange for the day to day, the final numbers by this time of the day, expect to see about 66% combined between off exchange and EDGX. We got 46.15 through off exchange. EDGX is at 7.36%. The combined total 53.51%. That's about 12.49% less than it should be by this time of the day. CHX volume is at 5.1 with a 30-day average of 3.45. It was 424,000 shares so far for the day. It's pretty excessively high. Also excessively high was NASDAQ GSM as well. Taking a look on Ape, same thing. NASDAQ GSM was excessively high. Well, not excessively. It was about 3% higher than it should be. 2 to 3%-ish points higher than it should be. Off exchange was 49.65. EDGX 6.46, combined total 56.11. That's 9.89% less than it should be. The CHX on Ape, however, is very low at 0.05, which is exactly, I say low, it's actually what the 30-day average is. It's right on target. GME's CHX volume did spike today. They had 47,000 shares going through with 2.55% of their total daily volume with a 30-day average of 0.33. So there's definitely a spike in GME CHX volume. On Ortex, as of an hour ago, there was 1 million shares having been borrowed for AMC for the day. It's now 1.09 million shares. That's the borrowed change amount. That leaves the estimated short share interest of the free float at the same value at 23.87%. Cost per min 22.64, average 273.13, and max is 335.87. Shares on loan day over day increased by 2 million shares. Vortex estimated that 726,000 of that was in new short interest, and shares on loan is now at 197.38 million shares on loan. Taking a look at Ape, 97,000 shares having been returned for the day, no change. Cost borrow, average, max, min, all the same at 6.9. Total short share interest of the free float is at 4.86%. Shares on loan changed with a return of about 80,000 shares from yesterday, putting us at 14.19 million shares on loan. Options. At a $5 strike, an hour ago there was approximately 15.5 thousand contracts. There's now 16.9. And on puts, an hour ago there was the highest amount of volume was at a $6 strike. It's now 4 again. So a lot of volume. There's 12.7 thousand contracts. There was only like 7.9 at $4 an hour ago. Now all of a sudden there's this massive amount more. There's 15.1 thousand contracts at a $4 strike that just kind of came out of nowhere. So it's back down to 4 again. But combined price of AMC and Ape is at $6.25 and starting to break out of this band here. They've got this wedge that's showing up here in between 627 and 614. We may be heading towards a retest of 627 by the close for the end of the day today. So we'll see what ends up happening there. With that one, it'll be exciting to come back and see what that happens. I had a 638 close combined price, and we're at 624, so I'm not too far off. Let's see here. Orders by Fidelity customers, AMC, Ape, and GME most likely are not on this list due to low volume, and they are not. I don't even have a car to go anywhere until the girls get here, and they're not back yet. So, shares available to borrow is at 100,000 shares. Trigger price for SSR for the day is at $4.13. Ape at 1.56, and they've borrowed about 150,000 shares in total for the day, and fees are last seen at 100.7%. Last event where something changed would have been the fees at about 14.16 this afternoon. Nope, looks like they're here now. I just heard the door shut. Nasdaq is down 0.8%. Dow Jones is down 0.05. The SP 500 is down 0.25. Really strange though. We do have more, just slightly more decliners than advancers right now. It was the opposite an hour ago, so it's slightly more declining again. With 3,197 decliners to 3,139 advancers. Banks, the biggest movers, 4% FRCB. Silvergate down 4.71, and that should be it. I think everything else should be within a plus or minus 2.75% or less change. Ethereum Classic is up 6.01. DXY is down 0.45. Oil is up 0.89. Mortgage-backed securities are up anywhere from 0.09 to 0.23, and the SPY is down 0.26. VIX is down 5.04. VBR is up 0.12. VB is down 0.06. Tesla is down 4.2. Amazon down 0.36. Cinemark is up 0.37. Doge is up 4.09. Bitcoin is up 6.46. GME is up 0.33. HYMC is down 0.9. NCMI is down 0.4 or 4% rather. HUD is down 2.05, Ape is down 3.16, and AMC is down 0.83. Inflow versus outflow, we've got just slightly more inflow by about $500,000, and then we've got 8.54 million shares having been traded so far. Let's see, where are we at? 241 minutes worth of trading so far for the day today. We're on pace for about 13.81 million shares traded by the end of the day today. That is within the 5 to 25 million I suggested in the pre-market. On a 4-hour chart, we've got currently more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 36.8, which is above average or below average. On a 1-hour time interval, more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 41.46, which is below average. On a 30-minute interval, there's more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 45.23, which is slightly below average. On a 5-minute interval, more selling pressure than buying pressure and a divergence in the vortex indicator within the last 10 minutes. RSI at 47.63, which is slightly below average. On Ape, there is approximately $100,000 more outflow than inflow. 13.66 million shares traded so far after 341 minutes worth of trading, putting us on a pace for 15.62 million shares traded by the end of the day today. Let's see here, the 4-hour chart, we've got more selling pressure than buying pressure that just crossed over in the last 4 hours. RSI is at 53, which is slightly above average. On a 1-hour time interval, we've got more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 49.1, which is just about average. On a 30-minute interval, more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 52.46, which is average. On a 5-minute interval, more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 71.8, which is signaling overbought. So we did a nice little jump back up here to about 170. 169 was the closing price that I thought we might see for the end of the day today on Ape. Looks like we're really close to that. 456 is what we've got on AMC, and I was shooting for 469. So we'll have to see like an end of the day run, pretty significant run, in fact, to get to that 469. So I think I'm going to end up being a little bit shy here on price prediction. But you know, it is what it is. It's really difficult to get it right on every single day. Thanks, Preacher. I appreciate that, man. I just went back over to see what it is you guys are saying. It's the first thing I saw. I appreciate that. Let me sign you guys out here. I'm gonna play the outro. I need to do a toast. I've got no liquid here. So for all you guys who are listening, we need to do a quick toast to Jason Bear. I always say Brom. It's because that's one of my favorite ice cream places, but Barham is his last name. Jason Barham, his birthday today. So if you happen to see him around today or tomorrow, wish him a happy birthday. He was the one that picked the song for today, and I think I really like it. It's kind of a cool song by let's see, what's the name of this group again? I kept forgetting the name of it. Non-Point, Alive and Kickin'. So happy birthday, Jason. Hope you have a wonderful birthday today, and I will see you guys tomorrow. As usual, all good things must come to an end. Eat, sleep, drink. Get plenty of rest. Tomorrow's another trading day. Spend time with your family. Spend time with your friends. Take your pets out for a walk because they like to get outdoors too. But above all else, go see a movie, for crying out loud. There's a lot of good movies out. But above all else, don't have a good night. Have a great night. Beep beep. Gotta get out of here.
T-minus 90 seconds and counting. All systems are go. We're about 90 seconds from the launch of Space Shuttle Discovery. T-minus 60 seconds and counting. We are transferring to orbiter internal power at this time. Discovery is now running off its 3 onboard fuel cells. Coming up on a go for auto sequence start. And we have a go for auto sequence start. Discovery's onboard computers have primary control of all the vehicle's critical functions. T-minus 17 seconds and counting. 15, 12, 11, 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, start, 2, 1, booster ignition, and liftoff of the Space Shuttle Discovery, returning to the space station, paving the way for future missions beyond. Stress on the shuttles and makes them
Rocket booster separation confirmed. Guidance now converging. Discovery's onboard computers commanding the main engine nozzles to swivel, aiming the shuttle for its precise target in space for main engine cutoff.
Dan, you sound good.
Discovery Houston, negative return.
Copy, negative return.
I'm getting over it, pushing past all the bullshit and getting right to the root of what the problem really is. The reasons for the misunderstandings, the emergency landings on a plane headed for home is where the heart was living till it was without feeling and started revealing itself to everyone else by just packing up, moving out, saying it could do without a barely able unstable running up out the mouth. So I'm tearing this and everything else between me and what I wanna do. Top pieces, I'm tearing you and everything else between me and you to memory. I'm stronger now, even after everything that you did. Still alive and kicking. I'm better now, I'm awake now, I can see everything in front of me. I'm stronger now, even after everything that you did. Still alive and kicking. I'm better now, I'm awake now, I can see everything in front of me. Now if you would've waited 1 second, you wouldn't feel so second. The second I put you first, it made the situation worse. Cause you wanna take advantage and control of the things that I manage to keep under control. Like my happiness, my family, and all of my music, my music, my music, my music, yeah. You had it all, you chose to abuse it, abuse it, abuse it, abuse it. So I'm tearing this and everything else between me and what I wanna do to pieces. I'm tearing you and everything else between me and you to memory. I'm stronger now, even after everything that you did. Still alive and kicking. Better now, I'm awake now, I can see everything in front of me. I'm stronger now, even after everything that you did. Still alive and kicking. Better now, I'm awake now, I can see everything in front of me. What's wrong with me? You wanna know what's wrong with me? I can ask you the exact same thing. What's wrong with me? You wanna know what's wrong with me? I could ask you the exact same thing. I have my opinion and you have yours. You don't have to like mine, cause I don't like yours. I have my opinion and you have yours. You don't have to like mine, cause I don't like yours. What's wrong with you? I wanna know what's wrong with you and why this doesn't make sense to you. What's wrong with you? I wanna know what's wrong with you and why this doesn't make sense to you, to you, to you, to you. I'm stronger now, even after everything that you did. Still alive and kicking. I'm better now, I'm awake now, I can see everything in front of me. I'm stronger now, even after everything that you did. Still alive and kicking. I'm better now, I'm awake now, I can see everything in front of me now. Now I see everything in front of me now. Now I see everything in front of me now.
When the night's getting cold, you're needing a shoulder. Puff out your chest and be a little bolder. All we do hold till the end. There will be doubt, fear and cloud, but it's all in your head. Those hedgies are dead. Panic and fear really are near, but it's not ours to own. We have shown that all we do is buy and hold. Oh, there will be shills who wanna steal your thrills, and there will be friends who hold till the end, and there will be doubt, fear and cloud, but it's all in your head. Those hedgies are dead. So when the night's getting colder and you're needing that shoulder, these apes got your back. We got each other. All we do is we buy and hold.